And welcome everyone to day 2 of the International Wildcard Qualifier. My name is Julian Pastry Time Car. Joining with me is Ryan Frosker and more. So we're going to get into another exciting day of Wildcard League of Legends.
And it was just explosive yesterday. In fact, the dark horse Detonation Focus Me sitting on top of the standings when everything was said and done.
Yeah, crazy to think that we're here now moving into our second phase of the round robin, but we do have the standings up as well. And like you said, Frosker, Japan's Detonation Focus Me, the surprise first seed after day 1.
And the reason why Detonation Focus Me are sitting over the Chiefs right now is because they currently hold the head-to-head, beating the Chiefs yesterday. Now, in second place, it is going to be the Oceanic region with the Chiefs, still at 2-1. And third place, it's the Bangkok Titans. And again, Bangkok Titans over Dark Passage because they hold the head-to-head.
And again, no one would have expected a team like Dark Passage, the region that took the wild card in the middle of this year, moving into MSI, teams that have been to Worlds before. But we do have the schedule now as well. All these teams will have a chance to move up the standings. And we're going to start things off with Japan versus Turkey for our first rematch.
And then it's going to be the Sea region versus the Oceanic region and the Bangkok Titans versus the Chiefs.
Yeah, and then Dark Passage taking on Bangkok Titans, the Chiefs, once again taking on Detonation Focus Me.
And then Dark Passage versus the Chiefs. And finally, Bangkok Titans versus Detonation Focus Me.
And like you said, lots of upsets to start day number 1 with Japan sitting at the top. This opening match especially, this is the only match that Japan couldn't win yesterday, so we'll see if they can take a victory here. Because honestly, if they can beat Dark Passage and start their day off like that, looking very strong as a finals contender tomorrow.
But I'm really glad that you brought up the fact that this is Detonation Focus Me's only loss yesterday, and it happened to be the loss from Purple Side. So yesterday, Blue Side actually had a 100% win rate in the International Wildcard. So we pulled the stats globally. The LCK playoffs were played on 5.15. The LPL Grand Finals were played on 5.15, and the International Wildcard have been played on 5.15. And after all of that is said and done, there's a 63% win rate on Blue Side globally, 100% win rate for the International Wildcard tournament.
Yeah, and Blue Sides look great pretty much all reason long. But why is that for us, Karen? You just think it's a side. First pick's valuable, but can't be that much.
It comes down to two primary things. So the first and foremost, most obvious thing is going to be your priority pick, but we'll touch upon that a little bit later. But the thing that I want to talk about is the terrain control and the differences between Blue Side and Purple Side. So the biggest difference is going to be your Baron Pit versus your Dragon Pit. And because of that, we're effectively weighting Baron over Dragon just because Dragon takes more ramp time before it's as relevant, i.e. 5th Dragon versus 1st Baron. So what I mean by that is the choke points going into the Baron Pit from the Blue Side. So from Blue Side, you effectively have 3 different exits. You can just back up, you can go down river, or you can go up. On Red Side, you only have 2 exits, and both of them feed into choke points unless you flash over the back of the Baron wall. And who's really powerful right now? It's control mages. And what do control mages love? Victor, when you feed straight into that choke point, and he gets to drop all of your damage.
Yep, same with the big late game carries as well. They kind of get lined up as all the AoE comes down. It's a subtle thing, but it's certainly a thing that can be observed, particularly here in the wildcard tournament.
And it's kind of been, color picks in general all throughout League of Legends history and just how different champions are stronger on different sides, just based on the terrain and shape of the map.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing coming up there is, like you mentioned, sort of that priority as well as far as the picks goes.
Yep, but speaking of priority picks, we have some priority players.
That's true. Let's take a look at some of the best performers there from day number 1. It's been honestly a strong performance from a bunch of different regions, but where to start? But with Ejim, of course, the Thresh Prince of Oceania himself. His last game especially looked fantastic.
Yeah, and no surprise, some of our priority players are going to be from the top 2 teams that finished the day, the Chiefs and Detonation Focus Me. But Ejim in particular, his Thresh play was just so on point yesterday.
Yeah, and you can see leading the tournament in assists currently at 12.6 per game on average, and then pretty high in kill participation as well, sitting exactly at 5th. But his plays on this Thresh in particular were just phenomenal.
This game was just a highlight reel. The fact that he forces the flash, hits the minion, but then continues to follow it through, hits the last second flay, and pulls Naro to his death. And then he will do this exactly from the other side. So again, I feel like I've seen this play before. Throws the hook, hits the creep, hits the hits the flay, and holds Naro down and plays for his team.
Yeah, and then Ejim, still not done, had plenty of highlights here. This is one of the final ones here. Getting Zeitnot through Rydell effectively, and then just continuing to zone people away.
Now, the thing that was really beautiful about this was the fact that, again, another perfect flay placed by Ejim canceled out the Valkyrie from Corki, holding him in place. So the escape was effectively used for the AD carry and to not much success.
Yeah, and again, Ejim's Thresh has been something that locally you've seen a lot of success with. Tends to only pull it out in really big games, so did have to show it here against Dark Passage, but hey, picked up the win, finished the day in second, probably worth playing.
And it hasn't only been his Thresh, his Braum play in particular has also been incredible. Ejim just across the board, so aggressive, so in your face, and really setting the pace for the Chiefs.
Yeah, he's been looking great here, but we'll move on and have a look at some of our other players, of course, competing as well. The Japanese, like you said, Detonation Focus Me looking great, and it's been the Korean AD carry Rokenia that's looked phenomenal.
Had a bit of a rough start, opening up on that Tristana game, but really brought it back in his Kalista and his Kog'Maw performance after that. Rokenia, he was known as kind of a jack of all trades. You can put me in any position. He played the jungle, he played support, finally picking up the AD carry position to qualify Detonation Focus Me for this tournament, and since then it's been smooth sailing after Tristana.
Yeah, it has. I mean, the hiccup there against Dark Passage, we'll see if that can happen again here for Rokenia. Going to be important for the Japanese side to take the win here up against the Turkish, but I agree, just looks solid. Yudapon certainly had something to do with that in the top lane as well, but Rokenia's individual play has been really solid as well.
And I think that also kind of speaks to the dynamic that Detonation Focus Me have created so far. The fact that Rokenia, he's a jack of all trades, you can trust him to be mechanically strong. Yudapon will lead the way. He's always going to be the upfront star player of the Japanese region, so when he comes down into your lane, you just need to sit back and do your job, which is what this replay shows.
Yep, Rokenia here though, starting things off well, dodging a lot out. Kazu with a nice job here as well, and just dishing out damage like he should.
But what we're really waiting for is Yudapon to show up into this clip. So here comes the teleport. This is Yudapon's Rise game. You can already see he's 4-0-1. So Yudapon's just going to come through, blow them up. But again, Rokenia just sitting back, doing his job, low econ AD carry, but able to carry the game.
Yeah, and against the Bangkok Titans, it was a solid looking game here from Detonation Focus Me as Yudapon ices the last kill. Kog'Maw, of course, contributing damage in there as well. And again, just had a really solid play. This start in particular, taking the damage from Moss and then backing up as soon as Alistar used his ultimate because they knew they were going to stun him.
Yep, and just the beauty of Kog'Maw with his attack speed and how well he synergizes with Braun, but Kazu also, the Japanese squad, no one would have expected this level of performance to come out of them. Again, kind of the underdogs of the Wildcard region, the smallest of any of the professional regions with only 6 teams.
Yep, important to note as well. Their only loss was to Dark Passage. They'll be playing them to start things off and the Turkish ban Rise in their last encounter. So a couple of things stacked against them. But again, if they can take this particular match, they'll be on top form to blaze through it and get to the top of the standings. But let's take a look at some of our priority picks now, other than players. These are the champions that we've seen either all the time or not at all.
So we talked about blue side win rate and what it means. We talked about the terrain control. This is the priority pick. So all 4 of these champions have a 100% contest rate. Either they're picked or they're banned. And the thing that I want to point out is you have 2 junglers, you have Kalista, and you have Shin. So 3 of these champions, Rek'Sai, Gragas, and Kalista, are all about objective and jungle control. These 2, particularly how they control the jungle because they're junglers, but Kalista through her rend. Anytime Kalista is on an objective, it's pretty much guaranteed for that team because it's so hard to outsmite her. Shin, on the other hand, is going to empower global pressure and help shore up split pushing. So the thing about all these champions, or the theme for me as I look at this as an analyst, is I say, okay, so we're in the International Wildcard Tournament. These teams might not be the most matured on a macro level in terms of your objective control and your side wave management, but all of these champions help shore up those weaknesses, help compensate for that.
Certainly doing. We've seen that in a lot of the Kalista play. She's come through a couple of times. Even the glimpses of Shen that we've gotten, it's the same sort of story where all of a sudden you're just having a big fight. But let's take a closer look at Kalista actually and get some of those stats. Like you can see, 100% win rate so far. Has been picked or banned every other time. And in the game she's won, she's looked almost unstoppable.
And the third and final nail in the coffin for blue side versus red side is that red side has to put down staple bans, whereas blue side you get to be a little bit more target focused. So the question is, do you need to ban Kalista on red side? And the answer is yes. If you do not, you will be punished. Kalista just offers so much power in the lane phase in a direct 2v2. She's great at pushing down towers and controlling waves with her Ren, so she's can excel in a lane swap. And then her objective control on top of that. The fact that anytime she's on top of a dragon or a baron, it's pretty much guaranteed for your team. But here we go. Here's the triple kill from Rokenia's Kalista game.
Yeah, and this was, again, another well-played teleport from Mutapon, but just hopping around, making sure to absorb the damage. And the Chiefs, not only did they give the Kalista away, but they really overcommitted in this 3v3.
Yeah, and true, Utapon's doing a lot of the front work, as is Kazu. But the fact that Kalista is able to put out so much damage over time with her Ren stacks and her kite potential, Dangerous Game truly is the MVP of this team fight because it allows him to survive certain death against the Chiefs. But you can never discount the Kalista damage. It's absolutely absurd.
It is, and I think that's one of the things we've realized is that you just can't give it to any of these teams. You might think wildcard regions, maybe the teams don't play it, maybe they're not, completely up to scratch with the meta. Not after day one, just ban it.
I think we've all kind of discovered that the mechanical skill ceiling for all of these regions is actually relatively close across the board.
I think so as well, and like we saw from the middle of the year with the first international wildcard competition, the teams have only gotten better as the stakes have risen slightly, and it's showing in the competition, despite the fact that we have 2 clear leaders so far and 2 clear losers. Anything can change here on the second day.
It frankly shows by the fact that the Oceanic region and the Japan region are on top. Everyone going into this tournament was like, okay, Dark Passage, they're the heavy favorites to win this. Geographically speaking, they have access to the EU West server. They can scrim EU CS, EU LCS teams. So, they're scrim partners, their culture in general, but sitting right now on the bottom of the standings.
Yeah, and it'll be a tough day for both these teams. Double round robin does mean you get a second chance. On the other side, of course, the teams will swap sides against whoever you play against. But it's a matter of now you got to make it count. You've had your first day to kind of get things done, and have to try and make it happen from there.
That's the big thing to point out is that Dark Passage will play 2 blue side games today.
Yep, and its blue side has certainly been, like you said before, just the side that's been winning so much.
Yep.
Oh, and with that, guys, let's go back to the casting desk and get into the game.
Thank you so much, Pastry Time and Frosker. An excellent analysis. You could say it was absurd.
Yes, you could say that. It was definitely insightful.
Once again, Dom, I wouldn't say that. You could definitely say that, my friend. But what a game one that we're going to have coming up.
Yes, I'm Dominic Sater-Romer. That is Jake Spawn Tiberia. In the middle of us, we've got Zach Rusty Pie. We're going to be walking through our first game, Detonation Focus Me versus Dark Passage. And gentlemen, this is a rematch of yesterday. Detonation Focus Me, they probably want some revenge.
Certainly is, and I feel like you say they want revenge, but this game's not only for revenge. This, to me, sets the tone of the rest of the tournament for Japan. Not only that, Dark Passage, they've had time to go back, reassess the things that have happened to them, going 1-2, losing twice as the, let's say, the undoubted favorites coming into this tournament. And managing to do that badly, if they can come back today, if their coaching staff can get them going, fix their issues, they may look like a whole new side.
Yeah, definitely. And what I want to hit on right now is that Detonation Focus Me have a chance to get the head-to-head against a very strong opponent and pretty much lock in what would be a ticket tomorrow if they're able to take this game in convincing fashion, because it would just set the pace for it. What you mentioned about the home side having to bounce back, you feel it might be a little bit easier because they are in Turkey, would have had a very, very comfortable night's sleep, I'm sure, both teams. But Dark Passage, they're in their local comfortable area. I'm sure they've been here before, whereas Detonation Focus Me, not only are they on foreign territory, they're also a really new team. They've only competed this year internationally. This is their second time in the international wildcard qualifiers, and they've looked much better so far, but it was only day one. Let's see if they can show up day 2.
Yeah, we're definitely going to be looking for their progress as we get into this. And, it is an important game for Turkey as well because this is their home region. There's a lot of pride going into this.
Yeah, 100%. And, their captain and shot caller in the mid lane, Naru, did not have a good game yesterday. And that's not going to cut it for him. Game 1, as we do jump into Champion Select, was all about the bottom lane with Zeit not really forcing Rokini off a lot of farm, but Naru just has not looked himself, and we see whether he can take it to Seros, who got the Zillion last time these teams were matched against each other, and try and put some punishment down.
Yes, and that's really good. He did get his core champion that has been banned away from him a lot here, Seros, but in saying that, it felt like stylistically, the Zillion's not the way to beat Dark Passage, and that's where they actually capitalized in this game, is that their carry, their Victor could just run through the team. He wasn't kept down.
Yeah, and as you said, we are in pick and ban for game number 1. You can see the 6 bans already at the bottom of your screen, and Detonation Focus Me already taking the Kog'Maw away from Zeitnot.
And we had this conversation legitimately 20 minutes ago about the undervaluing that we thought Kog'Maw had gone through so far on the international wildcard. He just feels like at the moment that with Kalista permanently banned, the premier AD carry, he's got such a good power spike as soon as he gets the Trinity Force. In fact, as soon as he gets a Sheen, just give it to him. And it actually partners up with the tanky supports relatively well because Trinity Force, especially with the Phage, makes him a relatively tanky AD carry at the start of the game.
Yeah, definitely. And self-sustaining is another word for it. Once he gets the Trinity Force, he can duel quite well, and it's very scary to leave a champion alone. You can lane swap with him, you can outrange his poke. He honestly just does it all, and since Kalista's not there, there's no better first pick.
Yeah, and the only thing he doesn't have is a reliable escape, but with the exit of Assassins, you feel that that is just not as important as all the trump cards he has.
So we do have Elise locked in, likely for Crystal, but that's a Warwick locked in.
That certainly is. Now, That raises a lot of questions. We don't have the answer to just yet.
Okay.
It is the first rotation. You would assume a top lane.
Yeah.
And
You
it's
have to.
also, honestly, it's a really good way to keep down a Kalista or a Kog'Maw.
Yeah,
You just press
certainly
R.
is that lockdown. And, you know, as soon as you have Elise, we talk about this all the time, you pigeonhole into pick. Who better off to start a pick than a Flash Infinite Duress, I think it's called?
Yeah.
If I throw back to, like, the start of casting. But Warwick, he certainly pumps out a lot of damage if he gets farmed, so we'll see how they can make it work.
We'll have to see if that Warwick sticks. As you can see, we are going to remake real quick and figure everything out, but I'm actually really looking forward to how Detonation Focus Me are going to pick into this. I mean, obviously, they prioritize the Kog'Maw. They want to go for that late-game hyperscaling Rokenia once again.
I think the big question is they actually first rotation had a work, and that raises some big eyebrows.
I think that was a big misclick.
Yeah, that definitely doesn't feel right. If it was, then they've just given the entire rest of the draft phase to say, well, pick against it. Doesn't really matter.
Yeah, especially when you know that Utapon plays Gangplank. We've seen it ban against him. We've seen him flash it multiple times. Playing melee champion without good sustain into Gangplank, I'm going to call it suicide. I'll let you guys decide whether it is, but as soon as that guy has a Sheen, he just destroys your top laner.
Completely.
Very scary situation for poor Elwing. But let's talk a little bit about Syros and Naru. Naru, he got to take the victor into Syros' Zillion last time. Now, we haven't seen it since. And we hyped it up before the game yesterday, how it was this huge, amazing thing.
Well, everyone else banned it,
and
man.
he played it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, well, we haven't seen it because people took it off. And you know what? In all honesty, if Rokenia hadn't been that far behind, the Zillion would have been a genius pick. We would be talking about it and how well it was doing. They were a little bit all over the shop because they didn't want to fight. And then when they were fighting, the priority target wasn't the Kog'Maw up in the front line, getting all these extra spells on him. So we'll have to see whether they are able to make it work because, you know, I really like the draft that Detonation Focus Me bought game one. They just got too far behind to execute on it.
No, they definitely did, but I feel like we just touched on this not too long ago, that stylistically having that Juggernaut style of comp actually unlocks Dark Passage to play their own strengths, and that is a big mistake against this side. Every single time the Dark Passage have lost, they've been up against a team that just destroys mid lane. They camp mid, 4-man gank him consistently, get him behind so that he defaults to split pushing, and that, in a way, it actually ruins the shot calling of their side.
I completely agree, and which is the reason why I don't know whether it's the Juggernaut comp. It's the Juggernaut comp with standard lanes. What you need to do if you want to play that style of composition, lane swap, just get experience onto the Juggernaut. It also helps out, means you're not going to get smashed in the 2v2, and then just send all your resources mid and continue to crush Naru, because honestly, if there's a strategy that's worked this tournament so far, it's to get in the head of the Dark Passage's mid laner and just continue to hold him down. We saw the highlight reel of Ejim against Dark Passage, and it was just all time and time again going at the mid laner.
We'll have to see if he's going to be able to keep his cool in this game. There were obviously some questionable calls later on whenever Naru was pressured, I guess we'll say. But, well, how does he deal with that then? He's got a fresh day. He's got a fresh head. People have been focusing him.
So the first thing I'm going to say is don't play a split pusher.
Yep.
You know, he tried it against the Chiefs, and what happened is the Chiefs kept collapsing on him, and the team wasn't decisive enough to start up a Baron to push the top lane or something like that, because he was focusing so much on his individual mechanics, which he needed to because Swiffer was cheating towards that side of the map time and time again. But if he is grouped up, that no longer becomes a problem. He has the ability to be able to shot call very well with his team.
So that's one of the big adaptations I wanted to see from this side, is coming into this next day, they've had a night to reset, and they've realized, I honestly think that Naru went full solo queue. He lost to a Diana and said, well, I'm going to play this champion. It looks really strong. And then realized it doesn't work with his team. So go back to a control mage, perhaps. Go to like the Orianas and work with your team late game so that you can shot call. And when you engage, you are there to do it.
Yeah, 100%. And the other thing that we've always complimented Dark Passage on is how they play the map. So, you know, just take the Diana, or take something like an Ahri if you do want to play an assassin, but do what the Chiefs did with it. Deny vision. Make sure that you're walking towards them. Start up fights and blow up the back line. Get your flanks going. You don't need to split push with assassins, because we saw what G4 did with the exact same pick, like just running through people. Like, it definitely is possible.
Yeah, well, we are back into pick and ban for this game. As you can see, that Warwick wasn't intentional. You know, we still got 30 seconds. It might come back, but the Elise once again locked in, and Utapon still on that Kog'Maw. And Braum now picked up for Rydell.
Yeah, not many changes here. Only the Braum from the first two. So the Elise very strong. We spoke about how the Kog'Maw is a very important first pick because Kalista is not available. It works with aggressive tank supports. It works with passive supports. And the most important thing that I would like to see in this next rotation in response is to give Astaroth his best jungle champion to deal with the early pressure of Crystal.
Yeah, completely agree. And, you know, the thing that kind of separates, I was going to say Rek'Sai over Gragas, is Rek'Sai clears really quickly and has the ability to go underground and look if you're getting invaded, whereas Gragas clears a little bit more healthily and has a bit better 1v1 potential because a lot of people prefer to max the W now. When it was a Q max out of Gragas, they were pretty much the exact same champion if we're going to be honest, but with the W max, you just do so much upfront damage.
So the one small thing as well is Body Slam hits Spiderlings and can be very annoying in trades if you find each other in the jungle, but Astaroth's only played Gragas in this tournament in 6 games. So
yeah, and he's been a monster. Honestly, you know, everyone was looking at Udapon and saying, like, the chosen son of Japan has finally arisen. He, like, destroyed people on Rise. You go back and look the first 3 times Udapon got kills, and it's a really good level 3, like, positioning out of Astaroth as a counter gank in the top lane, then arriving to the bottom lane gank as well. That dude was absolutely everywhere and jungled the heck out of 007X in that last victory.
We'll have to see if Crystal can keep up in this set as Astaroth once again looks to roam all around that map on that Titanic Gragas. With the Gragas and Janna locked in, that is a lot of disengage to keep Kog'Maw alive. Dark Passage, how are they going to deal with that?
Disengage, and it also unlocks the rest of their champion pool to look towards the Zillion again, to look towards the Lulu in that middle lane. They have the makings for that well and truly set in stone. It's up to Dark Passage here to see if they want to kill it or they want to take it.
Ooh, last second swap over to the Maokai for Elwyn. Dark Passage looking a bit shaky with their picks.
You could see that they wanted to go with the Fizz because they know that Udapon plays such a good Maokai at this stage of the game, and also that it helps to protect the Kog'Maw comp so much because the peel out of Maokai is phenomenal with the damage reduction, but instead, so that's why they flex it over to the side of Elwind, I have to assume.
And the fact that Elwind is a Fizz god, and it has been banned from him during his regular season in his own region, has not been respected here. I'm surprised he didn't just pick it to command that respect in the game.
Yeah, and also kind of removes the Maokai because Fizz is such a good 1v1 duelist. You never want to go into that matchup. Right now, they're hovering the mid gangplank. This is something that we know Seros has flirted with a little bit.
Oh,
Yeah, it's
no,
locked
not just flirted.
in. Gangplank picked up for Detonation Focus Me.
That is an interesting blind pick. Rusty, I know you play it. What's up with mid gangplank?
Mid Gangplank's just playing good, man. There's no ways around it. It is just really damn good. Gangplank works in solo lanes because he's based off levels with the kegs, and that's most of his play is keg play. And it's a very strong comp now. They've got a lot of mixed damage. They've got physical in the middle lane so they can pick that rumble for the top lane. And honestly, a blind pick, it's questionable because his early laning is average. You don't really have the capacity to use the kegs. You can very easily avoid them, or just pick a ranged champion here from Dark Passage and you'll be fine.
And that's why I like the mid lane, actually, for Gangplank, because it's a little bit shorter, so it's less punishing.
Yeah.
And he also, as soon as he hits level 6, he can do the Victor thing where you drop your ultimate and just get a free recall. What I do like about it, coupled up with a Kog'Maw, however, as it might... Yeah, they swapped good.
Yeah.
So what you do with Kog'Maw is when you're sieging up turrets, Gangplank is now one of the best sieges in the game because you drop a barrel on your Kog'Maw. And it sounds crazy, but as soon as they try and engage, you just get the 2 barrels on the flanks of your team. They can't run at you. You detonate and you can run away at like top speed. The dude flies around the map.
Yeah.
So I really like Gangplank at the moment. Don't check my win percentage on him. I think I'm 1 in 11.
You like
so,
the champion.
Yeah, I like the theory behind Gangplank. I dislike the execution right now.
But definitely, no, it's a big factor in this is that their siege now with a rumble and a Gangplank doesn't feel strong, but it really is just because they've got this anti-engage. If Dark Passage try and throw down the Varus ultimate and Elise tries to go in, Maokai tries to go in, they're going to lose a whole lot of health trying to kill that Kog'Maw.
And neutral objectives become nearly impossible for them to contest because, you know, you've got the speed of Kog'Maw. Trinity Force Bladed on King just takes you neutral so quickly with the W. Yeah. And then the setup of a Rumble Gangplank, being able to drop the equalizer, hit all the barrels, all of a sudden you're not going anywhere. You're taking so much damage. It's a quirky comp out of Detonation Focus Me, but I actually really like it from the red side.
Looks to be a scary setup from
Blue
Detonation
side.
Focus Me as they'll be doing a lot of damage. Will Dark Passage be able to take another win? We're getting onto the Rift right now. You can see them on our wonderful screen behind us. It's freaking cool. But Dark Passage, you know, they saw the Kog'Maw, they saw the Gragas Janna, and then there was the Rumble Gangplank locked in. It's AoE, it's disengage. You've got a Kog'Maw for insurance. How on earth are they going to deal with this?
I think the best way to describe this is throwback to when Teemo was actually a part of some kind of meta. Everyone was desperate to bring him into the meta, and you would just put shrooms everywhere near the objective that you're looking for, similar to the kegs will be now. And now you've got a Rumble on top of the kegs, so that if they start the Baron, and Dark Passage look to contest that Baron, they're walking through death.
So we do actually have a pause at the start of the game. We're going to go ahead and work through that, but let's talk a little bit more about trying to deal with that then. So if Dark Passage want to take objectives, they're going to have to set this up minutes in advance.
Yeah, they can either do that or, you know, if they ever get the early lead again, they can just kind of control that area of the map. Gangplank actually needs setup time because he needs to get his first keg in position, otherwise the chain just doesn't occur. And what they have on the side of Dark Passage is, once again, a really high damage mid laner. They've got good poke comp out of Corki to siege up, and then their pick potential with the Maokai, with the Elise is just phenomenal if they ever control areas of the map and deny vision.
It's a weird roundabout way of saying it's a poke versus engage team fighting comp, is that Dark Passage can go. They can poke themselves, though. So the real question is there really even a way for Japanese side? I've already forgot. Detonation Focus Me, that's the one. Is there really a way for them to actually engage, siege, or do anything besides neutral?
Flash Body Slam, man. Flash Body Slam OP.
We'll see if it is going to happen as we have loaded onto the Rift. It's game number 1 of day number 2 of the International Wildcard Qualifier. Worlds is on the line for these teams. Detonation Focus Me versus Dark Passage.
A very good time to mention that Worlds is on the line because these teams are all very close. One win away from each other, essentially. You can either break the closeness or you can bring it back to square if they can find a victory here, Dark Passage, with the Japanese side. And the Chiefs are all at 2 wins.
We do have defensive lines coming out for everyone so far. Don't know if we're going to see any lane swaps just yet, as there aren't any D-boards being placed. Utapon dodges the sapling coming out of Elwind. And it is a nice, patient start to this. And I have to admit, I'm not surprised. It is Varus and Braum, which do a lot of damage, but it's Gangplank, man. You got to respect it.
Yeah.
Gangplank's not great level 1.
Uh-huh.
No, and it's the fact that Varus, Braum, even Corki, and Elise to a degree, they all do a lot of damage, but it's when you come at them. So if there's a neutral start from Detonation Focus Me, it's going to remain neutral across the board.
Yeah, and it looks like both top laners going to tank up camps for their junglers. We've seen this the entire tournament, being able to keep them nice and healthy throughout.
Oh, wow.
It's a little interesting.
They must know that ward is there, yeah.
I believe Zeitnot saw the ward go down. He's got to have it on a timer. Trying to play around the vision. Might try to catch that Kog'Maw in the bottom lane. Yeah, they're headed on down now. The ward has expired.
And they're in
That is
actually
so
behind.
cute.
They're trying
they're
to invade
invading.
on the double golem.
Scary situation for Detonation Focus Me, but luckily it would be 4 versus 2 once Rokenia shows up, so they don't take any chances, and Rokenia gets the duo lane.
So the key factor there was they were looking for the duo actually doing the Kogs themselves. They saw Janna was not involved, partaking in actually getting them down at all, and they just backed away immediately. They knew it was going to be standard lanes or completely swap it. They saw the Janna. So.
And everyone playing nice and safe in these lanes. The late scaling Kog'Maw, he's got all the time in the world to wait it out as Rokenia takes a page out of Zeitnot's book from yesterday. And the Gangplank netting himself some Krakens, I believe they're called.
Yep. Silver Serpent.
That's
Yeah. I want to know what he's going to max as well here, Syros, because a lot of mid Gangplanks actually have a preference towards the heal max, just max to remove Scurvy, so you actually have a presence in laning phase. Your spells, they are augmented a lot by itemization. Once you get a Sheen, doubles the damage of your kegs as an example, so you're always going to have damage, and just upgrading the amount that you get healed is very helpful.
We'll see what he takes as Naru looks to shove this wave under the turret. Unfortunately, Gangplank, not that much wave clear early on. Should be just fine, though. I'm sure Syros is plenty comfortable as the junglers look to clear out their blue buffs on opposite sides of the map.
And it's funny, because as a top laner, like, they're not that much wave clear. It doesn't matter, because Varus isn't a roamer. Like, he can try and take your turret, but top laners generally CS really well under the turret, so even pushing into the Gangplank, I'm going to say it's actually a bad tactic. He should look to freeze the wave and see how much he can deny with the ranged auto attack, and try and even starve out the mana as Asteroro gets spotted out top by a ward. So we'll have to see whether Naru can make the fast adaptation. and stop shoving into the gangplank, because you can see so far not working out.
Crystal decides to answer on the other side of the map by going for an invade, but no Raptor camp. Not going to let him take anything. Siro's trying to catch this wave as best he can, but Naru looks like he's content to let it bounce back.
Yeah, the immediate invade as well from Crystal, the second that they saw Asterore on the wards, has now found himself with an opportunity at bottom.
Rokenia forced to flash. Crystal shows himself, tosses the cocoon for flare, but that's Rokenia, no flash.
Yeah, lane pushing in the other direction as well, so all of a sudden Zeitnot, once again, complete control over bottom wave, and this seems to be their big win condition. If their AD carry can make it work, start zoning off farm, they do great things, but just hasn't happened often enough for Dark Passage to find success.
So yesterday we saw, I believe it was Tristana versus the Cogmon, and Zeitnot ended up having, I believe it was a 70 CS lead by the end of the game. How does Corki fare against Cogmon in standard lane?
So there's actually huge... I'm going to preface this with this is my opinion, but I think Cogmore wins like every single lane at the moment just because of the Sheen power spike you get on your W.
Oh, that's the Rory's here.
Yeah, no flash. Zeitnot brought low as he dashes too far forward. Crystal looks for the counter gank from behind, but he's going to find a face full of Asterore. Can they escape from this one? Seems like they do.
No, counter gank was not that ideal here from the Elise because Asterore was actually so very in position that they engaged the extra spells used by Dark Passage to get there to put down the initial damage was already countered by Asterore's positioning.
Yeah, and not only that, there was like 6 ranged creeps, like the double jungler had a rose because of all the extra
It's your favorite thing
creeps.
in the world.
Yeah, it is. I love creeps at the start of the game, but yeah, so Cogmore's range actually gives him advantage over a lot of people. Siros going low in the mid lane, but it's the Sheen. The W1 auto attack with the Sheen just means it's so obnoxious to lane against, and especially with a Janna because of the damage augmentation.
So the only trade-off to that is that Corki generally gets the Sheen as well, and Braum stops a lot of damage. So if you look at how the trades are going to go, it comes down to if Corki's Phosphorus Bomb hits, much like it is with every Corki lane, but to a greater degree, because Cogmore makes it hurt if you miss that.
Yeah, that's what we're seeing right now as Rydal takes some punishment from Rokenia. And there's been a lot of focus on this bottom lane. Crystal trying to gank twice. Asterore sneaking in for another gank himself. We can tell where these teams' priorities lie.
Yeah, well, they want to make sure that Rokenia doesn't get as far behind as he did last time, because we mentioned this in the last game. Unipon and Zeros did really well against the solo laners of Dark Passage. I think surprisingly well is the way I'm going to put it, although we knew they were fantastic players in their own right. So they've proven as long as Asterore can keep the bottom lane safe, this Japanese lineup will be completely fine.
The Asterore trading a bit as he takes his Gromp, and Crystal secures the Scuttle Crab. Junglers both on the top side of the map, but Elvin is going to recall action at the bottom. Rokenia still with no flash. Boss Bomb lands, heal is burned. And Rokenia, he's being bullied out of this lane.
That was a really good unbreakable, actually, out of the Braum there to make sure it didn't get the double knock-up happening. Crystal now stalking out Asterore.
I think the best part of that trade was saving the Phosphorus Bomb for the stun to connect from the Braum passive also to guarantee themselves winning that trade. It was the one thing we mentioned earlier, it's very important that it connects. Well, they have a way of ensuring that it does.
Scary situation for Rokenia as he finds himself already down a few CS behind Zeitnot and Rydal as they continue to put pressure on this bottom lane. They're sitting on top of a ward right now, but Rokenia is still going to look to catch some creeps as Asterore once again headed to the bottom side of the map.
And it's really important to note that the pressure's actually on Zeitnot this time around to win the lane. It's not like he's the Cogmore and has the scaling late game, so winning is just an extra bonus. Because there will become a time in this game where Rokenia and Kazu just do more with their resources than what the bottom lane of Dark Passage do. So they really need to try and put them in a 10-20 CS hole before the Trinity forces come out, because otherwise the Cogmore should just continue to scale up into the late game.
Keep an eye on Rokenia if he can stay afloat under the pressure from Zeitnot. Asterore still on the bottom side of the map, looks to play it safe as Crystal is spotted out by a ward near the mid lane. Roaming as best he can. He's still got a CS advantage over Asterore, clearing just a bit faster, but he's spotted out by a ward as he looks for Zeros.
You know what's great though about this middle lane if you're the Varus is you get so much extra gold from kegs. I was just watching that before, and Zeros places down a keg to prep for the next wave or to try and catch Varus back on rotation after ward placements. Naru just comes in, auto attacks at free 10 gold. Pretty handy, really.
solid. We'll see if that gold difference makes too much trouble for Zeros, as he does have his Sheen trading in the top lane as Udapon with the hunting guys trades against Elwin's Catalyst. You can see in the gold, it's still fairly even. In fact, Zeros does have a minor gold lead.
So this is what I like about Gangplank. We're about to see bottom lane get really hard dubbed as wow.
The equalizer last hitting.
Equalizer. So if you're Gangplank right now, you can just drop your ultimate, pick up every piece of that CS the way the turrets work. It's really nice to do.
And having that Q, of course, very handy for having the gold lead, even though they're reasonably equal with their last hitting. So, all things considered, similar to Twisted Fate in that respect, is that if you go even in lane,
you win.
You're actually ahead.
Yeah, and you saw he dropped it in the bottom lane there.
Yeah.
Ultimate now on cooldown. He goes back, grabs the Phage. He's nearly at his Trinity Force at only 10 minutes in. And bottom laners, even though there is a gold lead right now for Zeitnot, it's only boot, so shouldn't equate to much in the bottom lane.
Very patient early game. A lot of respect coming out from these two teams. Again, this is the first game of the day, and while Detonation Focus Me are at the top of the standings, they don't want to take any chances in the brackets and let Dark Passage take a second head-to-head win should it come to more trouble later on.
Wildcard is just so good.
Yes.
Every part of his kit's actually just super fun. Like, he's a great champion, but he's one of those champions that has the benefits of being great. As Bridal goes in.
Ooh.
They're just going.
Looks for the knock-up, turns on to Kazu. Here comes a teleport from Elwin. Kazu's low. He does have the Monsoon, but Kazu looks to escape with his life. They turn onto Rokinia. He flashes once again. Monsoon is used to disengage. You're exactly right. That teleport was canceled as Udapon looked to follow on his own.
Yeah, not even the flash used by Elwin manages to just straight cancel the teleport. So not the best positioning from Udapon to use that spell, but what I really liked in that trade was the way Kazu reset the fight. He reset it at an angle where he can maintain the ult, get the full channel out of it, and Rokinia can look to push forward and zone them away. So it wasn't just a disengage, it was a counter-engage opportunity.
Crystal shows himself bottom. He was looking for a bit of a dive, but Rokinia and Kazu well aware that it's happening. Play it nice and defensive. They're not going to be able to break the turret on this wave thanks to Rokinia and Kazu's wave clear, but let's take a look at Asterore on the other side. He's trying to find some action of his own.
Yeah, he's trying to replicate exactly the same thing, but bottom lane turret will fall down. They've backed away from it completely. This is one of Elisa's strengths, is sieging up turrets early game.
And
she has
diving.
great dive potential. She has a ranged auto attack as well. So, Dark Passage grab an early gold advantage.
First turret for Dark Passage. They're so far only about 300 gold up when it's all said and done, but more importantly, Zeitnot, he's got that 20 CS lead over Rokinia, and now Dark Passage looks to take the dragon as well.
So this is a big mistake from Asterore. Trying to get down that top turret is the natural answer to the push that was going down in the bottom lane by Crystal and the rest of Dark Passage. But because he revealed himself to be in that top lane, the immediate dragon afterwards from the tower goes down, and realistically he was better off just not showing his positioning. They wouldn't have got the dragon, and they didn't get the top tower anyway.
Looks like the slightly younger team of Detonation Focus Me once again having a bit of difficulty with the more complex macro calls in this set as they try to trade inefficiently. And now Dark Passage, they've got first dragon, they've cleared out that first turret. They're starting to get a little bit scary for Detonation Focus Me to deal with. But luckily, TFM have got a late game comp with the Kog'Maw.
Yeah, but the other thing they also have is just like a lot of control over the map right now, Dark Passage. So they can rotate the Corki, who's pretty close to the Trinity Force, anywhere they want on the map. They are going back bottom lane, which I'm going to question because it looks like Udapon's doing a really good job in the 1v1. In fact, he's up 20 CS. And, you know, we've been talking about how good Zeitnot's doing. That's monstrous for a non-laning champion like a Rumble to be able to get that far ahead. Of course, it is a soft counter pick right now to the Maokai in the top lane, but that's out of Elwin, who we credit to be a really good solo laner. That's pretty surprising for me.
He's even gone for the Haunting guys over any kind of magic resistance to try and win the laning phase, so that was a lot of damage. The fact that he's ahead in top lane, so that was really distracting. All of a sudden, someone loses most of their health. Okay. But the fact that he's gone for the double magic pen, he most likely will work towards the triple magic penetration style of build. But he's foregone the lane-based resistance. He's just gone straight into the damage. Means that when Dragon Fight rolls around next fight, even right now, if they look for some kind of teleport engage, it's just unfortunate in terms of item timing. He's doing well. The rest of the team is struggling.
Zeros made a huge mistake there with his barrel placement, but in the end, it'll be alright. Uses the ultimate to clean that one out. As they finally get the Corki and the Varus teamed up. This is what we're expecting them to do. Rotate around the map as a unit, use this great siege potential, and see if they can knock down early turrets. Because as we said, if Dark Passage get the lead early on in this game, it's going to be very hard to come back from.
Dark Passage looked to siege up in this mid lane, trying to break down that mid-tier 1, but luckily with 4 members and a Gangplank, they're able to keep it standing. Even Udapon walking down without a teleport to make sure, just in case. He's headed back up now. And Zero breaking that Trinity Force power spike.
Yeah, so Trinity Force number 1 out of probably 4 done on the map right now.
Yeah.
We'll see how it does come into play, whether the Gangplank is able to use that mid lane farm and his passive to great effect. And you can see Naru doesn't really like the harass so far.
Taking a bit of damage from Rokinia, the Phage and Sheen trading rather effectively, but Naru answers back with an arrow of his own. I guess the big concern then is that this game looks so similar to the one we saw yesterday. Again, Zeit not as a lead, but Elwind and Naru are a little bit down in CS. With the new team compositions layered into this, does this work out better for Detonation Focus Me?
Yeah, 100%. Their team comp is heaps better than last game, because all of a sudden, Udapon and Zeros have 100% damage threat. So this isn't a Raise the Cosmo comp anymore. This is just a normal AD carry with 2 hyper-scaling late-game team fighters in the top and mid lane. You can see Zeros is just continuing to repel the siege, and Udapon continues to build his lead.
And this is a really early siege by Dark Passage in terms of Corki's items. Of course, Naru's got that blue buff, so he's always going to hurt because he's got levels. He is level 10 at the moment, but they're up against a lot of wave clear from a Gangplank who has his kegs. And it's a bit of a battle, of course, to actually get the kegs off, but never mind.
Arrow finds Kazu. He's bursted low, flashing to dodge the boss bomb. There goes
that
the equalizer.
rubble.
Zeitnot has to jump away. Rydell misses the knockup. There's the ultimate
got
from
him.
Gangplank,
No,
but
they
Zeitnot still alive. And there's action in the mid lane. Elwin teleported in. He died, giving over first blood in this set.
Really good engage there out of the Detonation Focus Me lineup. We said, how do they engage on this? They just walk at them slowly. Turns out to be the answer, and it worked out. They're able to pick up the kill. Probably still going to be able to repel the siege with both Udapon and Zeros in the mid lane. And Crystal and Rydell need to be careful, because this Gangplank just does so much damage.
They're engaging off Naru, putting down all of this damage. But again, something that we're about to mention is only just now the Trinity Force is completed for Zeitnot. And that sieging that they were doing is infinitely stronger because of it.
Yeah,
but they spent all of this time sieging.
Yeah, that was a really strange call in the end. As Asterori comes in, helps clean up this last wave. You would feel that the siege cannot continue, although Naru still has a blue buff, so they might look to go with it. But no, everyone backs away. They've been at it for about 5 minutes. There's a lot of items to pick up. You can see Trinity Force was one for Cosmo. For Corki, will have to follow for Cosmo soon. And slowly but surely, even though it's 1 turret to none, Detonation Focus Me continue to stay in this game.
I feel like they've realized there's more than one lane. It was a pretty good ARAM while it lasted, though.
Unfortunately, no Poros flying around in this set. Dragon is going to be up in a minute, and Detonation Focus Me, dead even in gold, hitting some pretty scary damage. Leandry's now completed for Udapon. He doesn't have his teleport, but I'm sure he'll be prepared as Detonation Focus Me look to continue scaling their solo lane.
Oh, wow.
That's a lot of
514 damage out of that alone.
I did not know Gangplank hurt that much.
No, Gangplank hurts more, man. You wait till the
That was just a
Edge
Trinity
comes through.
Force.
Oh my goodness.
He crits with that. Sheen procs it as well. So, Tiamat, I believe. No, that's just the Q. Damn. That would have been cool.
Well, we'll see if Naru can trade back to Siros damage as he's made it out of the early game. Scuttle Trap picked up by Dark Passage as the Dragon spawns. Rumble has wandered his way down once again. 5v5 root up.
So Zeros needs to be careful here, because he's taking a lot of damage. Off the back of that, they might even have to abandon.
What is
Kazu
that?
going down.
Wow. He should be dead.
His positioning just a little bit off, ends up punishing him quite a bit as Rokinia rush for the turret. Equalizer locks down Dark Passage. They've got to stick to the wall.
And the Gangplank ult.
And they keep the turret standing. They're certainly trying to flash, but it's answered by Crystal. He's forced to take a lot of damage. Asteroid again dodges the knockup. He's low. He's still alive in this set. Let's see if the arrow will find him. It does. The assassination from Naru trades it back.
That's just a situation where Detonation Focus Me were trying to get that turret down with all of their being. Udapon's ultimate didn't cover the entire ridge that they were walking past. So Gangplank uses the ultimate again, controls a zone with kegs, but it wasn't enough of a zone that was controlled to the point where they just got poked out yet again. Janna has to use that ultimate to save Asterore, but he goes down anyway, so big mistake here from Detonation Focus Me.
They give up the second dragon. This is huge for Dark Passage all of a sudden against a team that should excel at securing neutral objectives. They're falling behind, and it's because Dark Passage, we mentioned, if they get there first, it's going to be pretty okay for them, and they've done it twice so far.
Have to see if Detonation Focus Me can try to play their objectives a bit more. Their big shot caller, Kazu.
He's waiting for the cue.
We've seen he's had a bit of difficulty with his positioning in the past. Certainly a worthy analyst as they've got the right team comp, but his positioning has been hurting his team in this set.
It's just the big question of how are they going to be able to fight from him?
Zeitnot takes a lot of damage. The straight
has
to the
flash.
on-threes.
What the heck?
He's got the equalizer, drops it down. Zeitnot
You don't need it,
dies.
Why would you flash when you could
With
just...
heal.
Depends what you value more, mate. I like my equalizer to be up.
The reason he even died there was the third tick that actually surprised a Zeitnot that doesn't actually exist because you're not on the equalizer, but he dies anyway. A bit absurd, but that's how he went down. Unexpected damage.
Hitbox of the equalizer slightly bigger than its visual.
No, not even that. The fact that it ticks a certain amount of times after you are on top of it.
Naru and Rydal try to siege in the mid lane, but Xeros, so good wave clear. Keeps his turret standing. Rokinia looks to answer on the opposite side of the map with the triports of his own. No mana means no Sheen procs, and he's going to back away from the rest of Dark Passage.
Yeah, they don't want to overcommit here, you know. Even though there's a 30 CS advantage in the bottom lane, 25 in the mid lane, with all the extra gold Gangplank's been grabbing from that passive, means that right now he's an absolute monster. You can check out his items even. BF sword, going towards that Infinity Edge second. It's definitely a luxury build if you are a Gangplank player, but once you get there, it works out real nicely.
The luxury is even that he can place a single keg over at the Raptors and take down 3 small ones for his troubles. And then just come back to that middle lane and get 6 more. So he is farming up a storm. The fact that kegs proc the Q bonus gold as well if you last hit them with the Q. Cloud9.
Naru's been landing arrow after arrow, and Xeros tries to keep his turret standing. Now he's got some help from Kazu, who takes some additional punishment from Naru. He's been doing everything he can to keep this Gangplank down. And while he is down in CS,
The machine gun already.
yeah, he's doing so much damage.
Desperation. Hitting the turret, tanking the turret for no particular reason. They want to get this middle turret down right now so that they can open the map up for themselves and start making some picks with the Varus strength.
Oh, they got the barrel, so it will fall down.
Yeah, this turret looks to go low. Asteroids caught.
Oh
The
my.
cask is huge, but Crystal gets pulled out of it. They turn on to Xeros, putting flashes, causes low. He dodges the arrow by flashing himself.
Teleport,
Rokinia
this is
takes
good.
it slow. Here comes Udapon. It's going to be answered as Elwin tries to get back in. Xeros lands on the Rydal, the
Wow.
equalizer. Manages to slow Rydal, but he gets out. Flash.
Gangplank ult.
Rokinia is going low. Zeitnot uses the heal. He's
Oh.
brought low, but he's still
Got it.
alive. Flash, he gets out. Rydal, the exhaust. He's trying to get the kill. Finally, Dark Detonation Focus Me get their first
Rokinia,
kill after the team
watch
fight.
yourself.
Rokinia's a bit overextended here, but he's still alive. Whoa! Might not be for long, though.
He's up against the machine gun Varus, but that engage again, it wasn't ideal by Dark Passage, but it was the right decision because the turret was going down from that single keg being taken from themselves. They're able to work around that strength. It feels like their team fighting is superior, but if they ever give Detonation Focus Me a chance to turn that fight back around, the Rumble teleport and the equalizer on the carries, he just destroys them.
Yeah, 100%. Like right now, Udapon is the carry. Let's take another look at Asterore. Gets 2 members underneath the turret. Straight away, Kazu has to reset the fight, and the Cogmore comes in from the end. That should have been 2 members dead, but it was just short. And then here comes Udapon. We keep talking about this guy with all the items, able to lay out the red carpet. Rydal has to flash in the end, and then Rokinia goes over the wall. The aggressive carry, trying to pick up Zeitnot. He burns both summoner spells because of Rydal's flash. Rokinia's flash. Rydal's also going to fall at the back end of it. But Naru, really the shining light. We mentioned the captain needing to have a big game. This Barracks is starting to really hurt.
Oh, Zeitnot might be in trouble as he tries to protect his bottom tier 1, but Detonation Focus Me destroy him. Utapon does so much damage. He's so low. He's tanking the turret right now. Here comes the Elise. She doesn't get the auto attack. He dies to the red buff. Shutdown gold for Crystal. It's 2 for 1 and a turret.
Yeah, 2 for 1. The turret falls down. Top lane going to follow, but Gangplank should be able to get mid. And right now, Chaos all over the map means that Dark Passage will come out slightly ahead.
Scary situation for Detonation Focus Me. Siros looks to answer. He does so much damage. The turret falls. Naru's forced to answer, but he does some pretty solid damage with his own.
There's just no real kill pressure in a 1v1 here from Naru. Oh, he's
That barrel hit.
not at the Infinity Edge just yet. Again, Gangplank has the W. He has the remove Scurvy. He's never going to die to just the Varus ultimate. But in a direct 1 versus 1, if the crits ever connect, Naru needs to be real careful.
Crystal's getting a bit aggressive here as his pink ward gets cleared out. Scuttle Crab is secure. Dragon 3 is up in 40 seconds. Dark Passage have finally opened up the map after a 9-minute mid lane siege. Detonation Focus Me are
totally
looking so scary.
Yeah, he certainly does. You can see how badly he wants to go back. They wouldn't give up this much positioning around Dragon number 3 if he didn't have a big item to go back onto. You see, they also sent back to Coldmore.
He doesn't have it.
Doesn't have
25 gold away.
Hasn't it gone up in cost?
375 for the combine.
I'm feeling that it's around 560 or 670, something like that now to upgrade it.
Wow.
675. 675.
675. Okay. Well, he doesn't have it quite yet. Asterore takes some punishment from Naru.
Some punishment. Is that how we describe sub now?
Brutal.
Well, you saw when Naru was able to land his combo on Rokinia from 1,400 health down to below 100 with 2 arrows and the hail of arrows?
So all of a sudden, unless the beautiful equalizer comes out.
Something like that. Oh, great chain of corruption finds Utapon. Siros tries to get in, but there's the knockup. They're trying to trade it out. Utapon is exhausted. He's not able to find a kill. The AoE zone control is not enough. Detonation Focus Me are trying to get kills, but Dark Passage are kiting it out. Finally, Zeitnot gets 2 with the AoE. He's going to be locked down. The cast from Asterore picks up the kill, but Naru's still alive. He's looking for an arrow, but he doesn't find it.
Yeah, 3 for 2 in the end. A great big one out of Zeitnot meant that he grabbed a double kill. But really, Utapon once again on the backline, shredding everyone. 4 members collapse onto Elwin, can't chunk him out. But it's just all about the Rumble.
Yeah, honestly, this Rumble does so much work with the equalizer. Cogmore's off in his own planet, destroying people on the sidelines as well. Unreal, and the most important thing I find is that Kazu actually completely resets the fight once again. So they've just gone, except for that, which is really good from Zeitnot. He actually resets to enough health that they survive for long enough that they find Zeitnot in the end. So all things considered, Detonation Focus Me. You don't fight them for objectives, but that is exactly what Dark Passage did.
It's not quite working out for Dark Passage when that fight is said and done. The late scaling Kog'Maw is now 2-0-5. He's still down in CS, but he's more than making up for it in kills.
Hey,
and Syrah.
He's got it.
Yeah, he got the Infinity Edge. All of a sudden,
that was a Parasol.
Anywhere near him. Does that.
He's taking a lot of damage. There's no flash from Naru. They are going to destroy him. Rydal gets obliterated as well.
Siros does so much damage. That was 2 barrels and an equalizer. And the mid laner from Dark Passage was, I think he said what we said. What the heck was that?
That's a lot of damage right there coming out of this Gangplank. But Utapon himself, it's just unreal. 1 crit, 2 crit, 3 crit, more crit. Dr. Zeus.
Wow.
Amazing damage from Siros. He actually nets his first kill of the game when it's all said and done. But
he doesn't want kills. This is the best thing about Gangplank. I can't stress this enough.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness.
1 auto.
Chasing it down. The ultimate goes out. God. He tries to solo kill Zeitnot.
So I can't stress enough on Gangplank how irrelevant kills are as long as you're getting CS. Because if you're passive, you want everyone else on your team to be getting the kills and you want to be getting farm because he does more with farm, they do more with kills. So the longer he can keep towards this 10 CS a minute, which he's doing, which is why you sacrifice the little wolves, you sacrifice the little race, because he just gets the multiplier on top of them and makes big bank.
And you know, the best part about this is the person with kills is the Rumble. So you look at their team fighting, you look at their objective control, if you look at Dragons and Barons, the fact that you have to come into not necessarily choke points, but there are so many choke points nearby, they can force you into them with the keg control, drop down the equalizer and the Gangplank ultimate, and everybody explodes.
Yeah, exactly right. You know, if there wasn't a choke point, like choose to walk through a barrel or an equalizer, that's a choke point in itself. So they can just control the approach every single time. And this is what we said. Detonation Focus Me, they need control of the map because as soon as Dark Passage are walking into them, it doesn't look like there's a way for them to win the team fight. Sure, they can get a huge flank out of Elwyn, but that's what the Cogmore's for, to destroy the Maokai. Everyone else has to run through this Gangplank, who's just getting bigger.
Scary situation for Dark
He's 60
Passage.
CS up with his passive.
So he's already upgraded his ultimate twice, and he's on 50 Silver Serpents towards the next one. So doing real well here, this Gangplank, to say the least.
Things going awfully good for Detonation Focus Me as they get towards the late game. They're looking
Actually, looks like the
get
Baroque
the
blocked
win.
it.
It looked like that, but the keg didn't actually explode. The first keg didn't explode.
Okay.
The big question is, can Braum break the chain?
I don't know.
It's not
If you're
projectile.
Braum, are you going to catch it?
I don't want to try.
We'll have to see if Detonation Focus Me can end up securing the win. Kog'Maw scaling. Gangplank scaling. Rylai's Leandries on Utapon. Seems like Detonation Focus Me, as long as they play the map appropriately, are going to...
Zynot's played against a Gangplank.
It's such a mini game.
He like prioritizes barrel over anything
Yeah.
else, man. He does not want to be hit by one of those, but the split push in the top lane continues.
Situation looks like this tier 2 is going to get teleported.
What's up for Utapon? They can't even collapse on this for a fight. They just need to try and defend.
It's actually really hard to do as well if you consider that there is a Gangplank pushing mid at all times. Naru's used his ultimate.
Aurora gets caught, but the AoE starting to
Wow.
stack out. Naru gets bounced around and destroyed. Here's Utapon. He's got exhaust, but he still
overheated.
does
Here comes
so
Zero.
much. He's trying to trade it over. There's a barrel. It finds sight. Now
There
the
it is.
equalizer destroys that 80 carry. Utapon is still alive. He's finally going to go down as Zeros cleans it up with a triple
Give
kill.
him the kill.
Quadra kill. Elise falls. It's a pentakill on the Gangplank.
And every single time I see this champion Hobbit, I get excited because I know they play at mid lane. And this is the thing about short lane Gangplank. How do you deny the man CS? He's 605, 70 CS up. I'm going to say he's 3,000 gold in the lead.
Just plain ridiculous. The fact that he can come into a team fight, right? Rumble overheated. So many things go against this team in that engage, but Astaroray plays his job to perfection, engages here onto Naru, makes sure that he is dead. That's the biggest threat of Dark Passage gone. Gangplank's ultimate is destroying them, and he comes in from the flank here, destroys Lightnot with a single crit, one auto, he's down. This is just where it becomes crit after crit, using those kegs. Almost gets the penta hit, not, there it is.
Yeah, and I love that he shot him, you know.
Yeah.
Extra 8 gold, icing on the cake. But he goes back, gets Last Whisper and Brutalizer. All of a sudden, what was a very scary Gangplank is now petrifying.
6-0-5. Armor penetration picked up by Cyros.
And he already ignores like
inhibitors down.
50 of it because of the barrel. Like, there's just nothing that you do right now.
Yeah. I think there's been better situations to be against.
Elwind is getting shredded down. He doesn't even have flash anymore. He just used it, tries to get a kill in reverse, but look at the damage.
Take a second to appreciate that that's a tank. That looks like a piece of foam that's just been like torn in half or something.
Cyros is gross. Cyros is ridiculous. Tries to chain another barrel off the Zeitnot, but doesn't quite
Yeah,
find
so
it.
fun fact about Gangplank is if there's already two down, you can place the third.
Equalizer
They're just
goes
fighting.
down. Astaroray tries to get in the front. He's locked down before he can make anything happen. But Cyros doesn't
They
even
need to be
care.
careful
He's
here.
looking for the turret. Naru tries
can
to
die.
answer back. Rokenia gets tagged. He gets hit by another arrow.
Cyros
He's low.
is caught.
Cyros is caught. He's going solo. He's shut down and picked up by Zeitnot. The rest of Detonation Focus Me are running
They're
for
caught.
their lives.
They need to successfully disengage. One of the other strengths of Cogmore is the fact that he's really good at running away, so they will live to fight another day. One more member, and that could have been a Baron call, and it still looks like it might be.
Definitely. Dark Passage actually making a very pivotal pick, but that was over-aggression from Detonation Focus Me, capitalized on very well by this Dark Passage side. They're looking to contest this Baron.
Yeah, I think they can as well. Unless Naru gets so many arrows out, it's still a very hard Baron to take.
Idle uses the unbreakable. Udapon leads the charge. He gets caught out by Elwin. They're bringing him low. Rokinia's in the front line. He doesn't get the solo. The Baron is going to be picked up by Crystal. That's Dark Passage, but they're trading kill after kill over as Crystal goes down. Elwin tries to kill Udapon, but that Rumble cannot be stopped.
That was really unfortunate here from Dark Passage to actually lose a member at all, but they did make an aggressive decision for the Baron, and it does pay off. Only the slightest amount of health remaining on Udapon, but he does not care. Time to do the Dragon with his team because they've made a pick, and now they're the ones in control of this bottom side of the map. Look at the mini-map.
So a good delay has been started here for Dark Passage, you know. There's still only 2,000 gold down. A lot of the gold is on the gangplank, as we said. So if they ever pick Seros off again, it's just so much that goes down with him. But that was definitely a force from Detonation Focus Me, and you feel that they will not do that again.
Scary situation for Dark Passage as their top inhibitor has been secured. And while they do have the Baron buff for another 2.5 or 3 minutes, I don't think they're likely going to be pushing into that gangplank.
Well, actually, this is one thing that slows Gangplank down quite a fair bit, is the Baron buff, because he stops one-shotting the minions. As strong as he is right now, Baroned up minions are just absolute tanks. Like, they hit the gym, man, a couple of times a week at least.
They bench a lot.
Elwin doesn't quite have his teleport, so Dark Passage getting a bit cold with this siege down the mid lane. But again, Syros is ready. Rokinia waiting in the wings. Not quite able to clear the wave out too much. I think Udapon got the majority of those.
And then, once again, the arrows are going to continue to fly through. And this might be the window they're looking for. We said they have a great siege comp. Black engaged on the side of, wow, Seros is jumped. He needs to go back.
This is the exact window the Dark Passage have been looking for. They can now siege, and that's the one strength they've got against this side. If they can poke members out, they can then dive with the elite
Right
strength.
now, they just need a hard engage out of someone.
Oh my gosh!
Where's the...
Sightnot.
There he is.
Oh, there's the equalizer. The heal comes across. Sightnot is running. Udapon gets into his face and destroys him, but Crystal shuts him down on the far side. Syros is going to be able to catch up, and Rokinia nets a double kill. 3 members dead. Crystal flashes the wall, but that was a 3-for-1.
Yeah, and I was going to ask, where's Udapon? He'd actually teleported behind them to cut them off. Made sure in the end that it was not going to go in Dark Passage's favor. They pick up the 3 kills, and now they're looking to break the base for the second time.
Oh my god, though. Honestly, that all started from a gangplank crit. I just wanted to point that out. 1.2k damage onto Zeitnot, and that was the fight, and potentially more than just the fight.
Yeah, definitely going to be double inhibitor. We'll see whether they can grab the game with it.
Find Syros, but he's able to cleanse that with some healthy old potassium.
Potassium?
Vitamin C.
Vitamin C, that's
That's
better.
the one.
Yeah, if there's one thing I'm not going to let go today, Dom, bad. I don't even know what it's called.
Bad comedy. That's okay. We haven't had too much in this set, but we're 36 minutes in. 4,000 gold lead for Detonation Focus Me, as they've got 2 inhibitors down. Dark Passage, not that far behind in gold, but how on earth can they catch out that gangplank?
Yeah, that's what it needs to become a mission of, doesn't it? And you have a look at the build right now. Think maybe Seros. He's still going damage, actually, in the end.
I'd imagine it's a Ravenous Hydra. Might be Zephyr. Wouldn't mind a Zephyr, that's a pretty good item.
Not bad.
Well,
See whether it's something a little bit more defensive, like a Hex Drinker upgrade or something like that.
nah.
No? All right.
It's better off going Gwinzus, really.
Rage Blade. They're going for the flank here. They've got
Yeah.
out Crystal.
This could be a scary situation. They do indeed destroy Crystal. Zeitnot is going to be caught between Gragas and a hard place. Rokinia over the wall is going to find Corki. He doesn't get the trade again. Let's see if Naru can find someone else. No, Zeitnot actually survived for that.
Only barely did he get out though. Zeitnot managing to outplay the 1 versus 1 there against the Kog'Maw, and even though this fight started with Astaroray knocking him against the wall, so a period of delay between being able to auto-attack and not, but he spell weaves to perfection, gets that pick, and now this is so much more difficult for Detonation Focus Me to actually siege. They're against a Naru.
Yeah, what they have to do is actually just wait up. I think that Kazu should have just burnt his ultimate to get everyone back to full health, because they should eventually be able to break into this base here with Udapon and Seros still hanging around.
Naru's
So
doing
it's going to be hard.
He's doing everything he can to keep these waves clear, but Gangplank creeps the minions up closer and closer, with super minions pushing in from both other lanes.
They're all going back. I really disagree with this. The double creeps are in the base. They're the members going back out of Dark Passage right now, and they give it up.
I think they've come to the conclusion that Baron's their way to win this game. It is now on the tables, 1 minute and 40 seconds away from fruition. And that's going to be the most important thing for them to achieve. They can control the bottom lane. They've got the Gangplank ultimate if need be to throw that one down. They don't have the teleport just yet. Isn't too far away. But if they can get the Baron, then Naru can't instantly clear all of the minions.
Situation for Dark Passage with double inhibitor down. They're going to have to keep Baron safe from Udipon's Rumble, from Cirrus' Gangplank, heck, even from Asterore, who's been playing excellent with those casts. Tricky situation, and the vision is now being cleared around the dragon.
There's a pink ward.
Nobody's checking the bush.
Right
Come on,
there.
guys. Oh, they don't quite find it, but they are going to finally manage to break down this last Tier 2 turret. Dark Passage are confined to their base.
Yeah, so in the end, they go back, they get a big shot out. See what they can do now. They are trying to push into the base. You can see Zeros still does a lot of work. Has some CDR for himself. Rakinia needs to be careful as he's up the front there.
Goes from Naru, raining down left and right. Doesn't find anyone just yet. Dragon's up in 10 seconds, and Detonation Focus Me are prepped and ready. This is their number 3. Was Cirrus just holding 3 members?
Yeah, I don't
On
think
the
they
other
really
side?
want to go into him though.
Yeah.
I wouldn't walk near Kegs. It's one thing to say, zone control right now from this Japanese side is just immensely powerful. There's no reason for Dark Passage to leave their base with 2 inhibitors down and into a Gangplank and a Rumble.
That just means a Baron, even more important than the objective now. We'll see whether Detonation Focus Me can set up correctly for it. They're pushing the lanes out. They're going to have to sweep all of that vision. Udipon staying in the bottom lane. I think right now it's just more valuable to have the Rumble with the team, but we'll see if he's able to make this split push work.
Yeah, Dark Passage are going to look to contest this. 100%
They have
has to happen. But Udipon being in that bottom lane, of course, Dark Passage are forced out of their base. Detonation Focus Me just don't have to touch the Baron. They can just sit here and play the game, wait till wards have run out, work around Cirrus, get a crit, and then let the Rumble poke around in that bottom lane. But seemingly, by the fact that he's recalling, he's going to teleport in.
Yeah, scary situation as the Baron is started up. It's being shredded through. Rydal looks to get a ward down. He spots it out. Crystal, can he get the steal? No, he cannot.
no,
He's
he's in the
going
pit.
into the pit. He has forced the flash the wall. Udipon actually teleports to join with the rest of his team. Goodness gracious, those barrels are scary.
But what? Nothing happened. In the end, Udipon uses the ultimate. The ultimate went out of Gangplank as well. They did get the Baron buff. They'll go back for one last shot. And you feel that from here, they have to stream through the mid lane, see if they can get all the other lanes pushing at the same time. And Dark Passage running out of time at this.
I just have to point it out. It is the tier,
It's
man.
the Tiamat. Well, if he's going to go one of the most expensive builds in the game, Ravenous Hydra definitely fits in.
Got enough money for it, that's for certain. So Gangplank is hitting almost maximum items. And I
Almost
mean,
5,000 gold ahead.
to consider he's got a build that expensive and it's not finished, even though he's earned about 18k. Most other builds, you're looking at, what, 17,500 to be finished?
Yeah.
So
There are some really cheap builds out there, especially for top laners at the moment that go through at like 1,600 when you have the Thornmails and things like that involved as well.
With Baron, Detonation Focus Me look to close out this match, getting revenge for their previous loss to Dark Passage. They are absolutely terrifying right now. Still very close in gold. In fact, even in gold, if you discount Cirrus' advantage.
Which you don't. So
you
they're
definitely
5,000
don't.
gold
He
behind.
exists.
But Dark Passage fighting for their lives in this set as Detonation Focus Me siege forward with the Baron.
Kenyon needs to be careful. He's playing front and center right now. Isn't really helping his team out. Naru is still an absolute monster. Once again, Asterore, nice and low. They should just pull the trigger.
Oh, they just did.
That's it right there.
Wow.
Naru gets slammed. He's going to be able to make it out with his life, but this inhibitor gets broken so easily as
That's tough.
Asterore and Kazu lead the charge. They're going to break down the top inhibitor as well.
And
They're
now
not
they don't
prepared
have
for
two
the other.
ultimates. They can potentially fight here.
Oh, they've managed to catch Zeros. He uses the cleanse to keep himself up. Knockup finds Udapon. Can they drop him out? Zanyas keeps him alive. The cast resets the fight just in time. But
Rokinia
is running for his life. Our Dark Passage winning this fight. They managed to pick off Rokinia. Udapon is caught once again. He's overheated. He goes down. That's 2 members.
Dark Passage win the team fight. You know, double ultimate used to get the inhibitors, but they stuck around. And in the end, Dark Passage made them pay. Asterore needs to be more front and center and just flash body slam onto the carries. There's no way that he cannot get in there. If more than 3 arrows goes off, Naru wins the fight.
And another big hiccup from this side. Again, the side waves that were pushing from this Dark Passage side needed to be attended. They could go for the second inhibitor as a maybe, but if they actually just controlled their waves before going in and before fighting, they've got the Baron buff. They had time. In fact, after dying, some members still have the buff on them. They didn't respect the side waves, but that crit
There it
is going to make you
Naru,
respect.
He's barely getting out of it. Rydal escapes with his life, but Zeros looks to be in a scary position. Rydal almost caught. Asterore wants a kill. He's
They need
so
to be careful
hungry
here.
for it. Scary position. Kazu takes another arrow. There's so much damage from these lineups.
Really trying to fight here, Detonation Folk. I mean, I should just say Zeros in particular, but he's trying to
Bottom
push them
lane's
away.
huge.
Yeah.
Someone needs to go.
I don't know why they haven't gone
That's
to
another
that.
turret.
Ooh, another tier 2 gets dropped for Dark Passage. They're able to recall safely, and with 2 inhibitors down, they take 2 turrets, Rokinia and Udapon. So vital to their team comp, not able to come and join the fight.
Well, Rokinia is all the consistent damage if the barrels don't hit. You know, if Seros is able to hit his combo, sure, it chunks people out, but they need the threat of the Cogmore there to ensure that people aren't just focusing on taking the barrels out before the team fight even begins. So we'll see whether they're able to, this time around, walk their minion waves up, properly siege a turret with Gangplank, Rumble, and the Cogmore together.
Come on, Minion.
They maybe even caught out the Corki. No, he will be back in base. So this will be a pretty extended siege, you have to think.
But they've lost their Baron buff as well, and this is the exact same position as they were in 5 minutes ago. The big difference is an extra item on basically everybody. So the Varus who hit that big power spike is only augmenting his strength by bit and bit. The Gangplank, who was already really strong, has now got some life steal.
They need to drop the Rumble ultimate on the back line and just send Asterore in. No one has summoner spells on the front line for Dark Passage. So they'll be in the team, but in no time, Gangplank kills the front line so easily.
Scary situation as once again Dark Passage are defending their base, but they won the last team fight quite handily.
Well, Naru's wave clear. So good.
Dragon,
That's why they won the Baron.
Bravery shield.
Dragon just spawning. Detonation Focus Me look to secure their 4th now. If they can't get that Baron, they'll at least get the Dragon. Dark Passage are still managing to hang on to this. As Detonation Focus Me cannot close this out.
Once again, they walk away. They give them the reprieve they're looking for. There's a tank in the top lane that's trying to deal with super creep, and they just cannot get through the wave clear out of the Varus.
This is actually a consistent issue that we've seen through all of the wildcard teams, with maybe Teeps as the exception, is when they're ahead, closing a game out seems difficult at best. The one time Dark Passage have actually succeeded in doing so. They got so far ahead against this side in this exact game yesterday that they could just dive.
Yeah.
And Detonation Focus Me aren't playing a team comp where they're just going to immediately dive. It comes down to execution of ultimates, and if a keg connects.
The equalizer. Unicorn does so much damage. They haven't been able to get any magic resist on Naru pretty much. So just drop the equalizer on him, make him back away, because right now his wave clear is killing them.
Super Minions finally make their way into the base, but again, Detonation Focus Me back away. They are not going to take any chances.
They're going for another Baron. Reset one more time. Everyone's going to have 6 items. All of a sudden, Cirrus's lead means nothing.
Tricky situation for Detonation Focus Me as they're playing to their win conditions, and they're practically chanting their win conditions to Dark Passage, who are playing around them.
Dark Passage is saying, just don't die. Just clear waves.
Seems to be working so
If
far.
Naru lives, everything's fine. And I guess a big question mark. He's gone for the Hex Drink. I like this change because generally you might say he wants to go for some kind of get out of jail free card. He doesn't need a QSS though, is the most important factor, because you look at the Japanese team comp, They've got a Gragas Janna, so they're a disengage, counter-engage style of team comp. Gangplank has no crowd control besides his slow. Rumble has nothing besides slows. And Cogmore's got nothing besides slows. So this is why it's actually so difficult for them to end the game.
Baron has been started. Detonation Focus Me burn through its health crystals over the wall. Can he secure it?
Baron's got it.
Stole the Baron. They're fighting on the other side. They've got 2 kills, and Dark Passage are winning the team fight. Zeros is still alive, however. He's trying to net the kills. He is able to take 1, but that was 3 for 1, and Dark Passage have the Baron.
Naru stole the Baron buff with his Q, I believe. Of all things, against an Elise, against a Gangplank, 2 smites in the pit. The Varus gets it. They get a team fight off the back of that, and 48 minutes in the game, they're about to break the base themselves.
They're about to win the game. Zeros is caught out.
Sightknot tries to bring Zeros low. He gets chunked away by the poke from Dark Passage. The inhibitor has fallen. It's 4 versus 2 right now. They're trying to end this set.
That's just unreal.
Zeros, now's the time to make the big bucks, mate.
Hit that crit.
Super Creeps coming
looking
in.
for it, but they dodge the barrel this time. One Nexus turret goes down, the other soon to follow. They catch Unipon. He doesn't have his Zonias. He doesn't have his flash. He goes down. Zeros tries to keep his team alive. He's dead. Dark Passage have won the game.
And what an upset after behind for 49 minutes of the game. Dark Passage able to steal the Baron, get the miracle team fight, and they get back to 2-2.
All it takes is one moment. When the gold resets to 75k apiece, the game is even. It doesn't matter what happened earlier, and all they did was hold on for dear life, work around Naru, work around that Varus, and they found their moment.
And this is what experience gives you. Detonation Focus Me are going to go back, watch that, and say, why the heck did we not dive? Why didn't we just drop the equalizer on the back line? We could have forced them off so easily. We just needed to take 1 more turret. We had super creeps in the base. Instead, they didn't pull the trigger. They tried to slow play it, and on the 3rd Baron, they got burnt.
You've got to imagine Kazu is kicking himself in the head after that set. He was making the right mid-game calls. They controlled objectives. They were getting there first. But when it came to the late game, they just ended up falling to Dark Passage.
So they played it slow,
Yes.
but they maybe played it too slow. They gave enough time for Dark Passage to find their way back into the game, something that definitely shouldn't have happened. But, I mean, I feel like it comes back to team comp again, is they had to dive, but their team comp for diving is average because they need Dark Passage to come at them.
I feel with the double zoning ultimates, honestly, they could have just dropped them on the turret. Like, Cogmore's range is long enough. Gragas was super tanky. That was just a little bit of a misplay out of the Japanese lineup because they did have these great zoning tools. They used it once to secure the inhibitor and then just didn't want to use it to secure the turret. They could have just taken the last turret, 3 inhibs down, back out of the base, 1 shot, push in, win.
Yeah.
Not quite able to pull it together. Detonation Focus Me now 2-2 in the standings, and Dark Passage back up to 2-2 themselves.
And Blue Side Curse gone. Day 2.
Exactly, yeah.
Red Side stay.
Yeah. You can call it that.
Yeah, well, we're going to toss it out to our analysts to break down that game.
Thank you very much. And what an insane game 1 to kick off day 2 here at the International Wildcard. Froskurin, I just can't believe the game ended that way. That was crazy.
I know, our producer threw it to us. He's like, good luck analyzing that game. I got you, Benji.
Well, thankfully we'll be able to break it down, but there was so much going on. That was an epic, almost 50-minute game, I think, towards the end. And Dark Passage showing some of that experience that they have. Again, Region winning the last wild card, able to bring it out.
Yeah, and that's the thing. When you get to that late into the game, we saw that both of the gold counters were plus, 65, 70K. I mean, your lead only accounts to so much. Once you're 70K, pretty much every single person is 6 items, and then it just comes down to execution of composition and what your composition does for you.
And that's probably the best place to start. So let's have a look at the compositions now. This is what we're working with. You look at the top. This composition was awesome from Detonation Focus Me.
Okay, yeah. So the thing that I really want to point out, and this is one of my favorite combos of all time, is Gragas and Janna. Now, the reason why I love these 2 champions, especially in tandem together, is because it's the strongest disengages in the game. Gragas Cask and Janna Monsoon. And so effectively what this meant is you have a long-range engage initiation tool like the Equalizer. You have this crazy upfront burst damage. You're babysitting this little guy. And if it ever gets real, you just press R on 2 champions and you can completely reset a fight. Now, how that works against Dark Passage and why Detonation Focus Me were in control for majority of the game is because they had very few hard engage options to kind of get on top of or to get past the Cask and the Monsoon. So how Dark Passage's composition is working is you're effectively relying entirely on Twisted Advance. And if you think back to the Season 4 World Championships, Maokai was a huge pick back then, as was Rumble, but you almost couldn't blind pick Maokai if Janna wasn't banned, because anytime Maokai gets onto the back line to try to deny a lot of that damage, Janna's just going to press R and send him flying. Now, the beautiful thing about Dark Passage's composition, though, is kind of this this layering of non-committal CC. So what I mean by a non-committal CC is a skill shot that you don't have to follow up. So a Mumu, he's committal CC.
Yep.
When he grabs you with his bandage toss, he's going in. Elise, she's going to throw out her cocoon. Brahm's going to throw out his Q. If they hit something that they like, they can pull on it. If they don't, they just kind of wait for the cooldowns to come back up. And Dark Passage were so good at being patient with their cooldowns, not just in their Elise and their Braum, but also in their Varus.
Yeah, and certainly a tricky composition to navigate around. We saw that Ceres was doing crazy things on the gangplank. The damage was there for the effectively triple threat comp here from Detonation Focus Me, but some smart play and a lot of very clutch team fights were able to give Dark Passage the win.
Yeah, so the first team fight that I really want to look at is just Detonation Focus Me's composition working beautifully for them. So again, it's about the reset potential between Gragas and Janna, and then the follow-up long-range initiation with Utapon's Rumble. So again, how this works is that Detonation Focus Me have all the tools that they pick when you fight them. So we can go ahead and roll this one through. So here's the initial catch. Now, the Cask is actually used to push Crystal in, but he quickly repositioned himself. Kazu now is going to say, I don't like this team fight, flash back out. I swore he used his Monsoon earlier. Oh, he used it at the very beginning of the fight. Here comes the teleport from Utapon, though. That long-range initiation tool of the Equalizer, and then Rokinia. Just the aggression to flash forward. Then even longer range initiation tool is going to be the Gragas ultimate that Rokinia is going to follow up on, killing Rydal and almost taking out Zeitnot.
Yeah, and that was the cool thing about the comp was that you have a lot of disengage options. They can get aggressive. They've got good range on a lot of their carries, but you saw them chase people for screens with the long-range Rumble ulti and then the even longer-range Gangplank ultimate.
Yeah, it becomes this weird kind of zone control that you have with this composition where if anyone ever gets to the backline, you can push them away, but then you have so much threat and reach with your Equalizer, with your Gangplank ultimate, and with your Kog'Maw.
Yeah, and all the isolated. I mean, you don't even have to be separated, but so like don't have to be isolated, but clumped up is where the Gangplank barrels and the AoE damage and the Kog'Maw single target damage, all that stuff's going to shine. And we saw that in a lot of the fights that Detonation Focus Me won.
Yeah, the terrain control, which we were talking about the blue side victory rate, which congratulations, Dark Passage, you guys just broke that streak.
They broke the curse of red side. And that's important as well. Not only do they have now 2-0 over Detonation Focus Me, but picking up the important win on red side is always good. We do have another replay though for Oscurin. Again, very back and forth game, very dramatic. So let's go now.
This damage that comes out of the Equalizer is just absurd. So here we go. You can see that the Band-Aid has already been laid. We can go ahead and start the replay. And it just melts a lot of the members of Dark Passage, but primarily it splits up the team fight. So you have two members of Dark Passage right here, and then you have the rest of them trying to get on this back. So Elwin gets back there. This is what I was talking about. John is like, Maokai on my back line, press R. He's pretty much out of the fight now. Utapon does go down, but this Cask is going to pick up Corki. Bam, you're dead. But again, just a beautiful Equalizer to split the fight. Maokai gets onto the backline, but just the disengage options and tools that Detonation Focus Me have to deal with that
Yep,
comp.
and same thing again. Gangplank ulti also zoning out a big choke of the river. Well fought. Zeitnot did a great job to actually get the double kill there despite going down. And he'll kind of come up, I guess, as a theme to the rest of this game. We talked about the AD carry player from Dark Passage being a big force for him. He came up very big at the end of this game.
He's so impressive mechanically. I remember watching VODs of him and seeing his Vayne performance in particular. If that guy ever gets Vayne, it's just devastating.
Yeah, pretty surprised we haven't seen any Vayne at all, but still some time left as we do pull up another replay now. This time, things are going a little bit better. Actually, still for Detonation Focus Me.
This actually, I believe this is the pentakill. So we had to grab the pentakill because naturally Detonation Focus Me. They're still in control right now. The gold lead is actually surprisingly close. It has been for the majority of this game. We can go ahead and roll this through. I mean, really, this comes down to just disgusting Gangplank damage. Again, resetting the fight. You don't like how something happens, you just press your R button. Utapon making use of choke points for his Band-Aid, but here comes Gangplank. Bam, there's the choke point on the Band-Aid to delete one member. Choke points with so many barrels and just the ridiculous... Oh, Saros, please.
He did so much damage. You saw his build in that game. 284 Infinity Edge, one of the most expensive builds in League of Legends. But he made it work.
But this is the thing that I want to point out. So now, obviously, our last 2 replays are kind of shift gears because Dark Passage did end up winning that game, and it's where the gold is funneled across this triple threat composition. That if Utapon is ever caught out, if Saros is ever caught out, Dark Passage have clear win conditions on how they do the team fight. So again, if the resets are burned, if the equalizer doesn't land perfectly, if he's caught out before he throws it, it's just waiting on those cooldowns. So Dark Passage have the advantage the longer a team fight goes down because they get more cycles through the Cocoon, through the Braum Q, through the Varus Q.
Yep, got a bit more consistent damage. We're going to pull up now another replay here. This time, we're going to take a look at the Dark Passage side. They are very close to death here. You can see with their base being caved in, but they managed to hold on.
So important to note as well. 20-11, but the gold lead is still super tight, 69 to 65K. And again, at some point, your gold lead doesn't mean anything. The only thing you're racing towards is your 6 items. So you can go ahead and roll this one through. Now, what's going to happen here is Dark Passage are going to make really good catches. So Elwin gets into the back line. Maokai doing a fantastic job. The reset comes through to push him, but the cask actually pushes him directly back onto Rokinia. So that's actually a big mechanical misstep coming out of Asteroid right there. And then from here, because the 2 resets have already been used, but the team fight is going on long enough, Dark Passage are able to get through multiple rotations of their cooldowns and to chase and force Detonation Focus Me off.
Yeah, and he saw the front line there as well. We talked about Maokai being an important pick last year. It's still been a very strong pick this year as well. Lots of tanking there from Elwin, even the Braum relatively tanky at that point. And when they couldn't funnel people through chokes like a big open base, you could see that the fights were much harder for Detonation Focus Me.
I'm really glad that you brought up the terrain control again. Pretty much Detonation Focus Me destroyed team fights when they were in the jungle, when they were on the Dragon Pit, making the full use of that equalizer. But a really untimely cast kind of spelled disaster in that team fight.
Certainly did. We have the final fight here as well. Again, very dramatic here in this game. And this Baron, they've already gone there once. They managed to get it the first time. Detonation Focus Me. They can smell victory. The base is wide open there on the bottom side as well, but we'll see what happens.
This is a gorgeous steal. I believe it's actually from Naru.
It is Naru.
On this Varus. But here we go. We can go ahead and roll the clip. Again, just the difference between blue side and red side is how you approach the Baron pit. Crystal does a good job getting into the pit, but it's actually Naru with the piercing arrow that picks it up in the end. Now, the equalizer is used, but Elwin does such a great job absorbing so much of that damage. And again, now that the resets have been used, that Detonation Focus Me doesn't have them available, Dark Passage are able to chase them down and play janitor around these team fights.
Yeah, and then eventually they move on. The game ends not shortly after that, but eventually as Dark Passage are able to win the next few fights. But a long fought game to get there, but they played very well in clutch moments, and that's exactly what we expect from what yesterday was at least the favorites coming in.
Exactly. This is what everyone expected from Dark Passage. They were the favorites going in. They have, I'm going to call it home field advantage, the fact that the international wildcard is being held there in their home country. So finally seeing them step up and kind of show what this team is all about, not just on a mechanical level, Zeitnot in particular, a huge mechanical ceiling, but just in their macro play to continue to keep themselves in there despite being down so many kills.
But they've certainly showed yesterday, and even in that game, honestly, despite the win, they certainly can be beaten, especially in the early game. Zeitnot in particular feels like a very aggressive AD carry, so when he doesn't get going, seems like things can sort of derail a bit. Not entirely, it gets a bit wobbly.
Something that's really cool about the Japanese team versus the Turkish team in particular is their kill participations. So the the 3 highest kill participations are going to be Utapon, Kazu, and Rokinia. So the AD carry the support in Utapon, which makes sense. If you watch how they play, it's all about Utapon teleporting and how he impacts that bottom lane. The kill participations on the Turkish teams, all 5 members have over a 75% kill participation. What does that tell you about a team? A, that's a ridiculous stat to have. It tells me that they're great at 5v5ing. And when things go right for Dark Passage, it's in those 5v5s. So it's not surprising to me that in a 50-minute game, they would come out on top when 5v5 is what counts.
Yeah, not at all there. So a great win there for Dark Passage. Very nail-biting towards the end. But let's move on to our second match of the day. And if the last one was any indicator, it's going to be quite a long night here, but a very fun one. Bangkok Titans, though, are about to take on Chiefs for the second time in this tournament. And the Chiefs are already up again. They do have to swap sides. They'll be on the red side for this one, but Bangkok Titans have not had nearly as much success as they might have expected so far.
And this match yesterday was just a brutal slugfest, just fighting, skirmishing all over the field.
Yep, so let's take a look at the end of that last game and just get an idea of where we're at. So this is the end of game screen. Like you can see, 49.5 minutes in, almost a 50-minute game.
The thing that you really need to notice in this screen is 7, 2, and 5 there on Radier. And more importantly, he got Callista. So we're talking about the blue side versus the red side. What does that mean? Priority pick, staple bans, and then terrain control. In this game, it's the priority pick, making sure that they got that Callista on initial rotation and then punishing the Bangkok Titans.
But I guess on the flip side, as far as the game went, Chiefs certainly able to get an edge early. Raider had a great game, especially in the landing phase there with Ejim being aggressive as well. But the Bangkok Titans are always going to do the same thing, but they are very good at it. They held on and fought until the bitter end against the Chiefs.
I'm actually really glad that you brought up Ejim in tandem with Radier, because I feel like what Spawn says on the desk is very true, that you cannot give the Chiefs Callista, not just because Callista is a powerful champion, but particularly how the Chiefs play Callista with Ejim, how it unlocks him to be super aggressive because he has the Fate's Call available to quickly reset his positioning.
Yep, and Ejim's been a star player all weekend long. But let's have a look at the other half of that duo lane to start things off, because Radier, he's had some struggles, honestly, in international competition, but he's been on form so far in the tournament.
And Radier is the shining light of the Oceanic region. This guy is insane. What, he had more kills than 2 teams combined in the OPL?
Yeah.
Yes, something like that. And he does ridiculous amounts of damage with his gold income based on the Chiefs. And the Chiefs have had such a dominating season.
Yeah, they have. And look back to his bloodthirsty ways there on Siva. That was something he was known for locally in the OPL. 11-0-8 was a huge game for the Chiefs there to finish off their night. And Radier, with Ejim in particular, on a big stage like this, the dual lane is performing.
And that's the thing. They need to continue to perform. So the Chiefs yesterday had 2 blue side games, 1 red side game. Today it's going to be the reverse matchup, and they need to find the red side win if they want to continue to play on top.
Yeah, you have to think they lost unexpectedly to Detonation Focus Me on that red side as well. So they'll be looking to get the win on the blue side now as well. But like we've seen, almost knocking off Dark Passage there for another game in a row, Detonation Focus Me cannot be underestimated. So the Chiefs, they're going to start with Bangkok Titans here in this match. Raider and Ejim certainly look for them to make a big impact.
Yeah, and looking across from Raider and Ejim, it's Moss and Lloyd. We've already spoken so much about Moss, his Thresh play in particular. And this is the thing. These are probably the 2 most bloodthirsty supports in the entire tournament right now. They're just disgustingly aggressive.
They really are. Potentially expect a contested pick there as well from the Thresh, but let's check in with something a little bit more fun as we continue the evening. Of course, the Oceanic team we're playing, clearly we're broadcasting from the Oceanic office despite the international tournament. We have an Oceanic hype train to check in on. Let's see how we're doing today. Kick you into it. We're on the rails. It's still there. Might look a little wobbly. Still good. It's still good. Making sure it hangs out there and keeps chugging along. But don't forget, we'll check in as the night goes through. That can change very quickly.
I have to curb this aggression, this enthusiasm.
Well, look, it's a hype train. We're supposed to be hype about it as far as I'm concerned. But if the International Day 2 curse is anything to go by, Oceania's hype train could be getting a little bit more wobbly.
We'll check in on that as the night progresses.
Well, certainly will. We'll see how the train's going. But let's get into the game instead as we throw back to the caster desk.
Thank you very much, Pacer Time. It's fantastic to see that the hype train is well and truly still on the rails. Does make a bit of sense considering the fact that they haven't even played yet today, but I'm glad we start with a train that's on the tracks.
I can't believe we started a day 2 with a train on the rails. What the heck is this? We're Oceania. We'll have to see whether we're able to make it work as the day continues.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Of course, getting into the first Oceania game, second game of the day here for day 2 of the IWCQ. I'm very excited to see whether the Bangkok Titans are going to continue the blue side win rate. Of course, 100% still. Actually, no. No,
actually, red side
because
won.
Detonation Focus Me didn't actually win that game, although it looked like they were most likely going to. I'd already prepared this sort of segment earlier on. I was like, yeah, we're going to talk about blue side. It's not actually going to be able to take the victory. So, look, finally done it. And we'll see whether the Chiefs can follow suit.
Now, the stats still look good for blue side, all things considered. They've had that 1 defeat now in the last game. So maybe red side's the powerful side today. Maybe the big comebacks is a big feature. But Frostgren's mentioned it earlier. The terrain's such a big factor. And you look at these teams that are going to be against each other. Skirmish focus, you would almost say red side's handy.
Yeah, it certainly is. And the only way that it wouldn't be is if you have to run through setup. And that's why Victor is such a big blue side pick. What I like to mention is that poke on red side is actually really good because you can just shoot over the Baron pit, shoot into the Dragon pit. It's really useful to be able to use that terrain to your advantage.
Yep.
And, you know, we looked at how the Chiefs were playing League of Legends yesterday. They had a couple of Civ games that were running over the top of teams, trying to get in there and mix it up. we keep mentioning that they've got a great early game, but their team fighting is where we've always thought that they're beautiful. They just win team fights by an edge. Their skirmishes, not so great. We saw that in the bottom lane 3v3. But if they can ever get a 5v5 team fight, it certainly looks like they're able to take it.
That's the big contrast between these teams, though, is what we have seen of Bangkok Titans is they like to skirmish. They like to force you to do things. 007, he is consistently in your jungle at every opportunity. And he's the kind of jungler, unlike Crystal from Dark Passage, 007X will fight you in your jungle for everything.
Yeah, and that's why Elise is so important for the Chiefs. We saw it in game 0.5, I think we're calling it, where repetitive invade was coming through, and Elise was able to repel it. And in the end, this time around, it was more that Swiffer got control over the mid lane, so there was no one to team up with 007X. G4 really needs to have a big game and try and shut Swiffer down. And we'll see whether that invade in your face Udyr style can come back out of 007X and he can try and control the tempo of a game.
Yeah, there's also the fact that Kalista was left open here for the Chiefs, and we all understand Radier's power on that champion. But I just want to talk about the fact that the strengths of this Bangkok Titans lineup, this skirmishing, this not necessarily 5v5 teamfight style, is exactly what the Chiefs don't necessarily do so well. And when it comes to the late game, all of that decision-making, the macro play, and the 5v5s, that's where the Chiefs are strong. So it's almost like these teams really need to make sure that they're playing their style of League of Legends if they're going to be able to take this one.
Yeah, that's the reason I actually don't think Bangkok Titans play well against the Chiefs. It's because it's actually really hard to force skirmishes against a team. Like, teleports into lane if they go aggressive is one way to do it, and that's how Japan was able to come out with a win. But if you're invading, like, red buffs and things like that, they're not greedy enough, the Chiefs, to be like, well, we will definitely commit 2 of our members to try and secure that. They'll be like, whatever, we're just going to leave it. We'll fight you when we're set up and in position. We'll use our superior ward control. Whereas the Bangkok Titans in a fight-heavy region, when people will just fight over those, continually come out ahead. And I think that's why we've seen a little bit more struggling this time around. Because last IWC had the likes of like Hecarim top, Shyvana top, and people were just swacking on with each other. It was a bloodbath.
I think the biggest thing as well, though, is the way the Bangkok Titans actually play the map, the way they play the game, forces you to either give things up or fight for it. And the way that it's actually working is, as you mentioned, the Chiefs just want to give it up. But a big thing to note is you can't give up everything because Bangkok Titans as a team, they do this consistently. They can't not do this. They win lane. They push lane constantly. They let 007 go into the jungle, and he knows that he's got the team to back him up or at least be on call and get there first.
Yeah, I 100% agree, and that's why I think it's where Bangkok Titans fight this game. If they're able to pressure Blue Buff and Dragon, the Chiefs will always fight for those two things because they recognize that they need to keep Swiffer in the game against all these deadly mid laners, especially the assassin players. And the Chiefs just hate giving up dragons in general. So if they're able to force fights over those two major objectives, the Chiefs will eventually come.
Well, we'll see whether they can do that, of course. The Bangkok Titans, they picked up the Diana mid for the first time around here as well. G4 really making that one look strong in the split push style that he is known for. And we'll see whether the Chiefs are going to be able to combat that because they managed to. Of course, Dark Passage tried to pull out exactly the same thing, and it was the Egym Roam show that really shut that one down. And we'll see whether G4 is still comfortable going back to that champion, which really has been a flavor of the IWCQ, or whether it's going to be something that they leave on the bench just for now.
I think it's a stylistic difference, though, between the two teams. You look at the fact that Dark Passage picked Diana, and the team's actually, the core shot caller is going to be on that Diana, and he was split pushing because they would focus him, whereas G4, he can do whatever he likes.
Yeah, that's a good
He
point.
can go in that bottom lane. He doesn't have the team to shot call for whilst he's split pushing. He can play his own game, and this is another potential strength of this side, is he plays assassins constantly. He's got the pocket Varus pick, but Assassins is his forte. The team works with it all the time, whereas when Naru picked that against the Chiefs, it was a bit iffy.
Yeah, it certainly was. And, you know, as much as Naru's just shown himself to be a really class mid laner, when it comes to Assassin play, I think it's fairly certain to say that G4 is a lot more comfortable in that situation. You could see the way they were shot calling. We already said that if Dark Passage is going to be successful, they need to be behind their captain. You saw on a control pick like Varus, where he can control the tempo through his wave clear, through his poke. The Dark Passage looked like a much better team late game that time around than they did against the Chiefs when they had the Diana. So got to really compliment them on making that adaptation and see whether G4 stays towards his Assassin, because you can say the opposite. When he was on the Varus, it didn't look so great against the Chiefs.
Yeah, not so much. But we can talk about the bottom lane as well. The fact that now it was mentioned just outside in the war room, this Thresh pick, Egym really going off yesterday, making sure that he's going to be known for that pick as well. But Moss, like, we haven't necessarily seen the massive plays from this guy this tournament just yet, but My goodness. You go back and watch some of this guy's games. He's so good.
1v1ing Radiant wasn't enough for you? I
Okay,
mean,
yeah,
like,
that was
as a support, wading through three people.
It was Oceania in a game. I forget the things that went wrong. You know, it's
The wading through the juggler and top laner, chain ganging the heck out of Radiant. Moss is a fantastic Thresh, you know, will be a hot
He's already getting Alistar banned away from him, Ejim.
Braum.
And Braum. The decision has to be made. Can you really ban all three of Ejim's 3 most played champions when
And
we
he
know
was
he
his
can
most
play
played.
more? Exactly. We know he can play other champions. But this is what has stepped up on the international plate here. Ejim's just gone big. So pick one away, maybe ban one. But you don't want to give the Kalista to Raider again. You've got all these other things you have to deal
That's
with.
what I want to reiterate. The fact that for Ejim, Kalista is the biggest pick for the support player of the Chiefs because he loves to play up and in your face, and Kalista supports that so well.
Well, it's true, but we are into Champion Select, ladies and gentlemen. Victor Braum and Elise taken away by the Bangkok Titans, and it is going to be Kalista, followed by Rek'Sai and Shen for the Chiefs. And Warlock now going to lock away their first pick here on the side of the Southeast Asians. It is going to be 007X's Gragas being considered, and it is going to be locked in.
So Thresh, not first rotated. We said that Bangkok Titans love to do it. This time around, they're not deciding to go for it. We'll see whether the Chiefs take it away.
So they usually go Thresh Gragas as their first 2 champions, but because there is an Elise and a Rek'Sai taken off the map already, they default to the next best jungler for the 007, maintain that early aggression. Spooks can play Echo if you'd like. He can default
I
to...
actually think Spooks prefers Echo in
Yeah.
the current patch,
So all these bans would actually favor him, but again, for 007's sake, for his maybe lack thereof jungle champions, they prioritize the Gragas over the Thresh. This unlocks the capabilities of it for Ejim, but there's always going to be the Alistar up at the moment.
Yeah, that's a very good point. The fact that the Victor banned away on the blue side here as well, interesting stuff, considering what Froskerin was taking us through as far as those choke points on the blue side of the map. But you can see the Chiefs taking some time. Only 6 seconds to go to lock in their first 2 picks. Maokai and Thresh are going to be taken away here. So very standard, not going to be giving too much away.
Yeah, I like this. They've already denied the Shen from Warlock. Taking away the Maokai is just another teleport-heavy top laner that they can use. And you also see the Thresh has joined it.
Yeah, and of course the Gnar could be something that Warlock can default to. Played that one a few times. Very sort of standard meta picks up there in the top lane for this guy. Not going to see the Lee Sin this time around, I don't think. I really hope we do.
I have
Yo,
no words
what was it?
for you,
Teleport
sir.
Smite? Teleport Smite Lee Sin? Was
Yeah,
that it?
Cinderhog teleport.
And you
Smite
just
Lee Sin.
couldn't work out what it did.
You can dream.
I seem
You
to
can
remember
dream
that
that you'll
being,
see it again.
It was this
It
big
was
challenge.
perplexing.
You were curious about it, I believe.
Wow.
That was an in-joke. I apologize, everyone. But G4, we're going to grab the Ahri. 14 seconds to go. Kog'Maw's going to be locked in, and there's the Ahri as well. They could have grabbed the Lulu. Interesting.
I actually like the fact that they took the Kog'Maw because right now you have a look at the Chiefs squad and they have a lot of PL. Lulu Cog on top of that would have been devastating.
Very
and
good
they're
point.
always able to rotate a last pick. And now all of a sudden the Chiefs still have to look at it because Warlock can maybe play it in the top lane. And
Yeah.
there's a kind of protect the Kog'Maw on the other side of the map.
Yeah, not only that, they got rid of the Ahri from Swiffer, and we were watching him play his first game as Swiffer. It was only first game as Ahri. It was only Victor beforehand. And when he was on Ahri, he felt like a completely different person. He was unlocked. He was assassinating everyone. So G4 can pick the assassin himself and deny that pick from Swiffer.
And there is a mid laner on your screen. You can see throws his head back in anguish. Another new pick. This is horrible. What do I go to?
Vladimir Nunu. Vladimir Nunu right here, boys.
No, thank you.
Mr. Fate. Lee Sin.
Well, Echo is going to be considered first up. 1 second to go. The Sivir locked in. And the Chiefs, unless Swiffer has put in the time to learn the mid lane Echo, it is probably going to be Spooks' jungle pick, and we'll save Swiffer till last.
515 as well, so AP Echo not as prevalent as you would otherwise imagine, of course. 516 is the patch where you will actually see more AP Echoes than you will now. Most likely going to be on Spooks. Is the only Echo player of the team as well.
That's a very good point. I
And
think the fact
Swiffer
that
takes
Swiffer
about
doesn't play
3
it,
years to learn a new
Yeah.
champion. So the fact that Echo was out this year, not in the Chiefs'
No, it was
favour.
only like 12 months to learn Azir. He really stepped up
And it
on
was
that
only
front.
after the IWC where we realised it was really good.
Well, in fact, it's still left up. Could play that one here, considering
that's
the
true.
fact that they'll have massive amounts of wave clear. Of course, Azir Sivir. Fantastic
Ooh.
wave clear duo. As there's Brad being hovered here by Moss.
So this team comp, if they do lock this one in, is very similar to something they have done earlier in this tournament. And it didn't really work out for them all too well because the execution has to be doubled up really perfect to make sure that N engage worked at all. So going for the Alistar opposed to the Bard is actually the best scenario for them.
Yeah, but you feel in a 2v2 situation right now, unless they get the lane pushing early, Sivir, Thresh.
Yeah.
If there's a bully lane, especially under turret that I've seen, that is going to be one of them. And we'll see what the mid laner out of the Chiefs wants to take as a last pick.
But of course that says lane swaps from Bangkok Titans already, and we'll see if the Chiefs can deal with that accordingly, maybe look for the standard lanes.
You
But
want
with
to let Ejim roam around the map? Are you going to give him a
yeah,
lane
well,
swap?
I invite you to try.
Yeah.
Given that the last picks remaining here, though, for Swiffer, he knows he's against the Ahri. They don't have a lot of peel, but they're looking more so to just dive. You could default to an Orianna style of mid laner.
So Swiffer actually plays Diana. This is something
He
that
does.
I'm going to bring up. And he also plays Fizz. So this isn't... Ahri's not the only assassin that he's happy to play, and both of them don't have a bad laning phase against Ahri, especially if you go for a second door answering. So we'll see whether he wants to go with something like that, or he goes for an old favorite.
Wow, Twisted Fate's going to be locked in. Swiffer even taking the teleport here as well.
You kind of have to. It's a horrible laning phase. You know how I said the other two have an okay laning phase? Twisted Fate does not have a good laning phase against Ahri.
Hey, but he can stun the target so that Ejim just come along and death sentence him.
They have a really good level 2.
Yeah.
Sure. Level 1's pretty good as well, but the Twisted Fate has been banned away from him in this tournament. The first time we're going to see that from him in the International Wildcard Qualifier. He's a very scary Twisted Fate, but he's also into a losing lane, as you mentioned, and G4's made the adaptation himself.
Well, that's actually really good for the Twisted Fate. All of a sudden, he doesn't have the Ignite to worry about. So we'll have to see whether G4 still has the damage to be able to get the solo kills that he will be looking for throughout this mid game, or whether Swiffer can just push out his lane, leave, and try and get Radier rolling.
Yeah, we'll see whether he can. Of course, I think the adaptation of the teleport switch over there from G4 is interesting because I thought the point of an Ahri in lane is to be punishing, is to be dominating,
It's not
trying
even
to
that.
go in.
As the game goes on, wants to be able to split push, wants to be able to have the kill pressure
Yeah.
throughout the entirety of the game. And the teleport helps your other aspect of split pushing, which is being able to join the team fight on the back end, but doesn't give you that 1v1 potential.
Well, we'll see how it works. Of course, Swiffer known for being able to move around the map on his Twisted Fate, make things happen, especially in the top lane. And now that you've got the setup CC of a Maokai, we've spoken about this before, Swiper and Swiffer have been doing this for years. This is the tried and true way to get themselves ahead.
Certainly, it's what they'll default to when it comes to team fighting. So you look at the Chiefs' team comp right now, this is standard Chiefs. They've got the Echo, which is a uniquely strong champion for Spooks. He's not known for the over-aggressive engages unless he's on a champion like Elise or Lee Sin, but Echo fits that trend actually quite nicely.
Yeah, it certainly does. They played it against Dark Passage, I believe, on the final game they played yesterday, and were able to use it to great effect. It's just the zone control it gives the Chiefs another option.
Yeah, most certainly is. We are going to have a pause to lead us into the game, ladies and gentlemen. So we're going to be getting onto the Rift as soon as we possibly can. We just need to wait until the sepia mode has been removed.
Of course, unfortunate having sepia on your screen.
It's better than grayscale, my
Yeah,
friend.
look, it is actually.
I
Depending
like
on
grayscale. Gives me extra time to shop.
Yeah, it sounds like a Game of Thrones reference. Sorry.
Wow.
Yep.
That was deep.
Yeah,
Anyway,
that was
so let's
too
get
deep.
back to the team comps.
That went so deep.
Yeah, so the way that the Chiefs actually use the Twisted Fate is that they will gank its lane fairly often. So they'll send Spooks into the lane to try and chunk out the lane and then send Swiffer somewhere else. And what that does, it allows them to push out before they do it, because it's actually really scary to push out your lane as Twisted Fate solo so you can disappear. And otherwise you just lose your turret. And they will be aggressive. Like, if anyone watched the finals, Swiffer spent a lot of his teleports underneath turrets to get things started up. And that's why they use it with the Sivir, with the Maokai, these things that can push forward in lane. So the counter gank is much harder to execute.
But to contrast that, the laning of G4 is super aggressive. He will keep Swiffer under the turret, and this is where the opportunity is available for the Chiefs. But keep in mind that if G4 is keeping Swiffer under the turret, 007 is then in the jungle of Spooks, and it becomes a lot more difficult to actually get a gank on the middle lane when the Gragas, when 007 is watching you and watching your every move to prevent it.
Yeah, and that's why I just cannot see a lane swap coming out of these guys right now, right? With the Nara, especially in the top lane, will just be so much easier to execute their game plan in the 2v2.
It'll be very, very scary. But ladies and gentlemen, we are onto the lift. Onto the Rift for Game 2 between the Bangkok Titans and the Chiefs. And I am... The look on Spawn's face right now is heartbreaking. But the Chiefs and the Bangkok Titans not going to be going for any invades at this point. I doubt the Chiefs would be going for another one. It was pretty heartbreaking the last time we saw that, speaking of which. Of course, they did manage to win the game, so that was fine.
It gave them half of their kills at level 1, basically. But
Yeah.
both teams fanned out to a degree. Bangkok Titans seemingly poising their bottom lane to avoid the bottom lane of the Chiefs because they do not want that.
I actually think they know the Chiefs were going to go towards the top side of the map, so the Bangkok Titans were getting ready to scout that, but then they bumped into the Maokai, so the mind games from Swiper, all of a sudden, they were like, maybe they're not up there. Maybe they're on the other
And
side
Chiefs
of the
do
map.
this every time as well. Raider just runs into the lane, and sometimes Ejim shows himself. Sometimes
He's
Swiper
dancing
does.
too.
So, bit of mind games.
It's just getting his reflexes ready. Of course, having a bit of a dance, loosening up.
Minions have spawned.
No problem. We'll see whether he's doing it on the desk if he comes up in the player cams. Spook's wandering around. Looks like he's not going to have any friends around his jungle just yet. Swiper heading over there, so we'll see whether he's going to help him out.
And it is going to be a lane swap. It's successfully achieved. So we said Bangkok Titans probably don't like this. It unlocks Ejim, especially if they give him another level 2, Rusty.
Oh my goodness. Are
Very
they doing it right now?
I'm going to say maybe.
I think they are, because they just let him take the experience from the little frog. Gold card already used here as 007X. Down to about half health, but him and Warlock are going to be able to take down this jungle relatively effectively.
So the other thing they actually did is gave the little Raptors over to Swiffer, so he's got the early
go
experience. Ejim's got level 2. The Wolf's going to be taken. And if I've seen any IWC play, there's going to be a gank mid lane.
Contrast that though, Gragas and Nara nearby, and Ejim has changed up his strategy a little bit to see where the jungle has started. So he knows they're at the Wolves, and if he looks to make a hook mid lane, he's going to be a little bit more careful about following it up too aggressively. But he's in.
Yeah, wandering down.
Oh
Death
my
lands,
God.
counts the juke there as well as the gold card comes in. Flays back, ignites down, wanders out of the way of the Orbit Deception, but he's not going to fall this time. G4 back to base.
And he's going to be able to teleport back in, so G4 won't miss too much. Swiffer didn't flash auto attack. You feel he probably could have secured that one, but didn't want to go too aggressive because he knows that Ari's got a pretty good lane.
And again, the flight risk of actually seeing where the jungle and top lane duo were before going for that indicates you do not dive, but you put down the pressure. And Ejim just doesn't know how to miss hooks. I don't think that's actually a part of his...
Reading the juke like that
Yeah.
as well was fantastic. Missed a cannon creep, so that's exactly what the Chiefs have achieved.
Actually missed 3 creeps under turret there.
Yeah.
Oh, dangerous.
It's unfortunate.
That's a big deal.
And it's going to push back into Swiffer, and you think for the next couple of minutes until he gets level 6. That's exactly where he wants it. He's got the summoner spells available to be able to follow up on another gank, although credit to G4, didn't burn the flash.
Yeah, it's actually a big deal considering that Ejim's going to be roaming around everywhere possible, making some big plays, getting those hooks that he seems to always connect. But as per usual Chiefs lane swap, we've got ourselves in the 4v0 like we're in Season 3.
Well, you know, it's warm down the oceanic region, so you're not going to be freezing all that often. So fast push does seem to make a little bit more sense.
That was atrocious.
Yes,
And it's
spawn
actually
and
not.
drops.
What? We're in the middle of winter.
I'm just talking about, you know, the thing that people assume. We've got lots of beaches and stuff.
Oh, God.
I feel like I'm between an arguing couple. That's what this feels like.
How it works a
Yeah,
lot of the
you
time.
are.
I'm like the marriage counselor right now.
Tell us how you feel.
No, please don't, Atlas. Let's keep it to the game.
Has been destroyed.
Well, 10CS lead for Swiffer here
Another
in the
gank in the mid lane.
Yeah, everyone parallel convergence is down. There's the flash. Spooks takes a cheeky auto attack. Phase dive going to get him to the minion wave.
Yeah, forcing the flash out again. If G4 had used that earlier from the pressure that Ejim had placed onto him, would most likely be in a very bad position, potentially dead. So, again, very smart of him to save that summoner spell moving into the next gank. But that usually indicates a third one coming up shortly.
And once again, Bangkok Titans didn't get the bottom lane turret. This is what happened in game point 5, where they bounced the wave and then tried to 2v2. And in the end, they actually successfully zoned Radier off a lot of creep. So we'll have to see if that is once again successful this time around.
Radier going to discover the fact that there is no support hanging out in that brush. Lloyd going to be moving away here.
Do you not like game
He was
point
looking for
five?
the jungler, to be honest
No,
with you. They
no,
saw
I think it's
Alistar
fine.
on
I think it's
top.
fine. I don't think I have any right to judge at this point.
You two. So I'm making a point here.
Sorry, Rusty, continue.
Okay, he was actually looking for 007 because he was the one without vision. They saw Moss in that top lane from the ward Swiper placed. So he was being very careful and with good reason, not just throwing out blind boomerangs.
Glad someone still has that mind in the game. Ejim waiting for another hook here in the mid lane as Swiffer continuing to push out.
Ejim's been mid. This is the third time now. Continuing to try and pressure G4. Swiffer still hasn't been back, but a lot of members in the bottom lane will mean that Radiant has to back away.
Have a level advantage here as Moss level 3 as well as Ejim. So Ejim, although he's been spending a little bit of time in the mid lane and not quite making it work out, still hasn't a level disadvantage too much in comparison to his direct opponent.
Lloyd, of course, not the primary carry of this Bangkok Titans side, so to see him doing well means a lot for this team because G4 looks to assassinate people, and if they can maintain that consistent damage, the reliable carry, I will say, of the Bangkok Titans, Lloyd, then they're in a comfortable position for skirmishing, which will come up with probably the sheen out of the Kog'Maw after this phase.
As you can see, Swiffer teleported back to the lane there, now has himself a Sheen and some boots. Destiny available as well as he has hit that level 6 mark. We'll see where he goes first on his journey. Teleport available for G4 as well, and he's keeping it, not using it to get back into the lane.
Yeah, so they actually used 007X to catch the CS, and now as the Chiefs members look towards the bottom, there will be a teleport available out of G4, so they need to be so careful if they commit to this. Viper also pushed top lane, so all of a sudden, Warlock has a chance to freeze. And the Chiefs, even though they took the first turret, can't get much momentum anywhere else on the map.
Which means they should force a dragon. Realistically, if Warlock is going to freeze onto Swiper, we don't know if he's actually freezing or just slow pushing it back himself. A nice hook from Ejim.
Yeah, Death Sentence on the Moss. He gets headbutted back to Ejim as the Pulverize comes in onto the Thresh. Spooks makes his way in. Destiny's down. Parallel Convergence not going to find anything here as Swiffer going to get caught out of position just a little bit.
So what they did is they waited for the blue buff to come up before they went for the dive. Didn't work out exactly because Moss was the split target focus, but they will be able to start shoving into this turret.
Yeah, it felt like they just wanted to put down damage and try and break some kind of even lane. It was definitely a desperation attempt in terms of how much effort they put into it for their reward. And Swiper's still going to be able to farm from this. So if you consider how it worked out, everyone still gains. The dragon is worth looking at because Swiper's actually walked down and will have the teleport to go back top if Warlock tries to push it in, and they'll just get the blue buff themselves. So it's up to them if they'd like to make an aggressive decision or just leave it as it was an ultimate, didn't work out, but I've got it up eventually again anyway.
Yeah, exactly right. So they don't really need to give much away. If anything, it gave Swiper a much needed level 6, and now he can go back top lane. And there is a lot of pressure on the dragon area for the Chiefs now, so they will think twice before freezing out that lane, Bangkok Titans, but this impresses me, the way they deal with the 2v1, how they don't take down the turret, but just continue to pressure the 2v2 lane. Just shows how much confidence Lloyd and Moss have in their laning ability.
That being said, at this point, 4 CS down is Lloyd, who was at a massive advantage in game point 5, if you remember, against the Tristana of Radia. Clearing out this wave quite nice.
And once again, you feel it's not really about the AD carries in that match. It comes down to what the support members are doing. And in that game, that Moss was on the Thresh, it was Ejim on the Alistar. And Alistar, whilst very durable, good at repelling ganks, doesn't really add much to a laning phase. And you can see that's been exactly the case this time around as well.
Raider's boot choice as well is going for that early move speed, looking to take down some turrets, or again, looking for a lot of rotational play around the map. So you can see from itemization choices already from Swiffer as well, they are looking to make plays.
Destiny's not available. Neither is the teleport from Swiffer, so they need to make sure they're in position for this. It looked like Moss was back in base. Dragon reset. It's going to be dangerous for the Chiefs. It's taking a long time.
Down to about half health now here as G4 decides doesn't want to use any teleports or anything like that. You can see there is a pink ward around. Moss trying to find his way in. He's going to be secured as the dragon.
Teleport.
It's not going to be found here as teleport is in fact coming in. Ejim headbutted back, forced to use the flash. Spirit rushes down. There's the death sentence. What was that charm going completely the wrong
Oh
direction?
my
Doesn't
God.
matter. Double kill with one barrel for 007X. Swiper forced to use the flash gold card to disengage his Warlock. He's about to be the Mega Gnar. They're looking for it. Arcane Smash is there. Living Artillery's flying left, right, and center. These Wildcards doing some work as there's the Arcane Smash once again. But Bangkok Titans, 3 swift kills.
Watch Gragas.
It took so long for the Chiefs to do that Dragon. It meant that they were able to brute force their way into position there, the Bangkok Titans. They come up absolutely massive. And I don't think the Chiefs were expecting G4 to go that aggressive and 007X to follow.
So Swiffer's mid right now is not even able to help in that engage, and they're just fighting again. Another teleport bottom.
Yeah, fight in the bottom lane. G4 going to use the teleport there. Swiffer gets the gold card down. Radier able to get some damage across, but they're quite low. Swiffer, no mana left, does still have the flash. The heal's down as well. Ejim's going to get a death sentence onto Lloyd, but there's 4 members of the Bangkok Titans here. Ejim taking so much damage. Spooks makes his way forward. Going to pick up the kill onto Lloyd. It is going to be Ejim falling down, but Warlock's quickly to follow. Moss now in trouble. There's the Z-Drive resonance from Spooks. Locks down a triple.
Spooks just goes off in that fight.
What
He's
happened,
the sole
man?
reason that even turned around into their favor. He took the Dark Passage to get into the middle.
007X.
For it, Radier, not even scared.
But again, the fact that Echo could get into the middle of the fight, not have to use any spells to close distance because of the Thresh Lantern. I can't believe they won a fight when Swiffer had no mana and Radier had no health or mana himself. But they actually play around, in particular Raidier's spell shield, perfectly. He saved that for the Cogmore passive when he was exploding, of all things.
And that means that the top lane will push back in Swiper's favor. You got to remember, Warlock was down there for the fight. Not a bad CS advantage in the mid lane right now for Swiffer, who was able to use the ult to get down there and the teleport to get back to lane. So even though 007X came up with the hero play after that dragon fight, Spooks comes up with one of his own.
He certainly does, Spawn. Dark Passage is going to get Radier into this bottom lane. Moss and Lloyd awaiting their return. As Lucidity boots have been completed by Swiffer here as well, so we're going to have that Destiny up relatively quickly.
Yeah, going for the ultimate everywhere style of build and has the teleport to boot if need be, as we saw him use before to get back to lane. And I think the fact that that one particular fight actually turned around in the Chiefs' favor, that honestly they had no right winning, suddenly the map has actually opened up in their favor through CS leads from teleports being used from the middle and top laners. And now they've actually got picks, so items are starting to come out from these guys, in particular, the jungler.
Yeah, well, most certainly. 3 kills out of the 3 that the Chiefs have picked up. Does have the Cinderhulk now completed, as well as that Sightstone, going towards some Mercury spreads by the looks of things as well. As G4 is going to take away a blue buff. And I just find it so interesting, the fact that the Chiefs picked that really scrappy fight once again in the bottom lane. They weren't thinking about their game against Detonation Focus Me, and they managed to come out ahead. It's what we thought that the Chiefs wouldn't be able to achieve in this game.
Yeah. Once again, they probably shouldn't have won that fight. Just want to
They really
reiterate
That's
that.
the thing. That's what Bangkok Titans, that's their MO. They win fights that they shouldn't have any right winning.
Yeah,
Understand, their shoes are on different feet. Charmland.
Swiffer is having a really rough time in laning phase because G4's picked up that blue buff and is Aru, so can pressure past the minion wave to the point where Swiffer's last hitting becomes under tower or very risky to do because you face a potential charm. Ejim, he's posturing for the middle lane. They want to catch out this Ahri.
Yeah, and that's why they're keeping Spooks there as well. They're just making sure that if G4 does push past, they have a way to make him pay.
Oh, Spooks.
That was cute.
Pinches the Wraith.
Of course he can when he's this far ahead.
Radiant with the BF sword doing what Sivir does best and making sure that Cogmore is just laning against a minion wave, not against a person at all.
And he's going for a very aggressive itemization build because he's looking to fight maybe not for the next dragon or not when he hits his real power point, but afterwards, shortly afterwards, when he gets the Infinity Edge before he goes, not the Avarice Blade style of build that a lot of Sivers actually tend towards. So looking to team fight, looking to be as strong as possible for his team pretty much now.
Well, he's going to go grab that Lich Bane. 128 to 130 CS, so G4 able to pull out ahead. Caustic Spittle not going to find Radier there as Ejim back into this lane. With the Moby Boost as well, so he can move around this map very quickly. Recharge the Sightstone on his blast back.
Keeping in mind when a Twisted Fate is even, much like the Gangplank we saw in the
Very good
last
point.
game, he's
Stacking
actually
the deck.
ahead. Yeah.
So I want to see where the Chiefs go next. They got the first Dragon. Does that mean they can sack the next one, go towards the top lane? We know what Bangkok Titans are going to do. They've got the Fade Sheen. That's such a power point right now for Lloyd. Even a finished Black Cleaver in the top lane just means that he's a little bit scarier because he will be doing some physical damage. And the Twisted Fate can really pick the part of the map that he wants to try and open up. But right now, Bangkok Titans are very resilient in their defense.
And I want to point out as well the fact that while this has all been going on, Swiper has built himself a 25 CS advantage here on the Maokai. Hasn't been back for quite some time. Has himself 800 gold in his back pocket. And the Chiefs going to take a free turret in the mid lane.
Working around Ari and recall timing to pick up a very easy turret for them. Again, a lot of focus from the Chiefs has been around this middle lane. It's been around getting Swiffer going so that he can impact everywhere else by being that Twisted Fate, using the ultimate or the teleport to get around the map. And because they've put a lot of pressure down there. Oh, nice.
Wildcard's not going to find it.
That was really aggressive out of Swiffer.
Yeah.
When you have a body slam next to the target that you're going for, generally not advised to throw that card, but, you know, makes it work.
Not pretty comfortable on this Twisted Fate as well. Understands that, you know, Swift on his feet. Understands the walking animation. I don't know how that works.
It's been banned from him. He's just a very competent Twisted Fate player. Knows his limits very well.
Yeah. That should not generally be it when there's a Krakus hanging around and there's an Ari. But backs are going to be successful here for the Chiefs as Moss is trying to grab some positional advantage, some vision around the map as well. Couple
Alright.
of pink wards to be cleared.
But let's take stock. There's a Trinity Force. There's a needlessly large rod as well as an Amp Tone on the mid laner. Right now, Bangkok Titans, even though down in gold, are absolutely massive and effective items. As Spooks goes in.
Yeah, looks for the phase dive on a Moss, but not going to find anything else.
Spooks will continue to be aggressive. He can afford to by having that ultimate. He's so tanky that it doesn't even matter. He won't really take damage. But
For the support.
whoa!
Yeah, Lloyd down to about 300 health here as the box is
Teleport
down.
behind.
Yeah, Bangkok Titans looking to find their way in. Warlock without too much of a rage bar. There goes G4 over the top. The teleport's in from Swiper.
Raiders caught.
He's just all on his own. Lloyd not going to go down to that one. And Swiffer's trying to pick up the kill. Doesn't get it. And both of the carries from the Chiefs are dead.
The hero play out of Moss. What an exhaust onto the mid laner out of the Chiefs. They pick up another 2 kills. This is not what the Chiefs need to be going for. Swiper, stay at home. Push top lane turret. Take the mid laner there. As now Spooks might be a bit caught out.
Yep, fighting a cow. Dragon is going to go
No
down
reason
1
to
point.
fight for Dragon number 2. They had position around the map.
And again, they're behind in items, so you don't fight against the Trinity Force Kog'Maw when you have the makings of an Infinity Edge yourself, not the actual item. Twisted Fate going in has a lot of mobility and utility behind his items, but the raw damage isn't there yet, to the point where the exhaust denies the kill by about 100 HP.
And once again, you know, they pick up a scrappy team fight here, Bangkok Titans. They get the bottom lane turret off the back end of it. They get the Dragon. All of a sudden, they're in complete control of this game. When this should have been the Chiefs really trying to execute the macro ability of a Twisted Fate, being able to teleport into the other lanes.
Well, has been able to pick up a little bit more farm here. Grabs himself a blue buff as well. The Chiefs still ahead in the gold. As Radiant looking to try and push down the last remaining outer turret. Ejim, that Dark Passage going to spot Moss. Definitely not going to find the mark.
Lloyd is just huge right now. 2, 1, and 3 on this Kog'Maw has reasonably close CS to that of the Sivir, who's got the Infinity Edge now, but did not have that for the last fight. So Lloyd's only going to get stronger from here, working towards that 2-item power spike that Kog'Maw's know and love. G4's got a Luden's Echo as well, so his wave clear is well and truly in place to match that of Swiffer, and should be able to keep that Twisted Fate down, honestly.
Yeah, the only thing that's saving Swiffer right now is a longer lane, so he can kind of stack the creeps, clear them all out, make sure that G4 has to do this, walk back to where his turret is. Because there still is the roam potential that can come out of Ejim. You need to be careful here, teleport.
Yeah, Moss looking for a pulverize. The play comes down, but doesn't find anyone. G4 with the teleport, but not going to get in there.
That's a lot of effort for a pink ward, I'm not going to lie. They really wanted that one. We saw Ejim about a minute ago throw down a Dark Passage in the bush and place a ward so that he could
Here
kill
goes
the pink.
Swiffer.
Yeah, looking for the Destiny. There it is. Warlock going to get Flash Twisted advanced as well. If he survives this, that's a lot of stuff down for the Chiefs, but they are going to pick it up. Death Sentence as well on the bottom lane here as the plays down. Box is there as well. Moss has to use the ultimate. There's the flash. Headbutts right here underneath the turret, who flashes on top of the Dark Passage. Moss with only a little bit more to go. Swiffer's here as well. Where'd you come? You were in the top lane as Lloyd. He's going to get taken down. Double kill for Radier and the Chiefs. They're all over this map.
Just like that. The power of this Twisted Fate, something that needs to be addressed
They can
here.
keep going, by the way. This is not over. Swiper fell in the top lane in the meantime. No teleport available from G4 because he used it to grab a pink ward. And all of a sudden, the Chiefs open up the map. This is how we're used to seeing them play Twisted Fate. Why fight when you can just take turrets?
Exactly, and that teleport being down was the big go button for Swiffer because there was no answer available. So they go top lane straight away, uses that ultimate to get to the top lane. Now he has the teleport, which is a cross-map feature of this champion. On top of that, his global presence is, yeah, I'm sure I'm selling it. Radier gets knocked under the turret by Moss, but he can get out to safety very easily. Swiffer then uses his teleport. Red Cards tries to AoE Moss, of course, but the numbers advantage out of this Chiefs side everywhere on the map at the exact same time just gives them this snowball back to above even now.
And what you have to point out there is how accelerated Spooks was. He's already on the Locket of the Iron Solari. G4.
Yeah, going in onto Egypt here, gets hit by the charm. Not going to get the true damage of the Orb of Deception as Spooks finds his way in as well. There's the Destiny. As he gets in on top of G4, moves out of the way of the spells here as Swiffer. He's going very aggressive. The charm lands once again. Warlock's here, and G4 just going to take him down. A little bit overly aggressive. There's the, oh my goodness, the W down for Spooks as he finds his way in onto Warlock. Death Sentence pulls Ejim over the top now. As Meganart gets a double into the wall. Radier on the backside though, going to take down Warlock, and Ejim says, that was calculated, guys.
He said that was way too close for comfort. All of a sudden, the collapse from Moss. This may not be over. No, he does back away. Chiefs breathe a big sigh of relief. That was a lot used and not very much gained at all.
And speaking of sigh of relief, G4 would have been making one himself. Swiffer with the over-aggressive decision. He waited for G4 to use that last Spirit Rush before he committed to finishing the ultimate over the wall. But by doing so, he also gave G4 a free way to escape, just save the charm until a predictable area.
Well, he just finished Zonya's Hourglass as well, so I could imagine wanted to get in there early, but the charm, the duration was just a little bit too long with the extra damage of Warlock as well.
Yeah, I still think he could have used it earlier and just gone on that spot of the wall to zone G4 from going there.
Potentially as 007X tries to take down Raptors, not going to be able to here with the face dive over the wall. Spooks, he's going to net him that kill.
And that's another example you feel of the Chiefs just getting caught up in what is right now a Bangkok Titans game. When did they look the best? When they beat them around the map. When are they falling down? When the Bangkok Titans are just able to take team fights, skirmish, all the little things that they do so well, like the layering of the CC, managing the Gnar Rage Bar. And if they continue to channel farm onto this Kog'Maw, onto G4's Ahri, it's going to be a very hard game to win late for the Chiefs because they're really ramping up now.
Yeah, the late game strength of this Bangkok Titans team, even the teleport choice by the Ahri in the middle lane answers the Twisted Fate and the Maokai alike. So the 1-3-1, Ejim's low.
Uses the flash again to safety there, was burning down, but does have the extra shield.
G4 use the ultimate once again. Swift Swiper in the top lane. Dragon is about to come back up. Mid lane turret probably indefensible from the Kog'Maw, and the Chiefs are going to lose another structure.
You feel like this game's going to come down to one big fight. This Dragon could be a point of contention for both of these teams. The Phantom Dancer
They
has
just go
been
top
completed.
once again. Like, honestly, they've got the Maokai there for the guaranteed CC. Just send everyone towards the top
That's
lane.
where their vision is as well. So
Never
they could
fight
actually
them.
just work the Baron.
Well, there's going to be a ping out onto Radier here, who is in the top side of the map. Second Dragon for both teams is available, but no one looking at it just yet.
Yeah, and the Bangkok Titans know, like they would recognize how the Chiefs play League of Legends. The Chiefs don't want to fight. It's not late game yet. Just continue to try and shove Bangkok Titans around the map, and the good response in the end comes out. They 5-man collapse towards their blue buff. They'll fight anywhere. This is the difference.
Yeah, Bangkok Titans, they just want the engages, but it also pulls them away from the Dragon by putting all of this added pressure towards the top side. And again, not only is it towards the top side, it's away from Bangkok Titans' vision towards the Chiefs.
Burst damage pretty huge out of Swiffer here, who does have his 2 items already completed. 007X taking a bit of damage from the Wildcards. The Chiefs trying to get some poke in there.
Medium also very low. G4 has the ultimate available.
Titans with the vision control around this Dragon area, sweeping out ward after ward as well.
And they're pinging out one more time. The Mega Knight, they want to collapse onto him.
The Dragon's gone. It's 100% going to go down. The Chiefs are trying to make a trade, and this is what I mentioned earlier. They're playing towards their own vision. They're not going to dive deep needlessly into the Bangkok Titans team.
Well, Moss just going to pulverize for fun as the Chiefs move, as you said, towards that top lane, towards more objectives that they can try and take down. You can see Swiffer trying to cut off the response from the Bangkok Titans, but I have a feeling they'll probably get there. So they're going to take about half of itself.
Oh my god, what?
Quarters. The charm goes in. Spirit Rush, of course, is now on cooldown from G4.
Look at the bottom lane, however. Spooks needs to be careful, but that's a lot of CS going missing.
Oh, nice dodge with the charm there as Spooks. Pretty tanky at the moment. Takes the Dark Passage, but going to get stopped. King said it looked like it was in slow motion after the cast.
Big creep wave in the bottom lane is about to run into the turrets. Chiefs are flirting with danger here. But they're just trying to keep the pressure. G4 wants to respond. He has the teleport. Chiefs really want this turret.
They should be able to get this turret. They had the pressure of their own teleports. They could have looked towards splitting, but they want to group as 5 members to take this one down. They've got a Lich Bane on top of the Twisted Fate, and they've got a Sivir who takes down objectives like they're nothing, but instead, they've shown their strength in side wave control. Now is the time for them to get items whilst they've still got the lanes pushing.
What they are going to pick up. Needlessly large rod now in Swiffer's hands. Righteous Glory for Swiper as well. They can engage on some of these fights. It is going to be Radiant picking up that Vampiric Scepter, looking to keep himself alive in the skirmishes as well. Continued to have a bit of a CS advantage. Now 3-1 and 3 on the Sivir.
There's just magic damage everywhere else on the team, so it's very hard for Warlock to go an aggressive item first and then straight away into magic, into armor. So Radier quite confident the fact that he's going to get a Bloodthirster before he has to go for that last Whisper. And we're going to see now whether the Chiefs can continue to shove around the map. Honestly, Bangkok Titans have shown that they're no stranger to this macro gameplay. They're rotating around very nicely, making sure they're sending the Ahri elsewhere, and she can respond really quickly with the teleport. That's why I like having a teleport mid lane, because all of a sudden your initiator, your big tanky front line, he doesn't have to leave the team. It's an Ahri that shoves out the wave really quickly and then can join back up.
G4, it seems like no matter what champion he's on, he's going to be inside.
They really want him. They really want him. They're keeping Swiper there. Swiffer is also there. Righteous Glory, they're going in.
Yeah, Destiny's being popped into the bottom lane here as G4. Yep, he's so dead.
There is no way for him to split push against this Twisted Fate if there is another member available. The assassination out of a Twisted Fate, if there's reliable crowd control to ensure the gold card, if the charm can't disrupt everything, it's just ridiculous. His damage needs to be respected right now from Bangkok Titans.
And the way they used to describe it, and I know I'm going to get the names wrong here, it's deliberate, is Twisted Fate is Swiper's favorite mid laner as they go again.
Yeah, Warlock looking to build up that rage as well. 007X doesn't get the flash body slam as Swiper trying to trade his life for his mid laner. Oh, it's beautiful to watch. The Bangkok Titans take down the tree.
But they get 2 turrets for it. In the end, the Chiefs come out huge. They trade 1 for 1, get 2 turrets. Unless Bangkok Titans can pull the miracle and grab a Baron in the 30 seconds that Swiper is down, definitely a 1 trade there for the Chiefs.
And they've still got control of the Baron pit area. The Chiefs have not left this area, and Bangkok Titans, they've got wards down. It's not enough to say, we made a pick, go to the Baron.
Yeah, and trees are going to fall as well. You know, can't save every single one of them.
But I can try out.
Certainly can. Lloyd going to take himself down. Some Raptors here. Other side of the Rift is going to be Spooks doing the same. So the Chiefs now looking for their next point of contact. They've got a lot of deep wards here on the top side of the Bangkok Titans jungle. See whether that means anything to do with the battle.
Or whether they once again fish to the pick with the double teleporters.
Yeah.
See whether they can use the Destiny to get on top of G4, because you feel if they can continue to chip him down, he's so much of their damage right now. Sure, Cogmore's massive, especially as soon as he finishes up that Phantom Dancer, but G4 is the only real threat to Radier as these fights continue.
Yeah, so Warlock should be the one split pushing then. He's the one that has stacked magic resistance to deal with Maokai. It's harder to kill them if Swiffer comes to the bottom lane. At the very least, Warlock will live for an extra second.
I can't get over how tanky Spooks is.
He's so big. 3-1 and 3 now as well. Locket of the Iron Slari completed. Almost a Bloodthirster there for Radier. Yeah, 2 and 3 for Radier as well. Copying one another.
We'll see now where the Chiefs want to fight. Looks like they're trying to control the bottom side of the map. They want to stop Dragon.
Dangerous prospect to consider here, though, from the Chiefs. If they get caught out of position, Bangkok Titans have got the inside lane towards this turret, so thankfully they get to safety, but really, they're in a point where they can be basically at a power point. Lloyd has gone towards the Phantom Dash.
Yeah, Lloyd's massive.
Parallel conversions could be used here by Spooks just to deter the Bangkok Titans.
Once again, G4's a split pusher. I like the fact that he can clear lanes. Don't get me wrong, if the Chiefs set up a siege, G4 should go deal with it. If it's on the other side, it should be the Bangkok Titans mid laner with his team, and Warlock can teleport in because he can manage that rage bar. Right now, it's just so risky. Every time you send the Ahri, Twisted Fate can show up and just sniper off the map.
Yeah, the engage becomes predictable as well, as you can see the Gnar managing his own rage. You know when it starts to cap out, Moss will be the one to go in, so you can be very particular about when you're going to fight. And if there's one thing we can consider from this game now is that Chiefs don't want to fight unless it's on their own terms.
Exactly right. They just want to keep taking turrets. It's going to take so long.
Yeah.
Wow.
Showing his dominance is the alpha bull.
Interesting one. Just likes having
Chiefs are going to shove out mid lane and see if they can get the top lane turret. You can see Swiper doing the same thing simultaneously.
They don't know that he ulted at least.
Oh, parallel convergence. There's the death sentence onto G4. Man, is that skill aptly dangerous. The Gnar is onto both of the tanky members of the Chiefs. Back he goes. In there is the Echo as the gold card's down. Lloyd gets exploded on the backline. Swiffer grabs his first kill. Moss wishes he had an ultimate. Just going to rampage his way up the mid lane to stop that creep wave. And the Chiefs think, yeah, we're grabbing Baron.
Yeah, Ejim, the only person to fall. They're going for the Baron. This is still risky. 20 seconds on G4 and teleport is available. We'll see whether they can get it done in time.
And no summoner spells with the Cogmore, though, when he comes back up and he doesn't have himself a teleport. Moss, he's heading his way back to base. No vision, and this is going to be the Baron for the Chiefs.
This should be the Baron, and on the back of a smart play, they worked around a pick off the Echo Power with a Thresh Hook. They've got a Twisted Fate stun, so they've got a lot of guaranteed pick to make as long as they have vision.
There was a pink ward in that brush. That was completely blind.
Oh no, the hook was, no, there's a ward in the Raptor camp,
yeah, I'm still
so it was very easy to predict timing. It was about a 2-second window. You just aim where there's three members.
Let me be impressed.
Sorry, I'm justifying things too much. My bad.
So let's take another look at it. No ward in the Raptor camp. I can't see one. It was on the other side of the river. So we'll see whether after this impressive display from the Chiefs, the Bangkok Titans can hit back. That was Swiffer on the back line. All of a sudden, Lloyd probably wishing that Phantom Dancer was a QSS because he is quite far ahead. And he needs to make sure that he can put out consistent damage. And that's a frozen heart from Moss. Once again, really have to disagree with that itemization. Swiffer, though.
Yeah, he might be taken down here. There's the Zonyas as Spooks finds his way in. He's going to have the phase dive, and Swiffer flashes out of the way of the true damage.
Yeah. Ejim in some trouble as well. Radiant trying to help out his support.
In he goes with the death sentence. Acathian Surprise will probably be able to take down the threat. But Moss might be in trouble. Double teleports coming in here as Swiper going to be able to help out his AD carry. G4 comes around, but my goodness, loses half of his health from the Bloodthirster on this Sivir.
And that is honestly the most worth trade that they could have gotten. The fact that Swiffer lived in the 1v1, uses the Zonyas on that last Spirit Rush from G4, flashes out of the queue, and gets the safety to teleport back in to help his team one more time. Working wonders for this team because they've got that Baron buff. Top's already been pushing. Swiper's postured for it.
They probably get one card on the turret here though because they are back available. They don't even get that. They need to run.
Yeah, Bangkok Titans are going to be able to pressure them away from this one. So Baron buff hasn't necessarily been utilized completely here, but it's a 7,000 gold lead for the Chiefs. Still definitely in control. The Dragons might be a place where the Bangkok Titans can still try and claim themselves a win condition, but 007X, he could be in a bunch of trouble. Wildcard's coming in. Radiant just crits his face off. G4 off to the backside, does have the Spirit Rush gold card. Not going to find him just yet. So many skill shots following this Fox Lady as Death Sentence doesn't find the mark either. Staying thematically correct is Ejim with how that one went. And there's the Destiny Swiffer actually right on top of Moss, who does have the ultimate this time around. Zonya's back off cooldown. There's Moss.
Oh my God,
Gonna
Swiffer.
have that one run out. Boydoo's not going to find Swiffer. Kathy and Surprise going to explode onto the Twisted Fate as he gets taken down. But Warlock going to be the next focus here as Spooks going to get the speed up. And man, that Gnar does not look like the tank that they need at the moment.
And all they need to do is protect the flanks, make sure G4 can't get in, and this should be the base broken for the Chiefs.
Whoa, my
Egypt
goodness.
just missing a hook.
Nice spell shield there as well. Oh, Explosive Cask actually going to get the minions out of the way here as
Swiper's
G4 might need to be a bit careful as Swiper trying to do what he can. They break the base. The inhibitor now is going to be the focus. Swiper can't really do too much here.
G4 's in
G4
trouble
is trying
here.
really hard.
Yeah, G4 actually so much
They
damage.
need to get out of the base. Everyone's respawned. Teleport is available for Warlock. This is dangerous.
Yep, heal is actually going to be popped here as there's the headbutt pulverized. Exhaust is down under Radier, avoids the skill shots from G4 as Radier trying his very best to try and get on top, but the shutdown comes in for the Ahri.
Now, there's no Baron available to be taken, but they're getting some picks and getting some control back on the map. Most of this game has come down to who makes the better pick at the better time, and so far it's been the Chiefs, but Bangkok Titans, they bite back one more time, and they get the pick that they're looking for. This Ahri is playing hyper-aggressive, and with a build like that, it's always a flight risk, but he's skirting around the edges to perfection.
Yeah, he certainly is. He played that inhibitor fight so well there, G4. Been loving watching him go up against the mid laners at this IWCQ tournament. But once again, Lloyd just not positioning very well. 007X getting caught out. Their vision control is letting them down. Bangkok Titans, if they ever get a fair team fight, they're still going to win it. But the Chiefs trying to not make it happen.
I just don't get why he's gone for a Phantom Dancer. Spawn?
So Phantom Dancer is actually technically a higher DPS item if your W is up.
Yeah, but he needed a QSS.
He did. He's got one now.
Yeah, but he didn't. And they lost a lot when he didn't.
He certainly did. I question the order as well. I really question the order as well. I'm actually with Rusty on this one, just because Kog'Maw does such high damage through his kit, through the Sheen proc. He doesn't really need all these overloaded items. Sure, he hyperscales off them, but being able to stay safe on that backline would have been much more appropriate. Once again, the Chiefs don't really give a damn that the Dragon's up. They just want to keep pushing into the base.
Yeah, keeping in mind Swiffer doesn't even have his teleport right now. It's just the ultimate, so he cannot close this entire distance yet. Might be mind gaming, but the fact that there's no inhibitor means
Swiper can.
he's looking for a Nexus or something here, really, Swiffer.
Yeah, Spooks is finding his way in here as well. Might be able to steal that one away. Not going to grab it. Chrono Break's going to get Spooks out to
And
safety.
now can they stop the backs?
Yeah, that is a very good point. Oh, Raider actually blowing the
Warlock's
ultimate
gone.
here as well. Takes the Dark Passage.
They got-
Lloyd!
Oh.
My goodness, there's the flash body slam though. It's Radiant with a fantastic spell shield. Moss going to get over the wall as Lloyd. What the heck? Where has Radiant been? That crit was ridiculous as G4
Swiffer's winning the
finds
game.
his way in. Yeah, Swiffer
The
is just going to
Nexus.
take down the Nexus. And look, this is what Detonation Focus Me needed to remember. That you win League of Legends by killing the Nexus.
And the Chiefs do exactly that. They somehow, they fight for the Dragon. Bangkok Titans, what were you thinking?
And this is
I
what
don't
we
know.
expected teams to do against the Bangkok Titans. Look how well they team fight. Cannot stress that enough. But the Chiefs just said, we don't care. We're going for the Nexus.
I think you said this perfectly, though, is Detonation Focus Me can take some notes down from that game. You win the game by killing the Nexus.
And that's what they hard committed on. You know, they even threw Raider to the Wolves. Never thought they would see that happen. Chiefs shake hands with the Bangkok Titans. Move up to 2-1. 3-1 now?
3-1.
3-1.
Yeah, so clear top of the table.
And I want to see the update on the hype train.
And
that's what I really want to
Two
see.
red side victories.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, exactly. So maybe we're switching polarity?
Yeah, today's a red side day. Yesterday
I
was a
was
blue
feeling
side
pretty
day.
red today, yeah.
Feeling red?
Yep.
Okay, well, I dress in blue today, and all of a sudden it's just the wrong way around.
I can't really say anything. I'm wearing blue.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
red side day. Yay.
Yeah, we're not really celebrating this one correctly here, but congratulations to the Chiefs, and it was just better decision-making at the end of the game, and Bangkok Titans weren't expecting just to flat-out lose.
Yeah, at the end of the day, you could see exactly what they were setting up for. As soon as they got that first dragon, they didn't want to hard commit to it anymore because it was no longer on the clock. And every single time dragon was up, it was just what can we get while they commit to it? Because they know that is where Bangkok Titans expect the Chiefs to be. Instead, Chiefs rotate well around the map. And this is what we said. Bangkok Titans need to force Chiefs to fight them. If it's ever a game where the Chiefs feel like they can run around the map, it's just going to go in their favor.
Yeah, and what I really love to see from the Chiefs here as well is the fact that IWCI that happened a few months ago, the Chiefs, they looked like they were being dictated to. They weren't sort of getting a step ahead of their opponents. This time, they are thinking about what's going on. They're avoiding dragon fights. They're moving around the map. Otherwise, they're doing not what is expected of them on the Rift, despite like even further on from just being able to lane swap this time around.
And so this is what I would almost call China-esque of them, is that they're trading. They're not just fighting for things. Bangkok Titans, they're a side that want to fight for things. So the adaptation has been put in place by this Chiefs side, and they look really refined today.
Yeah, they most certainly do. But to hear a little bit more about that game and to go through some of those sweet plays, let's throw it out to the war room.
Thank you so much, guys. And a great set from the Chiefs. What a backdoor ending. I cannot believe he actually got on the Nexus by himself and won.
Yeah, went full X-Packy at the very end of it, though. We've seen Swiffer's Twisted Fate do some pretty fun stuff locally with split pushing and shenanigans, but on an international stage, it's been banned from him most of the tournament. Glad to see Swiffer pulling out a big game on the champion.
Yeah, a very solid game from Swiffer. We actually have to check in with the hype train, though.
Well, let's see what's going on. And it's on the rails still.
We're still on the rails.
It's still there. It actually might be a bit steadier now. I was worried that it was going to wobble. Day 2 traditionally has not been very kind to Oceania in international tournaments, but still on the rails for now. Remember, things can change very quickly.
Yeah, they certainly can. Currently, Chiefs in first place in the standings, 3-1 right now. They've got to be feeling pretty fantastic. I mean, it was just incredible play all around. Ejim with the hook, Swiffer with the Twisted Fate, and Radier Sivir. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, and certainly, you mentioned those champions. Lots of comfort there for the Chiefs. I'm starting to wonder when teams are going to stop giving Ejim Thresh, because he's just so good on it. Like, he's a good L-Star, he's a good Braum, he can always get things done. But his Thresh is, again, a big game champion for him. It's very comfortable. He's really clutch on it. He's always going to make big plays. And he's shown 2 games in a row now that you have to start at least thinking about taking it away.
Yeah, and that was against the Bangkok Titans. Moss almost always first picks it, but they decided to go with the Gragas. We've actually got a replay for you up right now. This is pretty early on. Pretty fun one. Walk us through it, Pace.
Yeah, so we're about 10 minutes in, and the Chiefs are trying to do this first dragon. They do actually get it already. Spooks is able to get it. But everything kind of goes wrong from here. So we'll roll this clip out and see what the Chiefs don't do here. So Radier pops his ulti. He knows he's trying to get away from Moss, but Moss is just trying to tie people down. Warlock comes in. G4 gets hooked up. They'll get the damage down, but they don't have enough. And a great flash from 007X gets him first blood and the double kill off the cast damage. And you can see Swiffer is coming in, but he's got to run. He's going to stun them away. They'll keep charging in. Warlock's going to get towards Meganar. They're going to run down Swiper, who's now the next target. They'll find him with a body slam, lock him down. And then Swiffer, who has to keep running, thinks about going back in. I have to think to try and get a couple kills, but the Chiefs honestly just got the dragon and couldn't get out. That was a big miscommunication from them.
Yeah, some definite miscommunication from the Chiefs, and you have to wonder what they were thinking when that was all said and done. You know, we were fighting over the dragon, we got the dragon, but now we've overstayed our welcome. But then they pulled it back together in the next skirmish that happened.
Yeah, interestingly enough, it only takes, I think, 10 seconds or so for them to find their way to around another scrap. And this has been impressive from the Chiefs. We talk about the C team being the very scrappy team fighting team, but the Chiefs, the couple times they've played them now, in the big scrappy skirmishes, have actually looked quite good.
Yeah, they have been all over the place. And the Bangkok Titans not feeling that great after that fight, as now they're down 0-2 to the Chiefs when it's all said and done. And we've actually got another replay ready for you.
Yep, so you mentioned it already. This is the exact situation. It's about 20, 30 seconds after that dragon, so we'll roll this one out and see how it works. You can see Swift and Radier really playing with fire here. G4's around. He's actually teleported in, I believe, and the damage is just down. They're communicating really well. Moss does try and CC him up, but a nice flash out going to keep Swiffer safe, and they'll just chase. Radier with a good flash tries to kill G4, but he's got his flash, and Ejim, he's trying to run them down. Spooks charges his way in, and that's enough damage and tankiness. You can see Ejim dies on the backside, but Warlock's going down. Radier, really smart spell shield there. They mentioned it in the cast, but spell shielding Cogmore passive is always fun and just very well communicated by the Chiefs. Again, a team that play well together. They know how to collapse, and that was a very tough moment, but they navigated it really well.
Yeah, it certainly was. This time it was the Bangkok Titans who miscommunicated. Do we go for the Thresh? Do we go for the Sivir? Heck, even the Twisted Fate. They couldn't make up their mind, and it cost them their lives.
And I feel for me, that was something about G4's Ari in that game that was interesting to watch, because G4's an awesome player, arguably one of the best mid laners at this tournament. He's so much fun to watch. And I did like the teleport because it helped in the later stages to try and pick some people off. But I feel like that fight specifically, his target selection could have been a little bit better.
Yeah, it certainly could have. We've actually got another replay ready for you guys. It's a little bit later into the game at this point, but this is Swiffer.
Yeah, this is Swiffer. His Twisted Fate's been banned a couple of times already in this tournament, and we're about to find out why. So let's roll this out. You can see they'll start the gank on the Warlock. This is not the first time these two will do this, by the way, but Warlock gets locked down. Can't really get away from under this. The blue card for damage is really cute there. And then Swiffer's not done. They get a hook in the bottom lane. Raidier's going to charge forward. Spooks is trying to get in, but he can't actually get on top of Lloyd. Raidier's going to charge in. Spooks does get the stun, but here comes Swiffer. He's going to stun them up. Actually goes for the red card instead. Wants more damage. They'll go straight for a big tower dive. Lloyd's going to go down. Ejim actually does to Cogmore passive at the end of it, but a good ulti out there for Spooks. They get the kills, they take the tower, and that was literally 2 ganks in 2 lanes by 1 champion. Well done, Swiffer.
Yeah, there's the communication that we're looking for when we talk about the Chiefs, and the fact that they're able to play like this across the map and communicate so effectively really shows how well they've been stepping up.
And it's a smart pick as well for Chiefs into this matchup. We talked about it even on the very day 0, I guess, we saw them play. And we had a lane swap in this game as well, where Bangkok Titans, a great 5v5 fighting team, but in a macro level game, you can maybe pull them around the map and try and leverage that. And they did that a lot with the Twisted Fate.
We've actually got another replay ready for you. This is a little bit later into the game, and this is sick. I just want to point out, that's the ward.
Yep, so that's the ward. You can see basically Moss's horn up here, I think, and they probably saw G4 and Warlock walk out, but as far as the rest of the Chiefs know, they can't actually see anything else, so we'll roll this one as well, and he gets the perfect target. Good W there to set things up. A little bit of vision, but not in time, and Rady just deletes G4. Warlock tries to ult them back. Moss dives in as well, trying to save them, but Spook ulties back towards the front lines, and now Swiffer feels safe enough to dive in with the rest of his team pulling forward there as well. Warlock's forced to flash out. Moss is flashing out as well. There's a fight happening now with the Gragas on the back lines, but that was the pick the Chiefs needed. They were struggling to really find an opening in this game, and that was the one they needed.
Yeah, an amazing hook from Ejim. Once again, this guy has got homing missiles for his death sentences. It's really a tricky situation, and it's so difficult to deal with it. How do you shut down that Thresh?
I mean, ban it is maybe pick it away.
Pick it away.
They had the option certainly for Moss to take it. We know he's a big Thresh player. I did see Ejim miss 1 hook this game, so not quite hitting it 100%, but might as well be.
We've actually got one final one ready for you folks.
This one's fun.
This is very close to the end.
Let's just roll this one out. So Baron buff's already gotten there by the Chiefs. They'll find a pick here. Swiffer averts death by popping the Zonies here. Moss is trying to get the kill. I like that Cogmore's firing bolts into the back as well, but Swiffer kites just around everything to get it. Dangerous game for a bit of extra health, and then they'll chase down Warlock. So Radiant pops his ulti. Spooks is going to dive in. Ejim doesn't even need the hook. Lines up the flake, gets the hook. Spooks gets the kill, and then G4's causing problems. He actually picks up Swiffer on the end of it, but the Chiefs again, really smart picks using that vision control, and Swiffer just baiting them nicely with the Zonias.
We've actually got one more replay ready for you guys, so we'll bring that up in just a second, but the Chiefs, these guys are playing so great. You can see it was the 4th dragon for the Titans, but the Chiefs have got different plans.
Yeah, they did a really good job actually just getting 1 dragon and having that be enough, because there was a real win condition here where the Bangkok Titans were going to run away with the dragons. But Spooks, we'll roll this clip. You can see Spooks is in there, ulti's out immediately because he's trying to go for a steal. That's the smart play. You use very little resources for a lot of gain, and Radio just ultis because he knows Swiffer's down the bottom here on the minimap trying to get some damage done. So hook from Ejim, Lloyd's forced to QSS, great flash from Radio, but a good follow from both Moss and Lloyd. Radio eventually dies. G4's going to dive in here as well, but literally all they're trying to do is buy time because Swiffer is busy trying to backdoor them. No one can make it back. G4's just recalling, and Swiffer's able to peck out the Nexus to win the game.
Yeah, so that's 3-1 for the Chiefs when they end up taking it at the end of this set. And, you know, we're not done just yet. That was game 2 of at least 6 today. Coming up next, we've got Dark Passage and the Bangkok Titans.
We certainly do here, but all the Oceanic fans out there, raise your koalas, get them up there. I've seen so many elevated koalas on my Twitter feed. I'm starting to worry about what my balcony is going to look like. But, yeah, get on Twitter with that one. It's been a lot of fun.
Yes, please. So let's actually talk a little bit about that match. The big matchup for me that time is going to be in the bottom lane. Zeitnot versus... Oh, my goodness.
It's Lloyd.
It's Lloyd. That's
Yeah.
right. He just played.
He did just play. Had a decent Cogmore game there. And you're right. It's definitely been interesting to see the difference between these players and how they affect their teams. We'll start off with Lloyd, actually, there from the Bangkok Titans that we just saw play. Actually had a pretty good Cogmore game there. I think ended at like 5-4-7 or so. So not bad, but not super high impact. You can see the games he's having here. He's relatively low impact, but his losses, he's not doing too much. His Kalista game, much better there at 2-0-5 and clearly enabling his team. He's a strong role player as far as that goes. But Lloyd's losses just don't look that impactful, and his wins are kind of a little bit better. But G4 is really the one holding up this team. I guess the whole point is that you look at Lloyd, he's a big role player for his team, but when he has bad games, it's just hard for his team because G4 cannot do all the work himself.
G4 is trying as best he can, and you can see those various ultimates time and time again. And he tries, but poor Lloyd just keeps falling apart.
Yeah, can't quite get it done. But Zeitnot's the other big player, and this guy's the same story, but even more extreme for his team. That win was amazing. He destroyed that lane 1v1. He was like hanging out, basically forcing people to 1v1 him in the bottom lane, getting CS. And then these 2 losses, same kind of story. I can't remember his KDA from the last game we saw him play, but that was a clutch game from Zeitnot. KDA probably not that glorious. He was playing Corki. It's not this game. It was a different one. But he clutched out the big moments. This guy is the carry for his team. You can talk about Naru. You can talk about Elwin. They're all both awesome players. Dark Passage in general is a team really great to watch. But Zeitnot is the one they're relying on. I've seen this guy play Vayne. He's really good at it. And we'll have to see if he continues. Because if he doesn't perform, his team will struggle.
Yeah, I actually have been remarkably surprised that we haven't seen so much Vayne. It's all been about Kog'Maw, Kalista, and even Corki to replace that out.
I mean, Kalista is the obvious one. We've seen just how good the champion is, and it's been 100% pick ban. It has won every single time it's been picked, which is 3. I guess Kog'Maw's just such a strong meta pick. Everyone's really attached to Kog'Maw that you don't want to play something like Vayne because that lane's not that exciting. Vayne is generally good into the Sivir types, but we're seeing much more Kog'Maw priority and then Sivir as a reactive pick rather than the other way around. So it makes sense that Vayne isn't seeing that much play, but keep an eye out because most, if not all of the AD carriers in this tournament probably have a pocket Vayne somewhere. Yeah,
I'm sure we'll get to see some more exciting action. I'm really looking forward to this set. And that's completely disregarding the supports as well. Moss, and then you've also got Rydal. Both are excellent Thresh players on top of that.
Yeah, Rydal's stats actually have been awesome in this tournament. He's got some of the highest kill participation of a support. He's a really good guy, but I'm pretty sure we got a game on.
Yeah, we're going to toss it back to the desk. They're going to walk us through our 3rd game for the day.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time and Sada. And Dan, I swear to goodness, I love this raising your koalas situation. It's fantastic. And look, I'm really excited to get into this next game as well. Of course, Dark Passage taking on the Bangkok Titans. And look, Bangkok Titans have to come off a pretty devastating loss there against the Chiefs where they forgot that they needed to defend a Nexus.
Honestly, that game, the ending, of course, might shake them up a little bit. They were not really prepared. They were overcommitting to the Dragon because it was their #1 win condition. So now they come into this next game, and it's against the side that they did beat yesterday. So they're going to have to step up one more time. They're going to get their mentality in order and try and take out a victory to keep themselves up and within the finals.
Well, good news for the Bangkok Titans is that they are going to be on the purple side, and so far purple side has a 100% win rate for the day, so they're going in smooth sailing here.
Yeah, unless, they've put on their yesterday hats, in which case they're going to be feeling a little bit
Yesterday
better.
hats,
Their
really?
yesterday hats. Yeah, I don't know what that's about.
Hi,
Look,
I'm Frostgren, by the way. Thanks for introducing me to the desk, host.
you are welcome. This is Frostgren, ladies and gentlemen. I had a feeling that you may have understood who she was, but look, there she is. Wonderful. Sorry about that. Look, I'm really glad you're here.
Oh, God.
Oh my goodness. That was called a derailment. We need the OC hype train back up here
we'll
again.
get the hype train back on the rails.
Goodness.
Bangkok Titans Dark Passage. Now, the thing that I really want to talk about with both of these teams is I mentioned it out in the war room. The kill participation for Dark Passage is absurd across all 5 players. They have every single player has a post 75% kill participation. That's an unreal number. They are so good at 5v5ing, and against a team like the Bangkok Titans, who the C region have already defined themselves as very skirmish, very chaotic heavy.
Yeah.
As I try to yawn. So I'm so ready for the big 5v5s, and I think it actually favors Dark Passage just because, the momentum factor, the fact that Bangkok Titans are just coming off a loss, the fact that they have to stay on the field, that they're going back-to-back with their games, the preparation that takes. So I kind of feel that there's an edge for a DP here.
Yeah, I was actually going to talk about that as well because, the way that Dark Passage managed to win that game is an interesting one. They were behind the entire experience against Detonation Focus Me, a team that is arguably the one that shouldn't be winning games here at the IWCQ, but they managed to clutch out a victory with the fact that they would have been feeling really stressed during that game the whole way through. Is the victory going to give them as much momentum as a victory necessarily should in that situation?
I'm going to give you a no for that one. They've got the victory, right? And it's great because they've actually managed to find that one. Moving forward, they've got an extra one to buffer their strengths in the standings. But that is one of the most exhausting games that you'll ever play.
Yeah.
Ever. The fact that you wait for that long, you just get in on Naru's back. it's really stressful for Naru in particular, the shot caller for the team, to maintain his strength, maintain his mental focus, and actually push through it. We'll question his fortitude coming into this game.
Yeah, well, we'll see how it is going to work out here. And speaking of mid laners that had a lot on their back, G4 as well. I mean, we saw against Swiffer struggling a little bit there. Still was able to make plays around the map and did get some decent skirmishes in there. But with a Twisted Fate sort of just porting onto your face, taking you down, and then destroying the game, it's going to be difficult for them to find their way back on their feet as well. So, look, Dark Passage probably looking a little bit better, as you said, Frosker, and heading into this game. But honestly, anything can happen. Bangkok Titans are so fun to watch because you never know what to expect from this team.
The thing that I want to point out is kind of the blueprint and the formula constructed right now to take down the Bangkok Titans. So the Chiefs have been the, believe the only team to 2-0, obviously because they played the games early on the Bangkok Titans. And let's take a look of, how are they doing this? They're skirmishing a lot more. They're actually going toe-to-toe and jumping into these chaotic fights. But on the second game in particular, picking up the Thresh in early rotation. We've talked about how the Bangkok Titans will prioritize that champion for Moss in particular. He's a god-tier Thresh player. And they actually priority picked the Gragas last game. And so immediately you saw the Chiefs respond in draft phase. Early rotation, bam, they take the Thresh away. And I think that's the answer. He's the primary playmaker for the team. Yes, G4 and Lloyd, they're the carries. Warlock's going to be your captain, your shot caller, and directing things, especially when he's on Gnar. But slowing down Moss's champion pool, not that he can't play Alistar, just that his Thresh is on a completely different level.
And I even think that comes back again to the jungler's champion pool in that they had to priority pick that Gragas. So were there more champions available for him to pick, or was Gragas the only comfortable one he had remaining as Elise and Rek'Sai were taken off the board?
Udir's still on the table.
Okay.
He plays a lot of the old Sejuani as well.
I was waiting for it. Come on, 007.
We'll go with
License to kill.
Comfortable champion pool. He may not want to default to the Udyr just yet in this tournament. It's a very big deal. Wants to be on comfort, so they go for the Gragas over everything else.
Well, Bangkok Titans, they do not want to repeat of last game. Their first ban is going to be the Twisted Fate. Shen was banned previously on the side of Dark Passage, and as we get into Champion Select, we'll see exactly what is going to happen. Dark Passage as well, they've managed to get a 2-0. Detonation Focusing being taken down twice by that side.
Yeah, DP, though, banning Shin from blue side. Typically, Shin's been a staple ban. He's been 100% picked or banned so far throughout the tournament. But from blue side kind of tells me that, not that Elwyn can't play it, but they're perhaps looking for something else. We know he's a big Fizz top player.
And I actually like that you brought up the mid lane, because you look at these teams stylistically and how you beat Dark Passage to contrast what you said earlier. It is beat Naru in lane. If there is one thing that G4 can do, it is pressure the lane on those assassin style of champions. So taking away a very big roam intensive champion, or the potential thereof, it actually unlocks the capabilities of then controlling Naru and keeping him down.
Yeah, and Dark Passage actually looks like they think that they're on red side here, as the Shen and Kalista have been banned away from the blue.
Yeah, I don't understand banning Kalista from blue side ever.
Yeah.
And I cannot support that decision.
It may signal the Thresh first pick.
Well, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen, Froskerin has left the desk.
No support here. I think it does signal the Thresh first pick, though.
Yeah.
Could happen, yeah.
That or the Gragas, I think, are the two big options. They're taking them away from the Bangkok Titans, and it's now in their hands as to what their priority might be. Is it the Kog'Maw? But Lulu, they banned themselves, so it's unlikely, which you then default to target picks.
Or does Crystal want to pick up his massively played Rek'Sai as well? I mean,
hey, weren't we just talking about this?
He's going to be hovered at least.
I can show you the world.
It should just be locked in. I don't think they even need to. That's impressive. Max actually sang.
Yeah,
I've been
so I had
working
to
on
give
this
it to
for
her.
months.
I had to give it to her.
No, but I mean, obviously the reason I'm starting to sing, it's just because we talked about this Thresh. We predicted that it was going to be the Thresh. We brought it up, and it's really refreshing to see.
And it's, of course, Dark Passage's signature champion.
I get it. I was like, Rydell, I know he plays Thresh, and I had like go through it. Why is it that? Oh, it's because their name.
You struggled with that one last
Look, that was a
time
pretty
as
strong.
well.
There was actually like a beat where it took me a second to.
Yeah.
Their logo's a tiger, okay? Like if it was a lantern, it'd be one thing, but it's a white tiger and he's on fire.
Yeah, that's actually really confusing. How does that?
Yeah.
How is that a
But
Dark
it's not
Passage?
thematically accurate, okay?
They
But
should
they
just
do
really
lock
like
in
Tiger.
their signature champion. They picked up the Thresh. I am now the play-by-play. Max is retired.
Their signature champion should be Rengar.
Wow, we're still there. We're still there. Rusty tries his best to pick the train up, put it back on the rails, but nope.
He's
we're
like,
still driving the wrong
Quick,
direction.
take the lantern.
Yeah,
The only
exactly.
train remaining is the hype train.
Well, the Bangkok Titans, they're looking to try and pick up their next two champions, wondering what to
Rek'Sai.
do when the Thresh isn't there. 007X can go back to the Gragas. Didn't work out for them in the last game,
I
but
said Rek'Sai.
that's true. Well, he could grab that if he
Between
wants
Rek'Sai and Gragas, they are the two big jungle picks, and it takes the Rek'Sai away from Crystal. Either that or they go for a champion they would prefer themselves. Which
He
is
is
like one of
hovering
many.
between 3
I
right now.
mean,
Again, 5.15. Elise is very strong. I would assume that he'd be the Gragas. Okay.
Yeah, it looks
So
like
not
he was
even
just
looking for
randomizing
Rek'Sai.
it.
The reason why I love Rek'Sai on 007 in particular is just because he's such a heavy counter invade style.
Yeah.
Now the thing about Gragas is he can itemize into Bomby Cinder as opposed to the Trailblazer
yeah.
just because of how he jungles. He doesn't need the assistance of the Trailblazer item because he does AoE damage to the creeps anyway.
Yeah, sustains there as well.
Exactly. So it works in theory, but I just feel like empowering yourself to counter jungle with Rek'Sai's Tremor Sense is just so much stronger for 007 in particular.
It just feels like he's allowing Crystal to play his own champion now because
Exactly.
naturally, you'll assume anyway, as of this moment, they'll go for that Rek'Sai.
Crystal has, what, a 60% play rate on Rek'Sai?
Yeah.
It's probably higher than
now.
that.
Higher
Yeah.
now.
Like 14 games out of 20, he's played Rek'Sai. So to me, that was a no-brainer of a denial pick, especially because, you know, Dark Passage already, you know, banning Kalista from the blue side. Priority picking Thresh is a denial away from Moss. They don't need to pick Rek'Sai in this rotation, though. They can if they want to hide it.
If they do go for the Kog'Maw here, though, Dark Passage, the Maokai has already been picked as put in place from Warlock, and he can afford to go straight in, and they can run a... Whoa, hello.
Okay.
Mascot?
Well,
Damn it.
yeah, we are probably going to have that one remade. Crystal struggling to lock in a champion, I believe. So we are going to get back into champion select as soon as possible. But man, I was excited too. Thought that we might get back onto the ringer.
I was so ready for the White Tiger on fire.
Yeah, really exciting stuff. And in fact, if you were to look at the Dandy skin from Worlds, pretty similar. You know, he's wearing white at least. Makes a bit of sense.
Just going to let them go, I think.
No? Okay, maybe I'm just getting a little bit overexcited. We
I'm
are going to
just
get
gonna
back
sit
into
over
champion
here.
select as soon as possible. And we'll see exactly what that pick from Crystal was going to be. Of course, I have a feeling it was probably looking for the Rek'Sai. And
Well-
unfortunately, the Rengar just a little bit close. And didn't
Well, I would
click on
assume
the
their
right one.
client is in Turkish.
Oh, dang it. Froskarin. Put a massive spanner in my plan. Well, how do you justify then? All right, let's just thought it was pretty good.
He's
I
like,
don't know how to spell it
Rek'Sai is really
otherwise.
close to Rengar. Yeah, in English.
Yeah.
Let's
okay.
make the assumption, though, that it was going to be more towards the Rek'Sai than the Rengar, because it's unlikely that he will just randomly pick up this champion. He's had a bit of time to practice, but again, probably not. So you'll say the Rek'Sai will be picked up, and
I believe it's the Rek'Sai, yeah. We
Yeah.
just got confirmation it's everything but the Rengar. Didn't Dark Passage have the same problem last time?
Yeah.
Isn't this
Yeah,
two
they did.
remakes that they've done?
Dark Passage.
I believe it
Silly
was also on
billies.
Crystal. What is that guy doing?
I don't know. Not picking champions is apparently definitely one of those things. But Kog'Maw is, of course, locked in, so they do have the Kog'Maw Thresh as far as that bottom lane is concerned, already confirmed for this side. Maokai over on the other side of the rift for the Bangkok Titans. So we'll see whether, you know, Warlock can do his best swiper impression from the last game.
And it's unfortunate as well. Zeitnot doesn't want to play the Vayne or anything overly aggressive that he's always preference towards. So I hope to see him in this game, future games, just actually pick up Vayne and just be hyper aggressive. Because you look at this Dark Passage AD carry, he's the mechanical genius of the team and needs to be considered.
The thing I want to bring to light here is the fact that there was Ghost Flash on Naru as well. We could potentially see the Kog'Maw in the mid lane. Then you could have your wish. We could potentially have the Vayne. Who knows?
I'm going to suspect that it's 80 carry Kog'Maw.
Yeah, so am I.
Just because, especially since we've seen so much Varus being played in the mid lane, I kind of feel like AP Kog'Maw is just the weaker form of Varus in the current iteration of the meta in terms of what he's going to bring. But to Rusty's point, I mean, yeah, I would love to see Zeitnot pull out his Vayne. He's fantastic at it, but you're still going to do ridiculous amounts of damage with Kog'Maw, and Kog'Maw's going to bring so much more siege. So I still like the fact that they're, you know, putting priority and emphasis on Zeitnot's performance.
Yes, I think the reason that I actually want to bring this up the most is they already banned Lulu. They don't need to default to the Kog'Maw pick. They're not taking it away from anyone.
That's a good,
They
yeah.
can just go Vayne, but instead they go for the Kog'Maw.
It's Elise, too.
Yeah, Lee's going to be locked in there for Crystal. That's what he was looking for.
Oh, that was quick from Lloyd.
Yeah, G4 hovering the Yasuo here. They
reasonable.
haven't got a support just yet. So he could pick that one up and Braum would easily be grabbed. They could just grab the Braum as well, first off. Nidalee.
What?
But I don't know if they'll go for the Yasuo. Braum is banned, keep that in mind, by their own team, so Yasuo is the only big wall remaining for this
That's
Bangkok
true.
Titans
That
side.
is very true.
And they lock in the Nautilus.
Yeah, so Nautilus support there for Moss. Another hook champion to answer that of Rydals here in this case.
That's a really strong 2v2 lane. That's probably one of the strongest 2v2 lanes in the game. Lucian, Nautilus. Curious if Rydal and Zeitnot are going to look for a lane swap here.
Didn't remember until just this moment.
He's an Azir player.
Naru is
Yeah.
the Azir god, as he has been described by people who I ask about Naru.
And
That's
Fizz is up
scary.
as well. They could lock in both of them right now. Elwyn could grab his signature champion, and Naru can grab his right off the gate here, but might just be Fiora instead.
He longs for a worthy opponent.
Well, Warlock will be in the top lane, so there we are.
Yeah, Zeitnot should pick up. That's actually going to be amazing. If Dark Passage get this team, if they choose
Oh, this is
team,
another
I should
Elwyn
say,
special.
then it's just going to be the ideal Dark Passage team comp. The only big wild card, you have to say, comes back to Zeitnot on that Kog'Maw again.
Yeah.
So locking in the Shyvana. We haven't seen a lot of Shyvana in a very long time. Curious if he's going to switch out his teleport and look for a smite.
Yeah.
Yep, there he goes. Not his teleport, his flash, excuse me.
Oh my goodness, G4. He's locked it in.
Oh, the G4
We've got
special.
the G4 special in the mid lane. He's going to be picking up the Z. This is what G4 does. He's like, I've lost a game. I'm sick of it. I'm not playing with my team anymore. I'm going on a split pusher, and we're going to win the game from bottom lane or top lane. I'm leaving you guys on your own.
And we've talked about how impressive the mid laners have been from this tournament. Naru and G4 in particular, both on their signature champions. And now I'm actually going to throw it to Rusty. I know I have my opinions on this matchup, but you're the ex-professional mid lane player. Azir versus Zed. Break it down.
Azir wins 100% of the time.
That was also my analysis. I tried to give it to you. I could have said that, Rusty.
Yeah, so pre-level 6, it's actually good for the Zed. The big difference is that at level 6, Zed, this is 5.15. It's not a 0.5 second difference between using the ultimate and going back to the ultimate Shadow. Azir can just use the ultimate, knock you away. You can't actually put down damage in between that spell usage. Really difficult to actually win a trade as the Zed. So looking at the direct 1 versus 1, you take into account summoner spells also. I don't think Azir should ever die in laning phase from level 6 onwards. If there's jungle pressure, if they find an engage pre that level 6 before the Emperor's Divide, then honestly it's still fine for G4.
The one thing that I will say is that G4 has been playing Zed since the changes on his ultimate. He's been very comfortable in multiple matchups. And again, this is the champion that he made himself famous on. His Zed mechanics are pretty unreal. And it also opens up the 1-3-1 split push. And there's not a ton of answer there. The fact that you have Shyvana, I guess, is kind of the one dynamic here. So I actually feel like this is probably going to be between Elwind and G4 come late game.
Yeah, we'll see who can get to that massive unstoppable point. And when it comes to split pushing, it's who can draw multiple people into the lane and who can just be dealt with by their lane opponent or something like that. So making sure that you need to be able to draw as many resources towards you. Otherwise, the split push not going to quite work out. But look, G4 probably not even too flustered about the fact that he's against the Azirian lane because he generally plays with the map. He wants to be moving to the bottom lane. He wants to be picking off targets, and we'll see whether he's going to be able to now on his Zed pickup because, man, it's just been so long since we've seen sort of a Zed.
Yeah, I mean, in general, exactly. So, and he's going to be picked into the Kog'Maw also. It's not going to be the Lucian. So the bot lane looking to be a kill lane here from Lloyd and Moss on Bangkok Titans, looking to be super aggressive, makes Zeitnot's life miserable, and then if the Kog'Maw is ever behind, Zed can then just split against him.
I'm actually really glad that you brought up the fact that it's into a Kog'Maw, and naturally this pick is in response to that. Not just the 1v1 matchup in mid lane, but the fact that Zeitnot, the big carry, has that hyper carry champion. Alex Each himself said that anytime Zed is in meta, Kog'Maw cannot be played because just of how the mid lane is going to impact just blowing up that hyper carry.
Completely.
Yeah. It's a very good point. But ladies and gentlemen, the reason we're not onto the Rift just yet is because once again, CP mode has been activated. Do have a pause as we hop on. We are going to be getting it resumed as soon as possible. Just a couple of issues as far as the mechanical aspect. Just players trying to find their way back into the game as well. So we'll be there as soon as possible.
But in the meantime, you get to hang out with us.
Yeah.
Raise your koalas.
Yeah.
No more Rengar talk, please. No more.
What? Their logo.
Okay.
Yes.
No. You just brought it up, Rusty. What the heck are
Hey,
you doing?
no, I'm prefacing it by saying no more Rengar talk. Let's talk about these things behind us here.
Oh, like
See
the
these?
champions?
These? Yeah,
Yeah,
these.
those guys? Okay.
Just
so,
Vanna White it.
Yeah, flashless top laner is actually a big deal here as well, if they are going to go into standard lanes, because the fact that you do have a ganking jungler in that Gragas, you could possibly get some work done on this Shyvana early on before she gets too difficult to deal with after taking a whole lot of camps. But we have made it through the pause, ladies and gentlemen. We're hopping on to the Rift for Dark Passage, taking on the Bangkok Titans for our third match of the night. Day 2 of the IWCQ. G4 is on his Z. I'm so excited to see how this one is going to work out. And what I want to see as well is Warlock to build a Rod of Ages. That's what I want to see.
That was so upsetting.
Warlock could potentially look towards a Rod of Ages.
Because they're just missing magic damage, that's all I'm saying.
I don't think he will, though. They may be missing a bit of magic damage, but keep in mind Cogmore makes up for magic damage quite nice. There, am I saying the wrong team?
I think you're saying
Yeah,
the wrong team.
Cogman's on.
Lucian doesn't
You
have
know
a lot
what?
of magic
He
damage.
should just go Death Cap. They need magic damage on that team. The Shyvana is something that I wanted to talk about, though, is that he's going to be the one that will be most likely the answer to the Z come late game. So what I want to look for is how he's going to itemize. Is he going to go towards the lane, get like a Spectre's Cow, Spirit Visage style of build? Or will he go for some early armor, maybe work towards something to deal with the Z, knowing that he will split push usually around the Blade of the Ruined King?
Yeah, well, we'll see what he is going to decide to do. I'd actually like that. Do you think that he's probably going to go for something where he can actually take on the Zed, maybe take him down himself, build maybe some offense here on the side of the Shyvana, as far as, like, it is going to be helping him with his counter jungle at the same time. He will be grabbing that Cinderhulk, but could we see potentially a Blade of the Ruined King out of this guy?
I think it's entirely possible.
It's a snowball item, effectively. If Shyvana gets ahead, he can look to itemize more damage. If not, we'll probably see the resistances like Rusty says. And again, just to underline that point, because I think it's really important, the fact that you have different damage in your mid lane and your top lane. So many of these compositions are very magic oriented or AP oriented. So this is really going to force Elwyn to commit to a style very early.
Not to mention, we were mentioning earlier that Maokai should probably go towards a Rod of Ages because of their lack of magic damage. So if he can get through laning phase without losing, he doesn't need to itemize for laning phase. He can just stack armor and actually just be a monster.
I actually find it really interesting that you mentioned this Dark Passage lineup as being, you know, without as much magic damage. Shyvana does mostly magic damage, as does Cogmore early on in the game. So it's actually really interesting that early on they'll have to itemize for the magic resist, and then come late game, Cogmore, Zeitnot's going to be doing massive amounts of damage in the physical aspect at the same time. It's going to be really difficult for the Bangkok Titans to play against this as far as the resistance stats are concerned.
It's also a 5v5, kind of protect the AD carry composition. You have Thresh and Azir there to create space for Zeitnot on that Kog'Maw versus a very heavy skirmish composition. Zed opening up the 1-3-1, the fact that Lucian's there is excellent at skirmishing, and this just goes back to the kill participation. Dark Passage thrive when they're in the 5v5, when they're all together, whereas the Bangkok Titans, yes, they can thrive in a 5v5, but just the chaos skirmish around the map.
No, completely
already. Zeitnot might be in trouble there on the bottom side of the map. Has been taken down very, very low. Hasn't used the heal or the flash just yet.
So it's not even vertical starts, it's vertical jungling, but it's in the opposition jungle here, and they're doing it essentially blind with knowledge that the other jungler is going to be taking their own respective buffs. So it's a weird vertical start to me because it's on the opposite of normal. It's going to have the same end result, except where they finish is more inclined to ganking. I would almost say mid.
The other big thing is just they were unsure if the lane swap was coming out. That's all that really amounts to.
People are struggling with this matchup here at the moment. The Shadow goes down. There's a double shuriken as well, so Naru has to blow a pot.
That actually spikes quite hard at level 2 if there's no minions nearby. But because he has gone straight for that key, you can see the aggression to match trades. It's very important that he hits the shurikens with his leg.
Well, actually, there's a nice piercing light over both here as Kasu blows down onto Zeitnot. He's going to get hooked up as well. Has to blow the heal and the flash. There's a flash in response there from Moss. Doesn't want to get hooked back in.
Don't really think he needed to flash there, Nautilus, but he did. He got out perfectly fine. And Zeitnot really honestly just did his best attempt at losing the lane. He even walked into the piercing light from the Lucian.
Whoa! Once again. There's the flayback. Rydell going to get stunned. Thresh doing everything he can to try and protect this little Cogmore.
Lucian is lining these up.
We have Gragas over in the area. Here comes Lloyd.
Relentless Pursuit comes in. Rydell trying to stop them. There's the flash body slam. Easy first blood delivered to 007X. Meanwhile, G4 is going to be able to pick up a kill in the mid lane. Crystal answers it straight away, but Rydell, you are so dead. 007X able to tank up the turret, and that was some pretty sweet juggling.
I'm glad you said it. Beautiful tower aggro juggle from the Bangkok Titans coming out right there. The fact that Moss got away with this hook, but then it was this beautiful moment where Lloyd and 007 look at each other. 007 picks up the tower aggro, and then Lucian is in perfect position to just clean up the rest of the fight.
And even like the slightest bit further on that detail is that there was no flash from Moss because he used it earlier, but he saved his hook to get to safety. So they juggle aggro pretty much to perfection. The synergy between this whole team is phenomenal.
And the big thing is that Lloyd has both of his summoners available. He still has the flash and the heal.
And look, 24 CS to 5 in that bottom lane as well. You mentioned the fact that Nautilus and Lucian are pretty strong. I hope you're feeling proud of yourself because it's being demonstrated perfectly right here. G4 might be in some trouble. The Shadow is, of course, down. He's trying to dodge out of the way of the Cocoon. There's the creep wave. So Crystal not going to line that one up. 3 swords for the Zed.
And that was pretty much all the minion wave actually saving him right there. There was no way for a Cocoon to even connect. And an aggressive decision. But it was still perfectly warranted here by Naru. Just using that E is a sign to me. If you ever use it in laning phase, you're saying that I either have a jungler here or I'm looking to die.
Well, not a lot of suicidal mid laners, so probably can assume that it is going to be the jungler.
Yeah, that's the point.
Yeah, I just felt like following it up with some obviousness. Sometimes that's sort of the thing that I like to do. Zeitnot still hanging out here in this lane, trying to pick up as much farm as he can. He's a level behind, though. 007X coming down saying, ooh, easy pickings. There is no flash on the Cogmore, so I am going to jump straight into this one.
It's just so wonderful the fact that Lloyd and Moss, hold on.
Yeah, there it is. Concussive blows goes down as well. Rydell taking so much damage, easily delivered to Lloyd.
Okay, what I was just about to point out, the fact that the wave is pushing into Lloyd and Moss, that they're able to pull or force Sight Knight that far up without his flash or his heal available to him and deny all of that golden experience. And in the end, that's what makes that gank work. The fact that since the wave is that far forward, Kog'Maw and Thresh have to wander into danger to get it.
And even without the Gragas there, the Nautilus could still very easily hit a hook and push them out of lane. So it's just controlling the wave is really well done here by this Bangkok Titan side.
It's like a double whammy against Sight Knight.
Oh, the hook doesn't land. Moss actually going to attach himself to the wall. Bangkok Titans are going to back away. Zeitnot still wandering up this lane, trying to get experience where he can.
There's a big trade-off when it comes to the early game here for junglers. Do you risk ganking or do you look to farm more? So the success of actually getting a gank off is that everyone gets ahead, whereas Crystal's jungling and now trying to help his lane.
Exactly, and what Rusty's talking about is the fact that Elise walks into the lane, and this is something that Elise used to do all the time when she was very flavorful in the meta, is she can just walk in at any moment, force the wave, and try to reset this. So this is just Crystal trying to save his bottom lane.
Yeah, breaking the freeze is actually more important than anything else right now, but Lloyd will have enough very soon, you would imagine, almost even for a BF swap, because that guy is so far ahead.
26 CS up, 2 kills, so that's another. Each kill is going to equate to about 13 to 15 CS, so he's about 50 CS up right now in terms of just gold.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that it's this early in the game. So 7.5 minutes to have a 29 CS advantage is well over double. Like, it's just ridiculous.
Yeah,
this kind of power is crazy. Elwind actually going to drag his way over the wall.
He did place a deep ward on the red buff to kind of keep track of where 007 is, and I actually really respect this opinion from him. Dark Passage have lost complete control over the bottom side of the map, but they can still try to retain control on the top side and the mid lane. So yes, Naru is down a single kill, but the shift and the dynamic of power for mid lane is going to swap now that he has his ultimate available to him. So I feel like Dark Passage just let Zeitnot and Rydell hang on, completely sack them, and look towards the top side.
So this will be the interesting aspect, is that Lloyd, after his next back, as he almost gets hooked, will be able to get a BF sword, you would imagine, on top of the pickaxe that he already has. This allows Moss to not even need to lane, because Lloyd could honestly 1v2 at that stage, and then the Nautilus can be anywhere on the map and actually work with 007 and just take over everything, including bottom.
Well, Lloyd heading back, wants to grab himself that BF sword. So the CS lead's still there as well. And there's the big friend. Back pocket. Lightnot does have his flash and heal back off cooldown now, so going to be a little bit safer. 007X not going to be able to prey on him just as much, but it looks like he's looking towards the mid lane.
Yeah. And speaking of mid lanes, they did have a little huff earlier where G4 came out with a kill, so...
Was answered immediately by Chris.
Yeah, but the fact that now that they're level 6 onwards, you'll see a lot less kills out of this middle lane, so look for G4 to maybe work around the map with his team. Maybe even the blue buff right now.
The smite off. Oh, doesn't manage to get the shadow over the wall. G4 get his eye in just a little bit as far as that one's range.
But it's massive because he denies the mana regen and the CDR from Naru. And naturally, because it's a mana-based champion versus a resource or energy-based champion, that's going to be a big deal.
Fortunate that he doesn't get the blue buff himself. Of course, getting energy regen is very handy.
He'll get his own.
But he will. He would hope.
One would think. We're not casting the Chiefs right now.
We can't predict the future. You never know. Oh, Zeitnot still keeping his spirits up. Playing some music here on the bottom side of the rift. G4 dodging out of the way of the spider web.
It's the knowledge that they will outscale, but there's a point where outscaling doesn't happen because Lucian's so far ahead.
But at the same time, Dark Passage have already shown in their first game of the day that they're totally comfortable playing from behind, keeping and minimizing the gold lead. I mean, they beat Detonation Focus Me from a gold deficit. They can look to do it here in late game.
Oh my god.
Depth charge comes in. Rydell just going to get popped. The heels down. Piercing light on both of them as well. Floyd just untouched underneath this turret. Elwin says, guys, pay attention to me, but they're not, as Moss continues to tank this one up. Lloyd now grabs the aggro as Crystal gonna repel his way in. Moss is in trouble. Crystal flashing out immediately as Elwin just being ignored. There's Naru with a gigantic ultimate as 007X finally falling down. Lloyd gets exhausted by the Azir as G4 finds his way in. Deathmark onto Naru. Picks up one kill. It's gonna be 2 as the double kill comes in. 3 kills for the Zed now. The Bangkok Titans, I think, came out ahead.
They definitely came out ahead. They're going to have pressure on this turret. It seems like they don't want to take it down because their lane is winning so hard already. They want to keep that where it is. Elwin gets there at the same time as Warlock, essentially. They have the same impact. This all starts from an entire culling connecting onto Rydell. Just locks him down with Moss's auto attack. Zeitnot, very quick to follow, gets pressured down from the Maokai that comes in. And this is where Elwin lives for such an extended period of time. Crystal goes in, and they're just waiting. Naru's in the wings. He's making his way down. Zed is following as well. I think he uses the shadow to get over the dragon pit, so he doesn't have that. And Naru comes in, makes a big play. They get some picks back. Lloyd goes down. G4, fantastic play. Ults Naru, ignites and kills Crystal, and then just goes back with confidence that the Azir was going to die.
Great target management there from the Bangkok Titans to come up ahead, and after it's all said and done, we'll see if they translate any of this power and pressure into a dragon.
What objectives? You're crazy. They're looking for more skirmishes, Froskerin. This is the Bangkok Titans.
I mean, the team they've got is perfect for skirmishing. And the fact that G4 is now 3-1, when they do start split pushing, Elwind is getting armor at least a bit.
I was watching the game upstairs, and I looked over at the company that I was sharing. I said, just watch where the Bangkok Titans fight. It's never in a jungle. It's always these kills in the lane.
Well, look, this is in the jungle. Crystal's struggling to work out
They
which
came
jungle
from
he's
the
in.
lane.
There's the explosive cast. G4 wants to grab himself a kill. Just going to prepare it there as the Ardent Blaze picks it up. Bangkok Titans looking so coordinated, transitioning into the dragon here as well. At least 007X is.
Look, that was a silver platter for Illusion as well. There's never been an easiest kill.
He's even trolling 007X here as well, saying, no, I'll go back, mate. You can handle this one, you'll be fine.
But the point of it is that the Bangkok Titans, they don't fight over the objectives. They use the objectives as tools to draw people to fight them. They're not there for the dragon. They're not there for the red buff. They're there to murder you. So majority of their fights do happen in the lanes because that's 9 times out of 10 where the enemy team is. And they'll wander in there, chase you through into the jungle just because that's you. That's what they want. You're a creep to them.
Exactly. And that's where all the money is. Kills are where all the money is, according to the Bangkok Titans.
I keep telling people, you know, there's no reason to really go into lane phase if you can, like, it's the sure way to get experience in gold through the creeps, but if you can ramp and speed that up by just roaming around the map and punching people, just go punching.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what Bangkok Titans want to do as well. I mean, they only go into laning phase because that's where the enemy champions are, and they want to spread themselves out so that they can have the most potential for fighting people. They are going to switch up to the top side.
Moss is
just
showing himself.
demonstrate that he's here. Lands the hook onto Rydell as well. Concussive blows is down. Depth charge comes in. The box is there, though, trying its very best to slow down the pursuit.
They could easily just go and grab the tower, but they don't want the tower.
That doesn't give you gold, does it?
I think my favorite part of that whole thing was Moss stood out of the bush. He's like, I am here, you probably want to run.
Yeah.
And just goes 2 seconds later anyway. Dark Passage are here now, but they won't be able to stop that one. My favorite part is that Zeitnot is really self-reliant. He doesn't actually want to look after Rydell at all. He just wants to live himself. So if the Nautilus ult goes onto Zeitnot, it doesn't matter that it knocks up the Thresh on the way.
Needs also to be noted that Elwind did manage to secure a tower in response on the bottom side of the map. So we talked about the split push. You know, what is this Shyvana going to itemize in response to the 1-3-1 that will open up from this Zed from G4? And it looks like it's going to be armor. Has a Ruby Crystal right now, has completed the Ninja Tabby, and has the challenging Smite Cinderhulk available.
Yeah, and interestingly enough, in the mid lane, we do have the Blade of the Ruined King completed as well as the Brutalizer for G4. But on the other side, that Zhonya's Hourglass is now there for Naru. So not a lot of chance for G4 to take down this Azir, what with the exhaust already being there, as well as the fact that he can turn himself gold. Golden Pigeon, he most certainly will be this time around.
The Golden Chicken is what they
The
call
Golden
him.
Chicken?
Yes.
I just think he looks way more like a pigeon.
Well, he also does kind of a little pigeon dance.
Yeah. My favorite song of the game, just FYI.
Love it. Kog'Maw's been making some lovely music, though. I think that's the best one.
Kog'Maw is so dead. Moss is going to make his way in. The Culling comes through. Just going to clear out some minions now. Is Zeitnot going to get pierced once again? Elwind does have the ultimate available as a Cathian surprise trying to do some work for Bangkok Titans. They got what they wanted.
There was no reason for Elwind to teleport there. He had no tools to save his Kog'Maw. He doesn't have the damage itemized or any low health targets where he could look to reasonably and feasibly trade there, and he just sacrificed his teleport as G4 is on the bottom side of the map.
So he definitely sacrificed the teleport, but he was also doing it blindly to try and save the Kog'Maw, and the assumption that there was only the one person
That there wasn't
Oh,
20.
mind games.
Yeah, so they didn't have the vision of the rest of the team working up the river, and he teleported to try and stop that, to prompt them away from the Kog'Maw to try and keep him alive. Did not go to any avail, unfortunately, as Kog'Maw is a glorified cannon minion at this stage and is just consistently dying.
What I find really interesting is the fact that Elwind is built, like Shyvana as a champion is built to farm all the time, but Warlock, he's actually managed to keep up and is ahead by a few CS here as well, as G4 is going to go aggressive onto Crystal.
Why are you walking towards him?
Yeah, he's just going to die instead. Okay, G4 picks up that kill rather easily as Elwind, he's going to head back to that inner turret. That was an interesting interaction. I'm pretty sure you can click on the lantern, can't you?
No, what I was
Yeah,
saying is
land on
why are they walking towards the lantern? Because Elise can drop down onto them closer to the lantern and then click away.
Okay.
But he realized it as he took a step, and that's why they walked back towards the starting point of Elise and grouped up, so she would have to either drop down where she started or drop down
Another
onto them.
teleport to the Kog'Maw.
Oh my goodness, Zeitnot pushed so far up this lane. Massive tanky members in Moss and Warlock, and Zeitnot trying his very best to, I don't know, do something. Clear out the minions with the Acathian surprise because you're not going to be killing either of those guys. And
I can quote you for this, Frostiger, trying to do more damage with his passive than anything else.
You're,
he's utilizing it.
you can't be an effective Kog'Maw player if you don't utilize the damage out of your passive. I mean, it's like another button. That's
Zyra.
sarcasm.
Like Zara. I don't know. I actually, not sarcasm.
You have to use the Christopher Walken most of the time you're being sarcastic.
It's realism at this point in time. Based on
Okay,
the current performance.
realism, he's got, or he had a ward, it's now timed out. He had a ward kind of in between the tri-point of Blue Buff Gromp and Wolf Camp. He needs to move Vision up into the river if he's going to be that far forward.
Yep. And it feels like it is genuine desperation from this Kog'Maw to just get farm on the preface that he's not worth money when he dies. But really, he should not be doing that. So yes, it was a big mistake. You have to question his mental fortitude after dying 4 times.
At this point, he does have the Turning Force complete, but Dark Passage are going to completely forfeit this dragon.
Yeah.
Zeitnot's just too far behind, especially when you look across at Lloyd, who has the Infinity Edge and the Zeal complete.
Blue buff.
And Blue Buff.
Yeah, just took it for himself. Yellowshin as well. Oh,
Wow.
Can't relentlessly pursue
Can't take the
the
Raptors.
Raptors.
Well, that's on camera.
See that guy? Balls are hard.
No, it's what G4 did as well, just throwing shadows into the wall. That's true. It's their calling cards, it's their trademark. Don't worry about it. See, look at us make these mechanical errors and then wreck you in team fights is what Bangkok Titans say. Keep it false sense of security, guys.
You're really trying to sell that one.
I was doing my best. How did I go?
No. Elwind, back to the farming, and let's talk about his itemization because that Giant's Belt became a Warbox. Now the thing about, can I still talk about Shyvana?
Yeah, go.
So he made a noise. Hold on though.
Go about the,
I actually really like this. No, they're gonna fight for this.
yeah, looking for the steal, not going to get it. Takes the lantern, says, oh, no, I don't have a dragon. Sorry, guys.
Okay. Nope, they're gonna fight for that. They're gonna fight Naru.
She's looking for a window. No, I think you got a second.
I feel like you're
I'm
looking
never
to
gonna
not
do it.
have a window right now.
I know,
You're
right?
trying to put yourself out of it.
Yeah, well, Lloyd trying to find Naru. Warlock and 007X just blocking each other. So frustrating. Fat man, big tree.
No, I got my window.
That choke together.
I got my window. No, come on. They're gonna grab the minions. They're gonna push mid.
Okay, are they?
No, they are. Which my window's gone.
Yeah, okay, well, there's the repel. Zayt not going to tank up an entire culling here. Is Crystal going to get ulted by Moss? There's a decent playback before he falls,
Naru.
but Naru trying to find Lloyd. He's not going to die. Now in an uncomfortable position as 007X just says ult flash really confusedly over the other side of the Dragon Wall. Oh my gosh, Rydell close to dead, but they will take down the Dragons.
Dark Passage just won a team fight from a gold deficit on the back of Naru's fantastic Azir wall.
Yeah.
100% was all Naru. He put down enough damage to zone out Lloyd, dodge the body slam, and use the ultimate to keep 007 near the rest of his team.
Okay, we got a moment. Let's talk about Shyvana. Shyvana with Warmogs. Now, why I love Shyvana, it goes back to the Renekton versus Shyvana back in Season 3 when those two champions were massive. The thing about Shyvana is that she scales with resistances. So when she levels up, when she turns into dragon form, the thing that she's going to get most is the armor and the MR stats. So by itemizing health, it costs less than the resistances. So if you give Shyvana like 5k gold and Renekton 5k gold, because Renekton scales off of health, he has to spend more gold to be just as tanky. So that's why I like health on Shyvana versus the resistances.
Really glad that we managed to get that.
Woo!
Yeah, see, there we are. Now the fight breaks out. Crystal uses the repel, not going to get engaged on just yet as Naru grabs a decent position around. There's the follow of the shadow as Lloyd destroys Rydell completely. Bangkok Titans say, yep, you can engage on us all you like and we'll just murder you.
But they're buying time for Elwind.
They definitely are buying
And they don't have
time.
to. Warlock doesn't have teleport. This is why G4 has to go back. And the fact that Elwind has the TP, this is the win condition right now for Dark Passage, is to play around the map, but they disappear their mid-tier tower. There you go, Naru.
It's difficult, though, to deal with this Bangkok Titan side. If Lloyd ever gets onto you and actually hits you, you're going to die. G4 is very much content with actually split pushing anyway. Elwind's damage still scales. He's still very tanky.
Yeah, but we talked about, this is going to be the matchup. This is the win condition between these teams. It's Zed versus Shyvana, itemizing into that health so she's not as easy to burst for Zed because she gets the natural armor anyway from Dragon.
Oh my goodness, there's a body slam to stop the Dragon's descent. And 007X doesn't have any friends, so he can't really do anything to follow it up.
Warlock tried to get in range of the Twisted Advance from the Dragon Pit, but couldn't get there as 007 did his job. They forced the Shyvana ultimate, but it's a reasonably low cooldown. Honestly, from this point on in this game, when the Nash's Tooth is complete in particular, look at Naru, because he's on a champion that he should never get. It's his best champion, and if anyone can carry them through this game, whilst Elwind is split pushing down objectives, it's Naru on the Azir. Except the Nexus turret.
What is with these teams in walls? Just solid objects are not happening
No, he's just
today.
he's practicing. He's like, okay, what do we need to do? Kill the Nexus. All right, not this Nexus, but it's the other one. That's what we've got to do.
Yeah.
Got it nailed.
At least it was his own team's Nexus.
Probably not the right one to kill.
Thanks, John Madden.
What?
Oh, right, you're Australian. You don't understand that.
Yeah, no, not quite there. Do you want to explain?
No.
The trick is that Atlas gets that. He's just not going to. He wanted you to explain it.
Okay, G4 heading back towards that mid lane as well. Elwind now a long road if he wants to push that one all the way back to the inner turret one more time. Not sure what Moss is doing, but he's hanging out down there.
It's kind of a curious 1-1-2 that they've got going on. The fact that Maokai is sitting in the mid lane with the teleport available. He should really just be in that bottom lane mirroring and taking up the free farm.
So
I love this.
Maokai is actually the only tank of the team right now. Nautilus, he's big, but he's health stacked, and Naru will just shred through him. Maokai's the only one that can deal with the Azir if there is ever a team fight.
Of course, yeah.
So he needs to be there, and this is fine because they've got G4 to split. But it's also bad because there's only one person splitting, and they have to address. No.
Likewise, Dragon will be spawning in 1 minute 30 seconds. It's going to be the next big point of contention, and we'll see if Dark Passage are willing to step up to the plate and look for a contestant. So far, it's just been sneak steals with Dark Passage.
Opportunistic taking of the Dragon while it's there seems to be what
And
Bangkok Titans have been doing.
That's
Again, those Zed's the one splitting without a teleport, so he's up against the Shyvana. If there is ever a team fight and Elwyn has control of the lane,
They have the
he will be there.
Elwyn as
definitely
well
has control
does
of
have
his
his
build.
Thorn Mail as well. Ridiculous. I was going to say that the Blade of the Ruined King that Lloyd is going to try and pick up as his next item is a really smart idea considering all of the health stacking that's going on, but Elwyn now has a heck of a lot of armor at the same time, especially in that Dragon form.
Shyvana's never going to die. From here on out, if Shyvana dies, I will be pleasantly surprised that he can actually bleed.
Now, why would you be
Not
pleasantly
that the
surprised
fact
about
that he's
someone
bleeding,
bleeding?
it's that I would be impressed. That he could actually be killed.
Okay. No, I understand completely. The last whisper about to be completed here by G4 will need it if he wants to actually scratch Elwind in any way, shape, or form. And even then, he probably just regens it in about 2 seconds anyway.
Dragon 14 seconds. Question is, with Dark Passage having the TP advantage, will they be able to translate this 4v5 into their first Dragon?
They should be able to, but you look at the control on the map from the Bangkok Titans, they're looking for standing objectives as well. They're not going to force fights around the Dragon.
Are they looking for it?
Naru.
There's
the
the flash on
champions.
Naru. Does have the Zonya's Hourglass. Lloyd going to get into position. There's the Empress Divide, but man, the burst damage from this Lucian is huge. Now no one can trade for this as Warlock doing his very best to stall the rest of Dark Passage. Flashes out of the way. Turret falls down. Teleport into the bottom lane. G4's moving over the top as well.
This is a big tank battle, and I really like the way the Bangkok Titans actually put this one into effect.
Oh
Dark
my
Passage,
goodness.
not so much, but Elwyn's never going to go down. They've now rotated
movement.
towards this team.
They're looking to try and get in there. G4 wants to get some damage down. Flashes forward. There's the death mark onto Zeitnot. Doesn't quite have what he needs just yet as the heal goes down. G4 is going to finish it off. Back to his shadow. And that is definitely over 1 second, so no problem there at all. As 007X, he's going to pick up the kill onto Crystal Lloyd. He's barely low. Everyone trying to take down Elwind, and they're going to be able to. Lloyd, yeah, like you said, almost killed himself.
Monster of a man, Elwyn does go down, but of course it takes a lot of members and a lot of time
Take
to
the dragon,
ensure
guys. Why are you going
that
back?
he does. They're too low, and Naru is alive. He could
Good point.
1v5 at that point in time, but the reason that fight even worked out well is they make a pick for a champion. They don't look for the objective where Elwyn has that teleport advantage. They're working around vision control. They're placing themselves in areas where they can actually have positive outcomes.
The biggest thing for me on top of that is also skirmishes. So yeah, there were all 10 members kind of in that general area, that fight starting in the bottom, then rotating towards the mid lane. But skirmishing, the fact that the Bangkok Titans have a team lead, that this is where their team thrives, that this is where stylistically they thrive in the chaos.
Even body slams aren't hitting dragons. I'm sorry.
I don't understand. They're doing so well in the team fights, and then they can't hit a stationary dragon. That thing is huge. Oh dear. There we are. Nailed that one. No worries.
Nailed it.
Well, Lloyd back into the mid lane. 7, 1, and 6 on this Lucian. Blade of the Ruined King completed for this guy, and
The Name special.
yeah. Zeitnot as well. He doesn't even have his Blade of the Ruined King. Was forced to pick up the QSS as his third, well, second and a half
So-
item. if that's what you call it.
The coolest thing that I've really been trying to touch on is the way that they're using Warlock on this Maokai around the map. At the moment, it's standard to deal with Elwyn. Teleport not being available and stuff, they actually want the Zed to be there. But when they have Zed against the Shyvana, they have the Maokai against the team.
Zeitnot's going to die.
Zeitnot's going to just get evaporated. And then they have the rest of the team, Lloyd, Moss, and 007 to make picks to control vision and to actually make plays around the map, as you're seeing now.
Well, they're also there to take down the Baron here as the Bangkok Titans with that newly forged Blade of the Ruined King here for Lloyd. He pops the Culling Crystal, tanks it up. Warlock gets over the top of the Empress Divide somehow as well. With that twisted advanced Crystal, he's in a whole bunch of trouble. There's the dredge line from Moss. Lloyd's going to pick up that one. G4, he makes his way towards the mid lane. Not sure whether he did anything, just checking out to see whether anyone on DP is dead that probably shouldn't be, and back to the Baron.
It's super important that Naru and Elwyn are both alive. Elwyn has a smite, so they can look to contest this Baron. Likewise, the AoE damage from Azir and a small choke point.
Yeah, he's trying to get his way in. They're turning on him. They're going to need everyone. This looks more difficult to kill than the Baron. as Elwin, they are going to go back to this Baron. Man, he's taken so much
This is
damage over
so
the last period of time.
dangerous.
007X extraordinarily low, down to about 2,000 health. 400. Oh my goodness, very, very close, but it is going to be locked down by 007X. Elwind as well, very low. Piercing light. Oh my god. Bending some bullets over the top. Rydell is butter in this fight. Living Artillery comes through. G4 dominating now as Warlock gets exhausted. Not a target you really want to exhaust. 007X, that was a bit ridiculous, but G4 is going to get on top of Zeitnot. QSS not up again as he's just all over the place. And the Bangkok Titans 24-4.
I told you, they've got the purple side advantage.
Yeah, well, we got a purple buff advantage now as well.
Lloyd just puts in work for this team. 9-1-9 right now. Went for the Blade of the Ruined King to actually take down the Warmog's first Shyvana, which dealing with that extra health actually helps him to a degree. Though, of course, she's very tanky. This Bangkok Titans side are consistently baiting the buffs, baiting Dragon, baiting Baron, working around Vision, and forcing Dark Passage to come to them, and then just destroying them. But it's on the back of one laning phase.
My goodness. Well, G4, he's going to take himself down some Krogs. Does have, of course, the last Whisper. He goes back to his split push. G4 in his natural habitat, ladies and gentlemen.
I have a feeling that he's just going to reset this wave or possibly set it up for a slow push as he leaves and reset his health bar, spin the gold, and now look for the split push.
That's not even reset.
I wasn't going to judge him, Rusty.
I'm judging him.
I
It's
think he thought
outside
that
of a
the
fight.
Baron buff would kill the cannon before he left instead of leaving it alive, and so.
I thought the same thing that I hoped was great.
But he was like, empowered recall, damn it.
Elwin's going to be there anyway to push it. He has the teleport available, so he's going to split push very much consistently now.
Black Cleaver as well built for G4. Thoughts, musings, Rusty?
It's okay. It's an extra bit of cooldown reduction. Isn't all that vital for a Zed, but it gives him extra armor penetration against his armor stacking side. And he already has the 2 armor penetration items, so it's the natural
Well,
third
actually,
one.
yeah, of course.
Oh, no. Oh my god.
Yeah.
Did he hit a wall?
Oh,
He hit a wall.
my goodness, he did.
Oh.
That's called a headbutt.
The MVP of this entire match
Is the map.
is the terrain.
Congratulations, Summoner's Rift, on your victory here at the IWCQ.
You're the real hero, Summoner's Rift.
Always is.
Saddening.
But actually really love the pickup of the Black Cleaver in that instance particularly.
Yeah, it gives him health and it gives him extra penetration against the Shyvana, who's now
Well,
going
that's
offensive.
90% armor pen.
And I don't want to put it all in the Black Cleaver. I'm also going to point out that he's 9-1-3.
Okay, that's a good point.
And
Can't
level
afford the Black
18
Cleaver, which is a
against
good
level
point.
15. So he's got the triple points into his ultimate. But, you know, it's Black Cleaver.
There's a Culling, going to take down half the health of the support and the AD carries. Warlock finds his way in. It's a decent cocoon from Crystal to try and stop the aggression. Meanwhile, dodges out of the way of the Emperor's Divide as G4. Triple Shadow, legendary Zed. Bangkok Titans all across the map, decimating Dark Passage.
But this is what we talked about. G4 is a god-tier Zed player. He played it after the changes. He's played it into all of these
picked off the
matchups.
Spider. Depth charge is down here as well. There's the barrel out. Nailed that one, 007X's. Rydell, he's under his turrets. Elwind, he's starting to fall down a little bit quicker now as Lloyd probably wants to stop auto-attacking him. G4, he's focusing on what they need to. The structures here on the map. Second inhibitor going to fall.
This different iteration of the Bangkok Titans team comp.
Another Dredgeline onto Elwind, and Warlock going to get Death Sentence back into the team. Flashes out of the way because he was taking some damage. But this could be triple inhibitors, and Bangkok Titans, it's a very different game to what we witnessed just one game ago.
Yeah.
There's no talking, Rusty. There's just destruction.
There's just fighting. If Bangkok Titans are on the map, there's going to be fighting. 27-4 in kills right now. They are controlling every single aspect. Shout out to Naru, got over the
Sweet
wall.
drifting.
It's a 33-minute game, and there's 31 kills in the game.
Yeah. Very, very bloodthirsty game. But again, you look at the Bangkok Titans team comp, and what they've actually got is comfortable champions for them. G4 on the signature Z, about to find Naru.
Wandering around. Naru once again getting over the wall. Nicely done. Sun turret going to be erected here for the Azir. Clearing out minions as they fly in as well. So at least that's another turret. And it's looking very dire for the Dark Passage lineup.
Naru played really well this game as well. It's just honestly the bottom lane, the secondary carry Lloyd. He's always hyper aggressive, and getting him on a champion like Lucian has done wonders for their laning phase. 007 has put all of his focus towards that lane and made sure that they won so that they could roam around as a 3-man party and just destroy people whilst Warlock deals with the brunt of the damage and G4 deals with Elwyn.
Seems like the classic Zeitnot problem as well. It seems like from ahead, he's fantastically strong, able to make huge plays around the map, but from behind, he just doesn't seem to be able to play it out correctly.
He doesn't change his play style. That's the thing. He plays as if he's 5k gold up by being that far forward.
We saw it from two of his deaths as well, sitting in that top lane and dealing with 3 members catching him with no vision of where he is. Bangkok Titans right now, they're looking to end the game.
Well, they've got 3 inhibitors down. There's nothing else for them to get apart from the dragon. We know what they think about that. They don't care at all. There's so many items on Lloyd. Naru gets sent out of his base. Rydell super low. The Bangkok Titans getting kills all over the place. Both carries are dead. 007X finding his way in. G4, he's on the fountain, picks up the kill, gets out. It's a triple for the Zed. Everyone's dead now, and the Nexus, it's going to fall. Bangkok Titans answer back after a crushing defeat against the Chiefs. Pretty hectically there against Dark Passage.
And the Bangkok Titans 2-0 Dark Passage. So again, we talked about Dark Passage. They thrive when they're together, when they're in the 5v5. Stylistically, the Bangkok Titans love that.
Yeah.
Come fight us. Group up together. There's more people to kill.
You would almost say stylistically it favors them in this matchup. 37 kills in 32 minutes is absurd. There was so much action in that game, and it was all Bangkok Titans. They were 32 of those.
Yeah, it's skirmish-based League of Legends. It's exactly where these guys thrive. And as we were just updated there by our producer, wonderfully, it's 3 red side victories today. So I was coming into today thinking, oh my goodness, blue side, what is it that's making it so strong? Well, obviously nothing, because red side's the one that's so strong and it's what I'm going to be thinking about heading into tomorrow.
But I think it's how the teams are dealing with the red side and what's changed. So the strengths of the blue side still exist in terms of your draft phase. So again, going back to Dark Passage draft, banning Callista from blue side, that opens up, I mean, effectively that opens up more target bans for your enemy team, because the thing about purple side is you have what are called staple bans. So Callista is one of them. So they don't get to weed out or to minimize a champion pool of a specific player, and Dark Passage did that for them.
Yeah, I guess the best way to point this out is they're looking at players and teams, not the map. So the Callista being first pick, of course, you want to get that for yourself. But if you're banning it because the person you're versing beat you on Callista yesterday, then you're wasting a ban.
Yeah, and I want to bring this back to the very early game as well. We saw as the minions clashed in that bottom side, Zeitnot was trying to create a freeze for himself. And I'm confused. Do you think that was something to do with Dark Passage assuming that they were going to get lane swapped on? The fact that this Kog'Maw probably had space? Because that was what lost him most of his health bar at the beginning and what really crushed him in that laning phase.
Well, we knew that both teams were curious who was going to lane swap just because of how they started. Like the fact that we had such a bizarre vertical jungle where there was 2 invades going through. I think the assumption was that everyone was getting a lane swap.
Well, it didn't actually happen, and in the end, it's going to be the Void Puppy that gets taken down for it. And Zeitnot, he's picked up the champion over and over again. I mean, his first performance was fantastic on the hero, but didn't really work out this time around, nor the last times, and we'll see what Zeitnot's going to move towards as we go through the day. But they're running out of opportunities here, Dark Passage.
And Zeitnot just needs to show some adaptation to his play style. It was something that you pointed out earlier, Froskurin, is that he plays the same way. And if he's going to play the same way, he may as well go to Vayne. He doesn't want to be Kog'Maw, sit in a solo lane, and just do nothing.
Yeah, well, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a short break, but we'll be back very, very soon with more IWCQ action.
Welcome back, everyone, to the International Wildcard Qualifier. My name is Dominic Sederomer. This is going to be Jake Spawn Tiberian. We're going to talk a little bit about that last match that we just had between the Titans and Dark Passage.
Yeah, and Bangkok Titans really hitting back after a disappointing loss against the Chiefs, able to take it to the Turkish lineup. And once again, they're just able to force fights around the map, and they do it with some really cool mid-game picks.
Yeah, they definitely do. We've actually got a graphic ready for you guys. This Lucian, Lloyd, is an absolute titan. He played it against the Saigon Jokers in the regional qualifiers in Game 2 and 4. In both games, he went 17-1-7.
Yeah, and it just shows how much of a power pick it is for this team, able to bully around the lane. Zeitnot on that Cogmore didn't stand a chance because with the Lucian, with the Nautilus, just such high base damage as the ability to punish the Cogmore before he was able to get the items just meant that he never had a shot in the game. So really big shout out to Lloyd and his duo lane partner Moss being able to hold down the Cogmore.
Yeah, they performed just as stellar in this game. And, that's the Bangkok Titans taking a win that they definitely need. They're at the bottom half of the standings right now, but we've actually got a replay ready for you of some of those early action.
Yeah, and this is what we were talking about. You can see it's level 2. The punishment started early, and already you can see Lloyd. He's trying to line up the shot. So let's roll it out. Bangkok Titans, super aggressive dive pass. Body slam flash, gets first blood, and then some great turret juggling here. Moss tanks up one shot, gets the heck out of dodge. 007X, he picks up the aggro of the turret, body slams his way out. Lloyd gets himself a kill, and that's the start of a very good early game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that they were all over the map getting these kills, picks after picks, these guys were unstoppable.
Yeah, they certainly were, and you could see that they wanted to be more early game focused this time around. They went with the Zed, they went with the Lucian, even Nautilus, who controls the bottom lane so well. They weren't going to let this one go late. They didn't want to do what Detonation Focus Me did against the Turkish lineup and allow them back in. Instead, they just hammered them.
Yeah, we've actually got another replay ready for you. It's a little bit later into the game, but again, the theme continues. Lloyd and 007 are a dynamic duo.
Yeah, and it's not even that later, It's only about another 5 minutes. Like, roll this one out. Lloyd nails Rydell with every bullet of the culling. So as we start the replay up, you're going to see Rydell get completely chunked out. Good ultimate out of Moss, and they just don't stand a chance. But the whole of the Bangkok Titans team, they're unrelenting. Warlock's down there. Elwin, he can't do anything. Even when he goes into dragon form, they kite back. Nice. Crystal wants to join the party, and so does the mid laner Naru. He actually makes a huge play here, shoving 3 members back. But then G4 comes in and just cleans up what was already a horrible situation.
Yeah, a really crazy play. He gets the double kill right there with a styling kill at the very end. And at that point, it's 3-8. You've already got Bangkok Titans starting to snowball forward, but I don't know if you took a look at the CS back then. It was already, I think, a 40 CS difference between the
Yeah, it definitely was, and this is what happens when they continue to put pressure down there, shove you under turret, harass you out. There's just no breathing room for Zeit not to get any farm. Nothing Rydell can do to really help out his AD carry, and they were just unrelenting, stalking this Cogmore wherever he was on the map.
Yeah, time and time again, you would see poor Zeit not pop up on the map. We've actually got another replay, and then suddenly there would be Moss, there would be Warlock. They would pick him out. Here's another pick.
So what happened is you can see right now, Lloyd is a beast, and that freed up space for the split pushing Zed to get going early. And then G4 took all those items and rammed them down Zeitnot's throat. Like, let's look at this one. This is on the back end of a team fight. You can see Naru's already fallen down. G4 just beelines for the Cogmore one more time. Let's roll it out, and you can see flashes, ultimates, able to get in there. Even though he gets hooked up, he just does way too much work, goes back to his shadow, gets the heck out of dodge, and G4 just kept putting his knives into the Cogmore.
Yeah, Elwin was certainly trying as best he can. You can see he's nice and tanky with the Thornmail Warmogs, but there's just so much you can do against that much CC.
Yeah, exactly right. And the thing about Shyvana, always extremely kiteable. So if it gets into the 5v5 team fight, if you don't have something like an Orianna, like a Ludo to speed her up, get her on the back line, that's what happens. You just get CC'd up by the big tanks. You get chunked out by the assassins, by the AD carries. And, Frost said it the best. As long as Zed is in the game, Cogmore needs to be not blind picked, because when there's people like G4 that can just continue to feed off the Void Puppy, it's not going to be a good news story.
Yeah, that man was on a mission this game. He was all over the map trying to find kills. I think he even had one stylish kill under an inhibitor turret. He's absolutely stellar play from the Titans.
Yeah, it certainly was. And what that did is it opened up the map and it allowed them to find even more team fights as the game progressed.
We've actually got another replay ready for you. Again, it's all about the picks, but this time, Dark Passage finally find a fight.
Yeah, so they certainly do. So Dark Passage, they're looking at the low health bars, and you can see Baron about to fall down. There is a 9,000 gold lead in the favor of Bangkok Titans. So let's roll this one out. The hard engage comes through from Warlock. He just wants to be able to chunk them out. 007X, he doesn't really care that he's low. And then G4 just flies onto the back line one more time.
Yeah, so much damage from G4. Again, Warlock, 007X, and Moss buying time for that Lucian and Zed. The damage is just unbelievable.
Yeah, and once again, he waits to get on the Kog'Maw before he uses that ultimate. He understands who the late game carry is, knows who he has to take off the map. So one more time, props to G4. He's shown that he is a great assassin player in that mid lane, and he just uses his cooldowns on the most priority target time and time again to win his team fights.
Yeah, but now we're going to start talking about the next match we've got coming up. It's the Chiefs versus Detonation Focus Me, and right now, Chiefs lead the standings.
Yeah, they certainly do. Chiefs having a great, I guess, first couple of days of this tournament, being able to lead out their standings, and there's a couple of teams hot on their heels. They actually dropped this match on day one. It was the only match they've dropped so far. Detonation Focus Me behind their top lane to look very impressive right now.
Yeah, Udapon is an absolute titan. I mean, this guy is crazy. This is the matchup you can see Udapon and Swiper.
Yeah, so Udapon, he's sitting up nice with 87 kill participation and 10 KDA. I think that was before today's matches that they unfortunately did drop in the late game against Dark Passage. But Swiper on the other end of the map, he's actually been playing a very utility focus for his team. A lot of Maokai, a lot of Shen. That's not what we're expecting seeing him play. We'll see whether he does get a carry in one of these games, something like his Fizz, to try and take over the rest of the map. But as the series continues, you expect to see Swiper continue to rise to the occasion.
Yeah, and we do actually, I feel like we should bring up the match that Detonation Focus Me played earlier today. It was a long, drawn-out battle, and they had advantage after advantage, but in the end, they ended up dropping a 50-minute game.
Yeah, and it was a really quirky pick that came out of them with the Gangplank mid as well as the Rumble top lane. And it worked throughout the mid game. You have to say that during the mid game when they were snowballing the lead, they were taking team fight after team fight. And Seros in the mid lane was an absolute monster. Picked himself up a pentakill even. The problem was they just couldn't close it out. They didn't want to use the ultimates after they got burnt when they tried to take the double inhibitors. They just kept backing away, All of a sudden, Rakinia fell way too far behind. All the CS that had been absorbed by Gangplank wasn't going to other members on the team. And they just got, I guess, outscaled the later the game went on.
Which was a tricky situation. G4 played out of his mind. He tried as best he can with that Varus. And the fact that the Gangplank wasn't able to 100-0 people, it was pretty close. It was 95-0.
Yeah, so what happened is Naro in the mid lane with the Varus just was able to continue to get arrows across people. His wave clear was phenomenal, and it just continued to, I guess, weigh on the mind of Detonation Focus Me. How are we going to clean it out? In the end, they went for a Baron call, and it didn't work.
Yeah, ended up backfiring on them and cost them the game. But we're getting into that next match. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Dom. And look, I'm very excited to get into this match. We'll see whether it is going to be the Chiefs managing to continue on, get to that 4-1 mark, or whether it's going to be evened out. Detonation Focus Me can even up the scoreline here at 3-2 apiece if they pick up this victory. And then you've got following Dark Passage and Bangkok Titans there with 2-3. By the end of the day, we can still potentially have everyone on 3-3.
Great.
I'm so excited for tiebreaker games.
Oh, yeah. Let's just redo the tournament. It's exciting. More League of Legends, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited.
I have no idea what's wrong with both of you, but the tournament so far has certainly been fun. And the Chiefs, you have to think they looked at their match yesterday and I think came into it a little cocky, you have to think, letting Kalista and just being run over, honestly, by Detonation Focus.
It's not even just that. Yeah, you can point at Kalista and you could say that's a massive problem, but it wasn't just Kalista. It was Kalista, Thresh, and Maokai. Like, the #1 champion in response, typically, for Kalista is a Maokai pickup. So the fact that Detonation Focus Me managed to get all three of those champions, Kalista and Thresh, that's probably the best 2v2 that you've got in terms of how they synergize and work together. The lanterns, the tricks, the Fates Call, everything like that. That's an absolute, sorry guys, that's an absolute blunder by the Chiefs in terms of their draft phase.
Oh no, most certainly was. It just seemed like disrespect. They could have taken away the Maokai themselves. We saw the draft phase. I was like, why aren't they picking the Maokai? Of course, I'm not an analyst, so I sort of assumed that there was a higher power making up the idea as to why it was going to work a little bit better, but just didn't really work.
No, I got out-skirmished there. Hecarim is off a Swiper. Usually a very strong pick for him, but it just couldn't get the items, to be honest. Never going to have the same impact that a Maokai is going to have early to mid-game. And we saw Udapon's teleports. They've been on point all tournament. Maokai made the difference in that bottom lane. So the Chiefs, they'll swap sides. Blue side's almost been cursed today, weirdly enough. As he moved to day 2, it's almost like the sides are swapped over. But you have to think, on the blue side, coming in after having a good day already today, they'll have a good game plan for this one.
The thing, though, especially when you're facing across the Japanese right now, is just that their champion pools have been a little bit bizarre, very expansive almost. I mean, you think about, we've seen Rise Top, we've seen Zillion, we've seen Gangplank. So even just trying to ban against them, yes, they are on purple side. So again, we should have more of the staple bans, although we've seen a couple of weird blue bans tossed out for the day. It's just, it's so hard to look across at that team and figure out, okay, who are we targeting now? Where are we looking? And I actually think that they should look towards the jungle. Asterore, I feel like he's actually the big kind of hinge in which they swing. Everyone's going to look at Udapon and say, like, no, this guy's the primary carry. That's fine, but Udapon has shown a massive, expansive champion pool. Asterore, his most played champion is Rek'Sai by a lot. And the jungle pool is significantly smaller than the top side pool. So I actually think that's the direction that they should be going.
Yeah, and all of yesterday was playing Gragas.
Yep.
So if they ban that one away, pick that one away potentially on the side of the Chiefs, just ban the Rek'Sai and then force Asterore to make a different decision. Force him into something that might be a little bit more uncomfortable. And we know, Spooks, huge champion pool. This guy can play a whole bunch of different things. There are a lot of things that are in the meta still for this guy as well. So the Echo could come out, of course, could go back to the Nunu if he feels like it. There are a lot of different options here for Spooks in the jungle, and we'll see what they do decide to target.
And the thing about Spooks, particularly his jungle pool, is that if he's playing a champion like Elise versus I'm trying to think of another jungler, like Gragas.
Rek'Sai?
No, let's go Gragas.
Okay.
It completely changes the dynamic of how the Chiefs actually play. Like, his aggression versus how controlled and passive Spooks can be. So not only is it massive for Asteroid, limiting that champion pool, and it's one of the smallest targetable champion pools in the entire tournament itself. Again, Rek'Sai and Gragas still have 100% pick or ban rate for the day. It changes fundamentally how the Chiefs work.
It really does. And I think they will have a lot of stuff in mind like that, but just play standard, honestly. You've seen in that long, drawn-out game that Detonation Focus Me played earlier today, they could get the lead, but they couldn't close out the game. The Chiefs, they're a team that's used to fighting in the late game. They're probably confident late 5v5, given how well they've been with a lot of their macro game today as well, that if they can take it to some sort of a standard game, they'll likely win. So just play safe, honestly, and maybe ban away some of the more oddball ones. Gangplank and Kalista.
What?
The first 2 bans on blue side for the Chiefs.
You can't see my face right now, but it's literally on the desk.
Yeah, I'm really perplexed as to why the Chiefs of all teams would ban the Kalista on the blue side, not wanting to go for that first pick, as Twisted Fate and Braum are going to be taken away by Detonation Focus Me. Our producer insists that they have a plan, still well and truly on that hype train, but
so
I'm not
what
sure.
we've seen from Dark Passage when they decided to ban the Kalista from blue side is that they were looking at targeting and limiting another player's champion pool. In the last game, it was Moss's Thresh by taking away that in priority pick. So the idea is okay, we're going to priority pick a champion that's really well known on a player as opposed to giving up the priority pick for the Kalista. In this case, though, they may actually have a plan because they're now looking at the Fiora, although Fiora hasn't been a contested pick all international wildcard.
But this makes a lot of sense. Picking away the Rise would be a good idea. Udapon has had that one banned against him over and over again. The Tom Kench, the Minky Whale special, if anyone watched the OPL Grand Final. But Shen is available, so of course it's going to get picked.
100% pick ban all tournament long. I think has continued that trend today as well. Noting Diana and Azir as well kind of cuts down some of the mid lane champions, but the Chiefs wanted to secure a priority pick. It is going to be the Shen.
And we know that Shen does relatively well against the old Rise. If you build a Banner of Command and a ZZ Rot Portal.
Stop it. Stop it with the Mickey Whale references. Our stream can't handle that much whale.
No, but it worked really well against Shen. Maybe not the
Certainly
ZZ
He's
Rot
beached
Portal.
is.
Yeah,
Oh, no.
I got it.
All right, so Detonation Focus Me
my
now considering
goodness.
their next 2 picks. 25 seconds left to decide what they want. Do they take something like their Thresh away from Egypt? We saw the Annie being flashed as well. Definitely a pick that they can consider.
Bangkok
Yes.
Titans special. That's what's going to happen. Thresh and Gragas.
That's not
All
Gragas.
rip.
That isn't a Gragas. Dang it. I'm not very good at this.
They
I
might
think I need
swap
to be
those
an
two as
analyst
well. I
before
hope
can
they
make that one
swap.
work.
5 seconds left now for Detonation Focus Me. See if they lock this in. They lock in the Thresh. Are they going to take the Cogmore as well? It's pretty early for it, but Rakinia has looked quite good on it.
Well, Swiffer can play Zed now. The Alex Ish mantra is going to work out effectively. Then-
Lulu's also on the board.
Yeah, that's
also.
a very good point.
So a little bit curious if that's going to force Swiffer into the Lulu denial or if they're going to give that one over to Saros. Again, Saros has a pretty massive champion pool out of 10 league games, and of course this isn't including the playoff games, so they get plus 10 there. He played 13 unique champions, so
That is a lot of unique champions over not very many games that they actually play.
yeah.
probably something like 13 games.
I think actually Bonzin, their former top laner, had the most unique champions played. He played like a different
Oh my
champion
goodness.
in every game except for one. Played 2 Rumble games.
The IWCI special here from Swiffer, potentially.
I haven't seen LeBlanc in a while, but
The
could be.
rise of the assassin in response to the Kog'Maw.
Well, never mind. At least Leona,
happening.
both of you got tricked. It's going to be still a bit more hard engaged and a very aggressive jungler for Spooks.
But we talked about how this changes the dynamic fundamentally for the Chiefs.
That's a smile on Swiffer's face as well.
Everything you guys keep telling me is Spooks. When my initial impression of Spooks when watching him was like, he's actually really cautious. You know, when he plays Rek'Sai, when he plays Gragas, he doesn't like to extend himself that much. He doesn't like to take that many risks, which makes sense because he had the best AD carry in the region. He had a really strong mid laner. He didn't need to be the carry. He could just let his lanes win for him. But according to you guys, when this guy gets Elise, when he gets Elise in, he goes ham.
Yeah, and it's Elise Lee Sin and a little bit Echo as well. After he picked up those 3 kills on the previous game, he was able to really make things happen. Asterore, massive surprise, is going to be hovering the option of Gragas and Saros as well. The Lulu Kog'Maw.
This is a really good team comp for
It is.
Japan.
Oh,
If they take
yeah,
it, they
it
get the
is.
Gragas in, they have to be taking Lulu. There it is.
And we've kind of talked about the Chiefs fundamentally in their meta. I want to actually take this over to Japan and kind of explain the Japanese meta. It's really heavy protect the AD carry. There was a reason why Yutapon used to be the AD carry player, and it's because that's the most important role for the Japanese meta. They have a lot of strong AD carries. There's a lot of focus that goes around them. They use Dragon as kind of a crutch for team fights. So about building up into those late game 5th Dragon win conditions where you have these hyper carries and things like that. So they're very practiced with this style. It's very LJL.
Yeah, they could as well pick up the Rise, and it fits fantastically into this comp at the same time. The Whimsy plus Rise's Rune Prison, we've seen it time and time again be incredibly potent. I'm very scared for the Chiefs and their ability to counter this because it's just so hard to deal with.
I feel like he's going to grab Sivir. Radier seems to be falling back to Sivir. I know it's a big pick. Oh, I actually really like this.
Oh, I love this lane.
So the reason why I like that he went Jinx here is because if they decide to go Rise, the 600 range snare, Jinx is one of the few champions that will be able to outrange that, so she won't be in the danger threat zone if Rise comes out for Yutapon.
Not to mention, there is also the Ahri for Swiffer, and Swiffer, I mean, he looked like a completely different player on that champion the last time we saw him, and not to mention, Leona Jinx, it's a decent lane. There's a lot of CC there with the Flame Chompers and, of course, that Shield of Daybreak.
I'm already a big fan of Swiffer's Ahri. I wish he just would play that game or that champion every single game because he likes to chase, and Ahri really empowers him to get his freak on.
Like we also tried to tell you, Swiffer, very aggressive mid laner. Once upon a time, it is nice to see him going back to some of those assassin roots. And this is a really well-rounded comp for the Chiefs. You have to be worried about the scaling on the Detonation Focus Me side, that's for sure. Especially depending on what the last pick is. Are they seriously going to go? They are. It's Olaf. Got to break that back line.
That is going to be
yeah.
a big Viking in these team fights as well.
I
My
mean,
goodness.
Yutapon's pulled out everything. All different styles. He's done the tank, he's done the hard carry, he's done the mage.
Yeah.
What, Rumble, Rise, Olaf, and Maokai are the 4 champions that he's played in how many games? Have Detonation Focus Me played?
They play 4
4.
so far.
So different champion every single game.
This certainly is. So taking a leaf out of Saros' book this time around, or at least back into their former top laner's hands.
That guy hasn't played top lane competitively in over 2 years. He just started playing top lane for the team for their regional qualifiers to qualify Detonation Focus Me. This underdog story is so cool to me.
You're losing your evens.
I can't even.
Look, see the two teams set up now across from each other. Really cool late game comp here for Detonation Focus Me. And the Olaf, almost a nice answer, honestly, just to the Jinx, which was, I guess, the answer. Like you mentioned, Frostgruin, they're trying to match some of that late game carry power.
Yeah, and I really like the Jinx pickup here. I think this is a really strong suited composition for the Chiefs in particular. Again, Swiffer on Ahri, the mobility there really empowers him. We saw fantastic plays from him the last time the Chiefs took the Rift with that teleport Destiny Twisted Fate. He ganked 2 lanes at once. I didn't even know that was possible, and he managed to do it. So the fact that they're empowering Radier, the big AD carry of the OPL, on a hyper carry champion, and then giving the mobility to Swiffer, I think the Chiefs are absolutely in a comfort zone. On the other side, though, this is the LJL special. They love playing Protect the AD carry comp.
and I'm so excited for Udapon to pull that all off.
Yeah, exactly. But ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have a pause to lead us into this one, of course, as we get everything ready to go. 4-4 on the pause front. Yes, but we are going to be back onto the Rift very, very soon.
You two like weird stuff, by the way. Pauses and tiebreakers. I want to put that out there.
I just love tiebreakers and pauses.
Oh, man,
technical
so excited.
difficulties.
It's just sepia. It just feels more artistic, you know?
What?
So
Don't worry,
back to the
don't
team
worry.
column.
Yeah, let's go back to the team call and talk about the fact that Radiant managed to get a pentakill in their second game of the OPL split 2 as well on that champion. The Jinx is huge for this guy. Moved away from it just a little bit towards the end of the split, but man, it is always there and he's always strong.
I just have to say this. There's no one in our ear that's giving us these stats. Max actually just memorized
he knows
that.
that.
And just he doesn't even have any notes over here. He's just like the pentakill in February of
I'm also,
2009.
Just don't look it up and just let me sound smart. 'Cause it might have been in game 3. Not entirely sure. It was pretty early then.
And Atlas is probably right. I don't know the stat off the top of my head, but he's at least right that they did play a lot of Jinx, and it's something that they don't do all the time, but they pull it out every now and then. Again, it's another kind of feather in their cap if you want to think about it that way. Radiant's Jinx has done a lot of work for him in the past 6 to 12 months, you have to think.
Oh, yeah.
Has played it in recent splits as well. Again, Jinx isn't that popular of a champion, but when she works, she usually works really well.
Now, the thing that I'm curious about is the 2v2 or the lane swap. So we haven't seen a ton of lane swaps. I think the Chiefs have actually been the team
yeah,
most
they've been instigating
keen
them
to
most
do
of the
it.
games, yeah.
Leona into a lane swap is awful. Just god awful. She can't really control. I mean, she can Zenith Blade through creeps, and then you can proc the sunlight,
Yeah.
but she's not great at pushing towers. She's great at unlocking for roam potential, but typically when you have a Leona, you want that big 2v2. Now, specifically across from her in the Thresh, should Kog'Maw and Thresh face across from them, Thresh has so many tools to counteract Leona. If he times his Flay correctly, it can interrupt the Zenith Blade.
Yeah, see, this was a very contentious matchup a long time ago when these two champions
No,
were
there's
really
one
popular.
range champion and one melee champion.
See, this is the thing. I think this is as close as a support skill matchup gets.
No.
No?
There's one range champion and one melee champion.
It's all about the Zenith Blade Flay thing, isn't it? Isn't it
Okay,
to do with
the
that
idea
thing?
is, I will give you this. It's a skill-based matchup if the Zenith Blade connects and you're standing next to your AD carry. So a big thing is also like kind of the Morgana versus Leona matchup. But Crappo was a big guy that's saying, okay, if Morgana black shields herself, but if she's ever standing next to her AD carry, so if Leona locks on to the support, but the AD carry is standing right there, she's just going to turn and she's going to punch your AD carry in the face. But the thing is you're a ranged champion on Thresh versus a melee champion against Leona. So if she ever misses that cooldown of the Zenith Blade or you interrupt it with the Flay, you automatically win the trade because you're able to hit her when she can't hit you.
All right, so let's phrase this question in a different way. Why pick Leona over Alistar? Because that's obviously the other big pick to look at.
I would have picked Alistar.
See, I wouldn't, because I think the Chiefs want more engage options. That's the one thing Leona has.
Long
over
range
Alistar.
engage.
More,
That's
just
yes.
more of it.
Yeah, and there's also the fact that the Chiefs have a fantastic pick comp here as well, and I think that what Ejim was wanting was more abilities to get on top of the mid laner if he can, because that's where he's been. He's been in the mid lane. He's been trying to kill people at level 2, and the level 2 of Leona is fantastic if he can grab the experience one more time.
I like that Froskurin already mentioned roam potential, because we've seen
Ejim
so
roam
many,
so many
level
times.
2 EG mid lane roam. He did it, I think, at the middle of this year, in like the end of an OPL split in a semi-final, and we were like, why are you doing that now? That's a sweet tactic. And now they apparently just do it every game. It's like, Radio, get out of my lane. You're not getting the experience, and then Ejim takes it and goes game.
It's this cute little thing that they do with the Krugs, and they feed all of the Krug experience over to Ejim, and then he just murder. I love when people just get punched in the face.
Yeah, or shielded in the face.
Punch first, ask
He
questions
did it,
while
he did it
punching.
once with the
Ah,
Grump, where the
there's an
jungler helped
amazing.
him, and then he headbutted through the Grump, got level 2, and then went to gank mid lane. It was amazing.
Oh, Rakinia.
It was amazing.
It was.
No, I just,
Thank you, yes.
I love you.
I'm a bit lukewarm, but we'll get there.
Well, Rakinia not going to suffer the same fate.
They
Dark
split their
Passage,
experience
bottom
already.
lane.
I know it's a 2v2, because that's what we're getting at least. Standard lane for the first time in a short while in a Chiefs game.
Interesting stuff. Astrore going to be taking his blue buff alone as Udapon is going to get back to base, grab himself some extra pots and head towards that top lane.
Should be noted that Spooks and Swiper, excuse me, I always wanted to say Swiper, started on the top side of the map, so their gank path options are going to be for the bottom side and mid lane once they clear the rotation. And the fact that it is a Leona, that's a lot of kill pressure.
Epic level 2 already as Seros and Swiffer going at it early on. A nice early charm lands. Good Q, but he's just
Oh.
short. Sarah's dodging a big chunk of damage there.
Yeah, that would have pretty much been the trade advantage for Swiffer there. The trick with Ahri is you wait until the enemy mid laner goes to last hit because they're effectively CC'd through the duration of their auto attack animation, and it's super important to hit a max range Q on Ahri because you get the immediate double proc of the damage coming back through.
Certainly is. The Swiper hanging out in the top lane. This is a matchup we haven't seen in quite a while.
What year is it?
I don't know. Very late.
That's Rory. He's got the smite. There it is.
I always get worried as well, but junglers, they usually know what they're doing.
Flirting with danger, man. They do it a lot.
It's okay, there wasn't a wall there. He wasn't contesting with any terrain, so
Oh my goodness.
it was just him and the buff, I believed.
Well, it's done right now. Ejim and Reddy doing a nice job actually putting him in, so using some of the early rockets, the relic shield block from Ejim as well. A Swiper and Unipon, they're gonna have our time. I don't know if it's good or bad, but it's certainly a time.
I'm pretty sure it's just going to be a farm lane. There's a little bit of kill pressure early on Olaf, especially because he took Ignite Teleport. Doesn't have the Ghost available, so 0 escapes open for Unipon, but it's so hard to kill a Shin, especially because he got pushed in early. At some point, it's Flash Shin. It's Flash Taunt Shin. You're never going to kill me Shin.
Yeah. It's just Shin.
It's just Shin.
Still going to be Shin, the
Just
worst
a
ninja
Shin
in the
thing.
game. He's so bad at being a ninja.
I really want to see Saros. So the other cool thing about Lulu into Ahri is that, or pretty much Lulu into anyone, is she actually has superior range on pretty much every single matchup if she uses her help picks to shield a backline caster creep and then shoot her glitter lance from there.
Yeah.
So she should always be able to out-trade Ahri without Ahri being in position to counter on it.
Down on the bottom lane now, I see Raider actually maybe getting paid a visit there. Ward down, the team have seen that being put there. So they'll have good knowledge about what's happening. Swiffer in the meantime, trying to keep up and CS. Saros does have a slim lead right now, and Saros' laning has been interesting to me this whole tournament. It's been a bit on and off. I've seen an Ahri game where he was certainly falling behind, and then the Gangplank game today almost turned that around. I feel like day to day, Japanese side just are only getting better.
Comfort, but we'll see Asteroid walk into Spooks here.
Oh, just picks himself up. Pretty easy Raptor as well.
Did he cocoon a mini Raptor?
I think it disappeared into
That
space.
was, yeah. Jeroen's doing some weird things today. Down the bottom side, Raider and Ejim going in onto the Kazu, but just a nice little trade there.
So what was really key about this trade is the fact that Ejim pulled the trigger as soon as he saw the Flay go down. So knowing that the Flay wasn't there to counteract the Zenith Blade, so great cooldown management and awareness for Ejim.
You can see Swiper, he's pushed up the top lane as well as Swiffer here in the mid. He's going to be doing his very best to clear this one out. And after that trade early, I mean, I feel like it's weighing on Swiffer's mind. He missed out on the experience from 3 creeps and just knows that he's not going to be ahead in this lane.
Just tilted.
Yeah, tilted 3 creeps. Oh man, done.
The thing that I also want to talk about, we spent so much time talking about Thresh versus Leona, but Jinx versus Kog'Maw. Jinx has just so many more tools, although hold on, free cocoon.
Yeah, there's the free cocoon, of course. Spooks with so much damage at this stage. First blood delivered to Swiper, silverest of platters. As Swiffer, he's going down very low, 300 health now for the Ahri.
Yeah, good bullying there from Saros. A little low on mana, but approaching level 6 might consider throwing his jungle over or going for a dive. Asteroid, though, is in the bottom side, but really nice setup there. Very important, much like Kassadin, I guess, to gank Olaf before he gets his ultimate.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. The fact that he wasn't able to break any of the CC and get out of it. More importantly, the fact that Unipon doesn't have his teleport available. So not only does he give over the first blood and it stays in the lane on top of Swiper, but he's not able to teleport back into the lane to kind of compensate for picking up that experience and that gold that's dying to his tower.
Yeah, it actually just came off cooldown while he was walking to lane, ladies and gentlemen, so Frostgren wasn't confused.
Are you trying to cover my bases?
I was trying to cover your
No,
bases.
I believe the audience saw. They knew.
They did?
But yeah, they saw him die. He's like, I gotta talk to you.
I
The
just
teleport
assumed
cooldown.
That was what happened.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, doing my best.
This lane. So the thing is Jinx versus Kog'Maw. Kog'Maw has pretty much 0 tools to augment the wave. He's going to be a mostly single target damage champion, whereas Jinx just turns into rocket form, gets to outrange Kog'Maw at least post level 6, or excuse me, pre-level 6, and just infinitely push the wave in. And anytime Leona has a CS advantage behind her, especially in these early levels, she's able to posture much more aggressively and much more offensively forward. So yeah, Leona versus Thresh, not my cup of tea, but Jinx versus Kog'Maw, man, I love that.
Yeah, good. Like we said, very rarely pulls the Jinx out, except in situations where he's comfortable with it. He really prefers his dashes. It actually might have a bit of a scuffle. Kazu going forward, but the Chompers just to delay any aggression.
think he actually hit a creep.
Yeah, I didn't even see the death sentence. I thought he was faking it out. It was very confusing. Swiffer makes his way towards the Scuttle Crab, but it is already taken. So not going to be able to get any surprise ganks towards the bottom side.
They're contesting blue buff, though, because they have advantage over the bottom side of the lane. So because Raydeer and Ejim are so far forward, they want to pull the trigger, contest this blue buff, knowing their bot lane can get there first.
Really smart stuff here from the Chiefs. We've seen this a lot from them. They don't have the vision control set up, but they're just power in numbers right now going to go in onto the buff. The wards are still there for DFM. That blue might reset soon, but Swiffer, he wants it, but Spooks is just going to take it.
It's more important that Spooks...
Whoa.
Interesting. It's more important that Spooks actually just secure that, because obviously when you're making a steal like that, it's just better that you're taking away the blue buff versus giving it over to your mid laner. It's much safer just to get Swiffer his own blue. So no problem there for Spooks to take that away.
This is nice as well. Very aggressive call, but they've got the back time as they know Swiper can join if they need. Udipon's got his port as well, but they've seen the backs. They're going to take Dragon also.
Yeah, easy Dragon here for the Chiefs. Lock down the first one at 8 minutes. Probably one of the earliest Dragons that we've seen in this game thus far.
But this is the thing about the Chiefs. They're so good. Spawn calls it their triangle vision. We already see deep ward set up in Detonation Focus Me's blue side jungle because they went for the blue contest. Then realizing what health Seros and Asteroid were at, they transitioned their, again, bottom lane aggression and victory into Dragon secure.
And you've got now the bottom lane heading towards the top side of the map here as well. Asteroid trying his very best to take down the blue buff as Udipon unable to find a kill onto Swiper. Asteroid able to take down the blue. Very well done, so forcing a bit of a lane swap.
Yeah, so picking up your duo, moving your numbers advantage to the top side of the map, because Dragon's down, so why do you have your 2v2 on the bottom?
Okay, so if we're going to get polymorphed here, probably not going to die just yet.
reason.
Does have the Stand United, lands the charm onto Seros. Oh my goodness, that Seros. Zenith Blade was so incredibly close. Seros was forced to use the flash and his ult.
This is like heaven for me, because they're making all these macro plays and then they just want to murder each other. I'm like, no, come on guys, just lane swap. So what? Tower dive.
The bonus coming as
what they're doing.
Udipon pops his ulti. Asteroid is here as well. Kazu's going to pull them out with a
Woo!
legend.
Make it
Ulti just hits Asteroid.
But they've got complete control of the tower, and that is a jinx. So goodbye, top tier tower.
That
But again,
one's dead.
the only reason your 2v2 is in the bottom side of the map is because Dragon's going to be the most important early objective, other than if you got a free tower. So making sure you have the numbers advantage control over there. Now that Dragon's down, picking that up, and then immediately not only putting Olaf behind, but picking up the free standing gold and start Jinx rolling. This is the power of Jinx. Once she gets level 9, she has all 5 points into her minigun. Her attack speed ramps up so quickly, she can siege a tower faster than any other AD carry.
And look, you're having so much fun. I'm going to give you something else that's also going to happen here. The way they time the blue buff into that dragon means as long as they keep this around and keep minutes,
They're going to get it every single time. Yep.
Because now they have extra reason to have their vision where they already wanted it to be.
Oh, beautiful. Frostgrid needs to have
Sorry,
a moment here.
I didn't mean to enable
Wait,
Frostgrid.
here comes my play-by-play moment. I've gotten excited.
Oh my, what?
It's a jinx.
I get it. No, I get it.
It's a jinx.
It's okay.
I have blue hair.
Okay.
It's all coming together now.
Oh, she's going to grow it out, guys. Don't worry. We'll have the pigtails for you very, very soon. Excited to see that one. That being said, Rakinia has now picked himself up a bit of a CS advantage. 10 CS in the lead after Radia's excursion towards the top side. Spooks finds his way in. Oh, Ejim.
Just tapped his butt.
Yeah, doesn't quite have the Zenith Blade skills just yet. That producer actually tapped his. As the flash comes out from Rakinia, gets himself into position. Flash into the shield as Kazu is forced to flash out as well. Spooks will have the repel available as teleports coming in from everyone. Radiant aggressive positioning as Swiper looking for the taunt, gets it onto Udipon, but he has the ultimate. Radiant gonna get slowed down, forced to use the flash. Udipon doesn't have that summoner spell, so he's not after him there as the zap comes in. And Seros not gonna find his way through. Swiffer still in the mid lane, but Detonation Focus Me now with some opportunities on the bottom side.
Yeah, now that it's all said and done, Detonation Focus Me do come out on top. A nicely timed teleport from Udipon and Asteroid with the cast to pick up that kill in the back half.
Radio.
But these cooldowns were all expended. He's fine. He's totally cool. We're good. Yeah,
Okay,
he's good.
He's fine.
All of these cooldowns were expended for nothing. They didn't get the tower. They didn't translate it into a dragon. So yes, they pick up the kill gold, but it doesn't snowball into any sort of objective advantage or any sort of macro map advantage.
I guess we've seen this a little bit from Detonation Focus Me, where kind of like the Bangkok Times, a lot of their strength comes from just straight up fighting people and then kind of using the objectives either as bait, like you mentioned with the Dragon, or just as like a secondary consideration to help them get further ahead. This is a region and a team that loves to fight. Unicorn's teleports have been a lot of how that's happened, and like you mentioned, that teleport only for 1 kill and nothing else is a big loss for Unicorn's cooldown.
Especially because the Dragon is now on that 2-minute timer. Again, because he teleported to a ward and a creep, it's a 5-minute timer for the teleport, so they can't even play with split push map pressure. I mean, Udapon can try to push forward. Reset. All I'm trying to say right now is the macro play available to Detonation Focus Me is to trade top tier tower for the Dragon. They can try to contest it 5v5, but they've lost complete control over the mid lane if this tower goes down.
Nice tune there from Spook. Going to deter Sarah from coming through and clearing out this wave, at least early on.
Chiefs setting up their triangle vision over this blue buff.
Yeah, once again, going to be contested. Nice ward there from Detonation Focus Me, shows whether they're behind the pit. Pink ward here as well. Rakini and Kazu now in position for this one. Living Artillery spots out Spooks.
Yeah, back around for that blue buff like we mentioned, but Swiffer move his way down. Actually a crit cloak there for Radiant. Must be an efficiency buy there, because you usually see the pickaxe. He wants to be strong right now. They know they have a Dragon to fight around.
Yeah, but you could have just bought a Avarice Blade. 730 versus 800, and you'd get the crit as well as the bank build.
Maybe he didn't have enough.
Or maybe.
Well, that ward is well and truly there, Chiefs. So, aware of what's going on.
He's got upgraded boots as well as the BT, so this is the I'm going to siege tower build that we see very popularized in the LPL. I see you Chinese analysts for the Chiefs.
But they're just, yeah, it's blue buff again. Something that Detonation Focus Me are clearly aware of as far as something to fight over, but Spooks will take the Scuttlecraft 20 seconds out of the Dragon as Seros been sniping Swiffer here in this mid lane.
And this is why the Chiefs are unable to pull the trigger on A, the blue contest, and B, the Dragon. It's because Seros has been doing a fantastic job. Again, Lulu can outrange Ahri if she places the help picks on the back caster creeps and shoots the glitter lance from there.
This is what I find really interesting about this game, though, is we're going back to how the Chiefs played during the regular split. Split 2 of the OPL is Swiffer didn't necessarily get ahead every game. He was getting a whole lot of attention from the others, from the opposition team. But it's been on Radier. It's been on the fact that he's on a carry that he can carry with in the late game and make things happen. And we'll see whether that's going to happen this time around as well, whether it's going to be a little bit of a look back, because Swiffer, honestly, this tournament has been playing fantastically and has largely been carrying for his team, and it might be Radier's turn to step up.
I mean, Radier's had a fine tournament as well, but
I don't know.
Swiffer's had some big moments.
Some Victor games are popping into my head.
Oh, there's a certain one that we probably won't mention.
Well,
Selective memory.
Dragon now the consideration as Spooks does start it again. It's just vision here for the Chiefs. Detonation Focus Me actually can fight here. I mean, Udapon's teleport might be the big problem, but Chiefs are just going to walk away with Dragon number 2.
Well, the game changer here is the fact that Swiffer simply pressed B on his keyboard, backed, reset his health, got into lane, and Chief's like, okay, our mid laners, back up to full health. We actually had a 4v4, 4v5 advantage because Udapon doesn't have the teleport. We can actually fight this. The thing
Take
is,
a free Dragon.
yeah, since Swiffer was at like 25 HP in the mid lane, he would have to either die or give up and sacrifice the 4v5 disadvantage to become a 4v4. So, good job, Swiffer. Find that B key.
Yeah, not too bad. 10 CS behind now as well. Does have himself some Sorcerer's Shoes as well as that Morel Namakami. Ejim has been ignited here on the bottom side of the map. Radier as well. A bit of a difficult trade.
I think you guys checked the Trinity Force Pokemon, because Rakini is actually quite strong now in this lane. Radier does have some gold stacked up. It's likely he has enough for Infinity Edge at this point, so I believe, yep, he's going to go back and get it.
Well, not quite yet.
That's actually massive that they managed to sneak Dragon number 2 on the timing window for Rakini's Trinity Force, because that's when a Kog'Maw wants to really set up and fight,
Nice
especially
jump.
because Jinx hasn't completed her Infinity Edge yet. So the fact that they took away that immediate timing window and now it's a whole nother 6 minutes before the next Dragon will be, that arena for the Detonation Focus Me team to funnel into, Radier will then have his battle stats like that Infinity Edge available.
This is part of the reason I like... thought Adrian was going to pull the trigger. The reason I like the Shen first pick here for the Chiefs, Because again, if they're the big macro team in this tournament, if that's the identity that they want to take, and they think that they can beat Detonation Focus Me by running them around the map, it's not quite Twisted Fate, but they've got a pretty good tool in Shen to do that with.
No, I completely agree, and I think that's why Shin has also been a massive priority contest pick for pretty much every team, is that he helps make those macro plays so much easier with his global presence.
Not to mention the fact that Udapon doesn't have any way to break Stand United or teleport. So if Swiper wants to lead the lane, you better bet he's going.
He might just die, given that Udapon does
I think he's
have
just
a
going to
flank
run at him. I think that's the only option.
Yeah,
I can't break it, but I can
guess
kill
killing
you.
is a pretty good form of CC, so he's probably going to have that option if he wants to. But it's pretty hard to kill a Shen generally. Having said, Detonation Focus Me able to take this one down. There's the Solar Flare. Zenith Blade lands. Super Mega Death Rocket secures the kill as Udapon finds his way in. There's the Repel. Spook's able to get out as Udapon wants to find it. Spook's still alive somehow as Swiper's here. In comes Swiffer, wants to find Asteroid. There's the Wild Growth as Seros makes his way around. Asteroid very, very low. Swiffer locks down the kill. Seros is in so much trouble. Radier picks up another one. And this is the skirmish that the Chiefs have been looking for. And we are raising our koalas right now.
The target selection from Detonation Focus Me was so questionable that game. The teleport coming in from Udapon, he couldn't figure out if he wanted to rush onto Radier, so credit to Radier for exiting the danger zone there, but Udapon should have just gone straight for the Chiefs.
A great collapse there from the Chiefs. A well-played fight in a 5v5, playing around the Udapon teleport, and now they find themselves actually up quite a bit of gold here. Finding it about 3,000 gold, actually approaching 4 right now as it ticks over. Moscow, let's see this again.
Okay, so the hook is so close to connecting. Great follow-up CC from Ejin that just deletes Kazu off the map. It sets off a Get Excited, and this is the target selection that I'm talking about. Udapon rushes back to his team. Radier was kind of just on the cusp of the danger threat zone, but I feel like Olaf should have just gone straight for this Jinx. From here, Swiffer shows up and just starts putting out massive AoE damage, but the big thing is that Detonation Focus Me are separated. You have one team on one side of the island, the other team on the other.
Yeah, couldn't get the Lulu ulti onto Udapon to get to the back line. Couldn't, put Como in a safe place. Had to run away back down the lane. Just well played there by Chiefs, and like you said, maybe a bit questionable there from Detonation Focus Me. They're now going to put all the resources and go straight for the last outer turret.
But again, their teleport cooldown was used for no sort of macro advantage.
Oh, another Solar Flare after the Death Sentence Cocoon lands as well as the turret falls down. Detonation Focus Me still looking for more. Swiffer can possibly bait something, you're exactly right, but just
I'm not
take the
talking
turret
about
and leave.
leaving, actually. I don't think he wants to be in the area. Goes back in onto Kazu, though. Wild Growth pops Swiffer. He's going to try and make a play. Cocoon is
back
there.
in
Swiffer
again!
dives back in. Dives out with the ult. And yep, play me for a fool. He did use it aggressively. It's his skill going. Swiffer's going to get chased down by Udapon. Actually, might be a bit too much damage, but Swiper going to dive in. Ejin finds Rakini, Rastarore. He's going to get chunked down as Swiper. He's going to get the kill. He gets a double, actually, as Cog dies as well. And Seras, the only one left alive. Spook's going to look for the Cocoon. Little low on mana. Damage is good. Ejin dives in. Choppers are there. And Radier gets the ace.
And again, the Chiefs in a fantastic setup of a team fight. They split Detonation Focus Me up around the terrain. Back-to-back skirmishes, and they come out on top.
Just ridiculous stuff here. 3-0-5 for both Swiper and Radier. And now 2-1 and 3 for this. Ari now facing off against a 0-2-1. Nowhere near the same situation that it was in the laning phase for the mid laner of the Chiefs.
Okay, this is what I want to point out. Watch where Detonation Focus Me all of their members are. So right here, this is fine because everyone's kind of behind each other, but it splits up here. Udapon's on one side, everyone else is on the other side of the wall, but the Chiefs are grouped together. They're able to protect Radier and funnel him forward into this choke point. So now from here, the fact that it's a numbers disadvantage, gold disadvantage, Detonation Focus Me just have no answers left.
Not a whole lot they could do. You can see Spook's able to chase that one down. Meanwhile, Ejim very, very low. In fact, probably dead. There we are. Rakinia delivered himself a kill from the rest of his team. Not entirely sure what happened there. Kind of need the rest of the story.
Yeah.
It's like you opened up a book and it says, and they're falling down the cliff. You're like, what the heck are they falling down a cliff?
That's an unfortunate Ejim characteristic. He does like to fairly aggressively ward, shall we say. Usually goes on some solo journeys, and that was one of them getting picked up there.
He aggressively wards. He walks up to the bush. He's like, take it.
I mean, you've seen him play the likes of Thresh. You know that he's going in on the Alistar. Same way when he wards, just as aggressive.
I ward with my face.
No one else there.
Pretty much.
Ultimate's been popped here from Udapon as well. As tried to get some work done. Swiffer does have his ult now on cooldown. Had to use that to get out of the way. Dragon probably going to go down. Super Mega Death Weapon? Is it going to come through there?
No, it doesn't use it. Instead, it's Japan that gets the Dragon, and I don't think they can get a trade. Swiper's going to try.
No, this is a great play from Detonation Focus Me. Pretty much the best case scenario right there. The skirmish in the mid lane went on so long that the Chiefs weren't able to reset their map positioning soon enough and set up their vision. So with the pick, they get their first dragon, but they may lose top tier tower because Jinx is level 12, which means all 5 points.
Trade. Yep, got it. Could be in that trade for the switcheroo bit. Not enough minigun there. Detonation Focus Me will protect their assets here.
Assets.
Yeah.
Swiffer making his way around as well. They've shifted their vision towards the top side of the map here at 22 minutes into the game, and Chiefs have utilized that to take down the red buff for themselves, which looks relatively easy for this squad. You can see Baron possibly an idea for the Oceanian team.
It's so good though because the dragon's down, so they pick up their vision, so they move it to the top side of the
having
map.
the best time right now,
Oh
Frosker.
man, I love macro-oriented games. So the dragon's not contestant, so they pick up all their vision, move it to the top side. If they get a pick here, they rotate it into dragon. Jinx will shred it really quickly because she's post level 9, which means she has 5 points in her queue. Oh, please.
It's Froskeren's favorite day right now. I think we've had the day of Frosker. The Swiper, he's got a Thornmail.
They play split push pressure because they have the teleport as well as the Shin ultimate available. So send Swiper down there. Just continue to pressure bottom and top lane. Yeah. Either whittle down and get a free tower, make a pick because the enemy team will rotate through your vision, and then translate that into Baron.
Pastry, let's just go home.
Textbook.
We're done here.
Well, don't want to do that right now because Swiffer is at the blue buff, but he'll get it for himself and wander up towards his teammate. Swiper just clearing some stuff out here. Going to meet Udapon in the bottom side. Teleports are up for both. And Swiper does have that ultimate there as well.
This is the one thing, it's very scary in the 1v1 still for Shen against the Olaf. So that's kind of the question mark here. If Udapon can find a kill on Swiper, that would actually be massive for Detonation Focus Me.
Got the itemization for it, but probably doesn't have quite enough health in the pool right now. But armor and health and armor is pretty much what you want there.
He's got a 50 CS lead on Swiper right now. I wish I could do maths.
I definitely don't.
But Radiant has a 2-level advantage over Akinia, and the fact that he's 305. This Jinx is so big.
Diving would be a very scary option right now, unless they were able to layer their CC perfectly.
Kazu might get caught. Radiant also hit by the death sentence, but might be able to get his way out. Gets excited. That's going to be him okay. Nice use of the solar flare to create the disengage as Asterore comes in.
And the reason why I say that is because you were diving Lulu and Gragas. Gragas really good at resetting a fight if he doesn't like it. Lulu naturally has the wild growth available. But like we said, if they layered their CC perfectly, so following the chain between Elise and Leona and Swiper, hello?
This is going to be a battle of some sort. Actually, topside, Rakinia in trouble. Actually ultis himself out away. He's going to keep them safe. Spooks has to get out there along with Swiper. And Swiffer's trying to kite them around. Great orb there, but it's not quite enough. And here comes Udapon. Gonna charge in. He powers up the ulti. Orbit Deception out. Rakinia has to dodge the Luden's damage. And the Chiefs will bait out the cooldowns and run away.
I think there was like 2,000 collective health on everyone during that particular skirmish.
Yep.
Best case scenario, though, however, for Detonation Focus Me, because we've now closed down into that Dragon Timer, which means that we're no longer playing around a danger, like a Baron threat zone. So everyone's going to have to move their vision, pick it up, move it back towards the bottom side of the map. So, I mean, they managed to save their tower. I think they lost a single member, took out the the Stand United cooldown. Never mind, it's not that big of a win. But, you know, they're hanging on.
I mean, not losing that top tier 2 tower
is
actually really massive as well. Like, you saw the idea. They got some spells out. They went for, like, a poke-in with Jinx. Terrace used his ulti. Rakinia got low. And I assume they tried to find a pick on the top side, couldn't complete it. Went for a dive. Udapon came in. And then we're kind of back to even as far as map footing goes here. Chiefs are up 7,000 gold. Dragon's up in about 1:45. And again, that blue buff's going to be contested, although it seems like Ceros is already there to take it.
Yeah, Detonation Focus Me actually doing a great job playing from behind right now, shoring up and securing a lot of their weaknesses. Spiderwing!
Still happy to fight. Swiper does not have his ultimate, does have TP, but the Chiefs are going to have to be a bit careful. Detonation Focus Me, they will go in if they see an opportunity.
8,000 gold now the lead, though, for the Chiefs with the...
Radiant?
Okay, Rakinia looking for E-Gym now as Radiant comes through. There's the Solar Flare, Super Mega Death Rocket onto the Void Puppy. Oh, actually, Radiant flashes for it, grabs himself a whole lot of speed as he gets excited. Kazu on the backline has to deal with Spooks. Not going to do so well as the Q comes in. Udapon now with the Whimsy shield will be able to get his way to safety, but that's not where an Olaf wants to be going.
So key that Radier was able to flash forward and get his passive get excited for safety there. If he hadn't, that would have spelled disaster for the Chiefs, especially on the foot of that dragon.
Now they're going to try and take this tower. Should be able to shred through it with 2 members dead. Dragon up in 45. Once again, the Chiefs playing the map wonderfully.
Spirit Fingers going on the desk at this point as Frostgren feels like she's orchestrating the game. Rakinia makes his way back towards
Dance, puppets,
turret.
dance.
Yeah, exactly. It's very interesting, this situation. 10,000 gold is close to the lead, though, for the Chiefs.
Although I have to completely disagree with going Phantom Dancer on Jinx. Sorry, Double Lift. Sorry,
What are you
Radier.
talking about?
Versus Static Shift.
I swear we've had this conversation.
Yeah, so the reason why I'm a big proponent of Static Shift is they make a pick.
Is the Kazu's going to die? Radier's going to be able to take down that kill using the Phantom Dancer.
Sick critical strike. No, okay,
Exactly right.
get excited. Get excited, Jinx passive, working with Static Shift. The fact that it's pretty much going to give you an instantaneous Static Shift proc, but never mind.
You're both going straight in for Radier, who's trying to cut him off. Swipe off around the side as Ejim gets turned into something. As he gets polymorphed off, he'll still be alive. He's fairly tanky. They take out the threat. Rakini is dead as well.
Oh
Seros
my
gets picked off by a
goodness.
charm. The ulti sails by, and the Chiefs win a 4-0 team fight.
And they're marching towards Baron, completely ignoring the Dragon again. Now that they have a sizable pick, Asteroid is still up and available, has the smite, could look for a steal, but this should be a Chiefs free purple worm.
Yeah, Radier with the Super Mega Celebration rocket right over the dead Detonation Focus Me members. He's going to net them this Baron. And man, this gold lead is only extending as this game goes on. 13,000 now and a purple buff. Let's see this again.
Okay, so Udapon does get into the backline into Radier, but at this point the gold lead is speaking for itself. So many members, Spooks and Swiper, doing a great job getting on top of Radier, keeping him safe. And Ejim, he's so tanky that with Swiffer, they pretty much tie up the rest of the Detonation Focus Me backline.
Yeah, and the gold lead's just a little too much right now for Detonation Focus Me. The Chiefs are insanely far ahead at 13,000 gold up in under 30 minutes. And it's just not getting any better for them. They're picking reasonable fights. They're sort of doing what their comp wants to do. But they just don't have the goals to fight like that against the Chiefs. Like you said, they split them up and still won 2 separate fights.
They're so far ahead that Radier is able to itemize third item into the Bloodthirster against pretty much 0 resistances coming
There's
from
a cloth armor. Look at that.
from
Beautiful.
Detonation Focus Me. They're just too far behind the clock at this point.
And we'll see if they can pull it back here. So we're ahead and then couldn't close out again. We'll see how they play from behind here in this one. But the Chiefs have just been very crisp. That's been the biggest change for me, honestly, all of today, but particularly in this game. You know, they got the priority pick on the Shen. They're playing Jinx again. They're playing a lot of comfort picks here. Ejim still being quite aggressive on the Leona. But the way they're playing, the way they're moving around the map specifically, I think it's the cleanest it's looked all tournament.
Shen.
Yeah, and I just really love the clean drafting from the Chiefs as well. They're doing what they want. They are dictating the pace of these games a lot of the time, and they're playing to a clear win condition. You're thinking, yeah, Ejim able to get around the map. He missed a couple of Zenith blades early on, but you know what they're trying to do. They're trying to grab the picks, get the Jinx snowballing, start things off here in the team fights the right way with the kill, with a lot of extra kiting power, and they're doing so really, really strongly.
It's a macro-oriented competition. The fact that you, again, we kind of questioned about the Kalista ban from blue side, but prioritizing Shen and banning Kalista to be able to secure that, that gives you global pressure already, but then prioritizing Jinx, who's so good at seeking down towers and controlling waves, probably right up there with Sivir, and then you have Pick on the other side of that, Elise and Ahri. So you pick one person, you immediately translate that 4v5, that 3v5 into an objective, just instantaneously.
They do still need to break the base as well. They have the Baron buff, but they haven't quite been able to do enough with it just yet. Udapon pops his right. Just Glory wants to get aggressive, but doesn't quite go in. And now they're going to go in on the other side here. Seros has to dodge the freight train coming towards him, and Swiper's also applying pressure in the bottom. Baron will run out relatively soon, but the Chiefs do have a window here.
They're also applying the Baron buff in all 3 members as Swiffer makes his way to the mid lane.
As well. Clearing out minions. Detonation Focus are doing an admirable job actually clearing out these minion waves. Even though they don't lose too much.
They've got the comp for it, honestly, if it goes late. We've talked about the Japanese meta in the LJL, how they love to play protect the AD carry. Got a good AD carry to protect, but they have to come over a pretty sizable heal here.
Oh yeah.
Now we're just going to start to see the something that Jinx is quite good at. They've got plenty of poke with it as well. Elise classically very strong in sieges also.
The thing you're looking for here is the Descendants or the Cask. If the Cask is able to separate particularly Radiant or the Descendants connects on Swiffer or Radiant, that's the go button. That's the trigger for Detonation Focus Me. If not, they're going to just continue to slowly whittle down these towers.
Swipe was going to go in then.
Fostering for it. Doesn't quite go through. And again, the Chiefs just clearing out vision, trying to get picks where they can. Just poke, honestly, Radiant. He knows he's strong. He only needs to do this a couple more times under the tower. Looks to walk forward. They're trying to protect him. And again, slow but steady. But if they can do it, as Asterore wants to go in. Unipon's ported around the back. But Stange United's going to reposition. However, Asterore gets absolutely destroyed by the Jinx damage. And Chiefs now got the kills. Whoa! Splashes. Didn't quite have mana for Cocoon, I don't think, but they're going to dive in for it! Huge double taunt there from Swiper. Ult comes out. Egypt dives in with a flash. And there's your 3 kills. Kazu and Unipon left to defend their base.
Flash taunt, flash Zenith Blade.
And Radier with fantastic positioning not to get locked up by Unipon. So we said, you know, Unipon pulling out the Olaf, it's in direct response to this Jinx pickup, trying to get onto that backline. But the Chiefs have done such a wonderful job not sacking Radier, protecting him.
Well, they only sack him if they can kill a Nexus in a trade.
Okay.
That's the only way that they do it.
And now the base broken in 2 different
20,000
places
gold
for the Chiefs. Yeah, massive gold lead mounted now for the Chiefs. Detonation Focus Me, they've got the late game, but late game is not coming anytime soon. They're going to have to wait up probably 20 minutes or so in this game to catch back up in gold, and the Chiefs do not look like they're slowing down.
It would have to be a miracle turtle.
I think a couple of miracles maybe.
Miracle too. Franklin. was he a miracle?
Dragon up now, 140. As the Chiefs don't really need it. They would have been their 5th dragon if Detonation Focus Me couldn't sneak one away. So that's actually a good job by them, keeping that off the map here. But 2 lanes broken already. They're going to start pushing down the bottom. They can apply pressure with Shen if they need to. Baron's also up if they have if they need something to fall back on the Chiefs. Just looking at this point to deliver the final blow.
That final blow looks like it's going to be over the blue buff. There's no way Detonation Focus Me can fight for this. He's trying to steal it as quickly as possible.
Different.
Yeah, the fact that Rokini, again, like Detonation Focus Me just getting in there as quickly as possible, that Kog'Maw's the guy that exits with that blue buff.
Well, they do at least keep it away from the Chiefs, but Swiper's going to start applying some pressure with the split push minions. No banner of command, unfortunately. But we'll still do a good job pushing it.
Does he have a Caesar up portal?
I was going to say, banner of command. I wanted the portal.
Yeah, well, Unipon looking for it here as the Death Sentence comes in. Radiant able to get out of the way. Zap comes in as well, and it looks like they're successfully able to disengage, and that's the ult on cooldown.
Meanwhile, Swiper in the top lane continuing to apply pressure with a super minion wave behind him.
The Chiefs are just being patient. They know in this position, 4 versus 4 and 1 versus 1, they'll eventually do damage to structures. Well, Unipon's already used his ulti, they just have to wait.
Just having a dance in the base right now, performing some medical procedures on that Surgeon Shen as Boots throws out the cocoon.
Edium does not care right now.
Doesn't matter, Jinx is on the tower.
Yeah, base takes some stuff. The tower does fall. This is going to be super creeps in all of the lanes. The 3rd inhibitor falls. Not much left for DFM to defend.
We talked about this yesterday. Did the Chiefs overlook Detonation Focus Me? As I think a lot of teams were suspect of doing it. They crash onto the Nexus.
Yeah, there's the taunt in as Asterore gets taken down. Wildcard's on top of him. He's trying to survive as Repel comes in. Radiant just wants to take down these Nexus turrets as Unipon. He's going to get taunted. Doesn't quite have the ultimate back up. He's dead. Radiant in the backline's going to fall down. But I believe the Nexus is going to follow as the Chiefs are able to close out this match.
The Chiefs clean up their draft plays, and they play probably the cleanest, most clinical game that we've seen to date yet.
Certainly do, and they're going to take the Nexus here as well. Radiant did dissect himself again for the Nexus, but he's able to pick it up. The Rakinia did a lot of work to finish that kill, but it's too little too late for Detonation Focus Me as the Chiefs pick up their 2nd victory of the day.
Yeah, fantastic work from the Chiefs. And the blue side picks up its first win of the day too. Congratulations, blue side. And I like how they traded Radiant. Once again, the only way that they ever traded for Nexus happens every single time. Doesn't.
To be fair, Rakinia was glowing golden, Ziggs Harbinger, and had to flash and burn all his buttons to get the kill.
But that's what you got to do.
Well, look.
So many buttons. You need all the buttons if you're going to kill anyone.
Most teams will take it as the Chiefs move around to shake hands. Dead Nation Focus Me have looked strong. You can see a couple smiles there exchanged between the players. But the Chiefs looking very strong. Finally up 4-1 now, I believe. Only one game left to play. Not quite sure because again, math is horrible for me.
Well, it's
but
a
getting close to
three-way
clinching
tie
that final.
on the bottom side of the standings as well. 4-1 for the Chiefs, but it's 2-3 for everyone else, I believe.
Well, looking good so far. But again, just another clean game there coming out. You said it already. A very clinical game. Not even just from the Chiefs. Certainly as far as their history goes, yes, is a very clinical game.
But for the
for
tournament.
this tournament especially, yeah.
Yes. Completely macro-oriented gameplay. And we've talked about this, like Shin has been picked or banned 100% for the entirety of the tournament. Finally, someone gets their hands on him, and this is just what he empowers. He compensates and he shores up for the lack of maturity in the international wildcard tournaments to play cross-pressure compositions.
Yeah, well, look, I'm excited to see what they're going to come up with in their final game, but the Chiefs looking very dominant at the moment. We are going to throw it out for some further analysis of that victory into the War Room.
Thank you so much, guys. And the Chiefs Esports Club are the first team of the International Wildcard Qualifier to make it to the finals. They win a best of 5, they're going to Worlds.
That's exactly right. A single best of 5 away from Worlds. Make sure you raise your koalas, everybody, because we've got an Oceanic representative in those finals.
Yeah, we certainly do. But first, it's time to check in with the Oceanic Hype Train. It's still on the rails.
Thankfully, still on the rails, of course. We just saw the Chiefs dismantle their opponents in that last game. Froskerin said it on the desk. One of the most convincing games and one of the most clean-cut and amazingly performed and processed games from the Chiefs that we've seen to date.
Yeah, phenomenal play from the Chiefs. We're actually going to take a quick look at the standings. As you can see, Oceania's the Chiefs Esports Club in first place at 4-1.
Yeah, following them, tied for everything else ever, is the rest of them at 2-3. Now, the most important thing to note from this is that the Chiefs Esports Club takes on Dark Passage in the next game. And if Dark Passage lose that game, if Chiefs Esports Club win, they're eliminated from finals contention.
So that will be an interesting setup to see if that works out in the Chiefs' favor. Of course, Bangkok Titans and Detonation Focus Me will be playing again later today, and that will decide that last spot, as we only have 2 games left of the IWCQ.
Yeah, definitely. It's all coming down to the wire. We've had the red side winning today, but the Chiefs bring that one back. The blue side, finally, we don't have a stat to go by anymore. It's actually back to just whatever it wants to be. The team that was deserving won the game in the end.
Yeah, but we actually have a few replays for you, so we'll walk us through how this game happened. How did the Chiefs get that win?
Yeah, so a few of the big things to note here is actually the Leona pick at all. So Jinx has got the traps down. Keep that in mind. They've made their way here. The teleport from Utapon is ready and available. So we'll roll this one out. Notice that he wastes the death sentence, doesn't connect, immediately turned around, destroys him. Jinx gets excited, and Utapon doesn't really know who to hit. He ends up going for Spooks when Raider's just freely hitting in the background. The heal, of course, saves Spook's life. The charm onto Asteroid may not be intentional, but it was absolutely perfect at the time, was what they were looking for. And again, while Swiffer has made his way into the fight, Raider is just sitting there and freely hitting onto the targets that he would like. And this is something that you will see for the rest of this.
Yeah, that Jinx did so much damage. Radier and Swiffer coming up big as the carries for the Chiefs. It's not just that they're winning, but they're performing so consistently.
Yeah, exactly. This looks like a really refined game from them, up against the one team that managed to beat them as well yesterday. They've turned it back around. They've realized the issues that they had, mostly with drafting, and they've just destroyed.
Yeah, we've actually got another replay ready for you. We're going to bring it up right quick. As you can still tell, it's still a pretty low-kill game, but that doesn't stop the Chiefs from pushing forward.
Yeah, so the Chiefs have started to find a small advantage. The Infinity Edge, Zeal, Berserker Greaves are done for this Jinx compared to just the Trinity Force. Of course, hitting a big spike, but not as big as Raider. We'll roll this one out. Kazu looking for that pick, but Swiffer's found one first. Gets Kazu down really well, actually blows the Lulu ultimate, and this is where they re-engage. Jinx gets excited one more time. Rakinia starts to become a point of focus here. Gets zoned away. Utapon, he goes on to Swiffer, who's used everything already. There is no reason to go on that guy. They find another free kill onto Utapon, and they just keep going. The ball keeps rolling. Siros looks like he's going to be the next one to fall down, and it's the Chiefs. They get one kill. They suddenly turn that into many kills. The Leona locking people down. Spooks locking people down again.
Yeah.
This pick comp was really strong from the Chiefs.
Yeah, they talked about it during the cast. That pick comp was exceptional. The Ari, the Elise, and then you've got more than enough time for some Flame Chompers.
Exactly, and it was all about getting someone low from Ari, if not killing them, and then getting the Jinx excited. Once that happens, there is only looking forward for the Chiefs in the rest of that fight. That's what they managed to get happen, and there's a few factors as to why, of course, that actually did happen. Not exactly the best decision-making from the Japanese team.
Yeah, they did make a few mistakes throughout that set. We've got another replay ready for you. It's a little bit later into the game at this point, but poor Rokinia, that guy just cannot catch a break.
No, he really can't. We'll roll this one through, and Udapon is trying his best to engage here. He just goes straight in, immediately onto Raider, doesn't have his Ignite available, and he puts down a whole lot of damage, but they do not kill him. This seems to happen time and again. He really tried Udapon. Siros next in line. Swiffer has really, really amped up in terms of damage potential right now. It's honestly, a lot of this game was the cheese Olaf.
Yeah, it was such a tricky pick. This is the Olaf you could see right there, and we were in the practice room just watching and saying, boy, don't you wish he had different summoner spells?
Yeah, so Spawn was saying this in the room. He was really enthusiastic about this fact. Is there's two ways you can play the Olaf, and the way that Udapon has chosen to play it, he went Ignite as his summoner spell, which is offensive, and says, I'm going to win this lane. I'm going to beat Swiper. Didn't do that. And then he also maxed the E instead of the Q. So by doing so, you have a lot of lane-based trading, but your ganks, your teleport ganks are not as impactful. You cannot just consistently throw axes at everyone and get them down to 0 health. So what we were seeing in that replay we just saw was Udapon trying to teleport in, trying to take down Raider. Took him a very long time to actually get to Raider, and when he was there, the Ignite wasn't even available.
Yeah.
The damage that he was putting out was high, but it wasn't consistent and slowing them enough to get the rest of the team there.
Yeah, and it was just such a tricky setup for Udapon to pull it off. I mean, he's had an excellent performance so far, but again, slipping up on the Olaf, sort of tricky scenario for Detonation Focus Me, but the Chiefs playing so well.
Yeah, definitely are. And this is one of the later replays, of course. We'll just roll this one straight through. The Chiefs, they are so far ahead at this point, 19-3. That doesn't really look like there is anything that Detonation Focus Me can do about this. Raider, I mean, consistently getting excited, but it's not just a Raider effort. It's not a one-man team. They've got Swiffer to make all of these picks, and the tanks, Swiper, Ejim, Spooks, one Cocoon is all it takes. They can engage, they can follow that one up, and that's exactly what they did in this game. They find themselves so very far ahead in a game that, honestly, you look at this, and the Chiefs look really strong, but Detonation Focused Me, they just felt like they almost came into this expecting to lose, is the best way to put that, right? And they decided to pick and to play like it was already a losing game. Like they said, the macro strategy we have cannot keep up with that of the Chiefs. So they pick the Olaf, they try and win lanes, and then translate that winning lane into the game. But, of course, they didn't win lanes, and there goes the game.
Yeah, didn't quite follow up with that either. And you've got to wonder for Detonation Focus Me. You know, they're playing a little bit later today in our last game of the day, but after dropping the first 50-minute game, and now dropping this game against the Chiefs, they're probably a little demoralized.
You must feel like they're definitely scattered after those two games. They've got a chance to still make it into the finals. They had a very strong day one. They just need to fall back to their jungler because he is an absolute god. Udapon performs well, don't get me wrong, but it's all on the back of Astaroth.
Yeah, so we'll certainly see if they can do well later. We're actually going to start moving on to the next game. Chiefs versus Dark Passage are coming up next, and that looks to be a very thrilling match. Chiefs can decide the fate of Dark Passage with this game.
That is exactly right. If the Chiefs win, they are 5-1 for the end of this. But if Dark Passage lose, they're out. They are no longer in contention for the finals, and it's a very important game for Dark Passage, more so than Chiefs, because they've already made it into the finals. So very important coming into this game. Dark Passage need to step up.
Yeah, they certainly do. And let's actually take a look at some of those matchups. I think the most important one that we wanted to hit on was going to be in the mid lane.
Yeah, definitely. Naru is a force to be reckoned with in that middle lane. He's the shot caller, is the big carry of the team. But Swiffer as well, he has really stepped up. Showed some strength on Victor. Definitely looks strong. But when he gets that Ari, it is disgusting how good he performs. So you look at this mid lane matchup, it all comes down to how they both perform in laning phase. If Swiffer wins lane, it feels like all of Dark Passage are very scattered from there on out, and they really struggle to actually move around the map. And this is where the Chiefs find their strengths. But if Naru can get going, if he can get the farm, if he can get a 0 as an example, and just get through that early phase, he can shot call for his team. He can be that rock that they look for and genuinely get them to victory.
Yeah, we saw what happened yesterday when Naru takes pressure, the whole team suffers. So we'll have to see if he's able to pull it together in this game, because currently he's going up against arguably the best team in the IWCQ. Currently they're number 1 in the standings.
No, definitely. They're doing very well. And you have to admit, the biggest factor as to why it didn't work for them yesterday was that Ejim Thresh made their life miserable.
Yeah, well, we're going to throw it back to the guys at the desk to get us into game. Oh, no, we're not
just
doing
kidding.
that.
There's
instead.
a replay.
Yeah, there's another replay.
Yeah, so this is the one from yesterday, of course. This is exactly what we're talking about.
Yes.
This is actually how it all started in their last game. A big mistake from the Chiefs. But funnily enough, half of the kills the Dark Passage basically get from that whole game in this one moment. So we'll just start this one out. And Spooks tries to get the parallel convergence down, make that chronosphere and see if there's anybody in the bush. But they walk out too aggressively before it actually connects. Dark Passage just hide on the other side of the red buff. Does stun them, but the damage is already done in terms of having a Braum. So keep a special eye on the Braum passive. Finds a stun here from a flash auto. Not only that, it connects with Swiper just after, finds a second stun. And this Dark Passage team comp was not that great at level 1 unless they found a stun from Braum. That's exactly what they found. But a big hiccup from the Chiefs.
Yeah, most certainly with that one. We've actually got another replay, and that was the game where Ejim went huge. He landed hook after hook. It's a little bit later in the game at this point, though.
Yeah, 100%. We'll roll this one out, and Ejim and the rest of Chiefs are just destroying their opponents. Raider doing an underrated amount of damage on that Sivir. He is decimating anyone that gets in a localized area of his auto attacks. Legendary right now for his team. Swiffer got our time we saw him play Ari, and it was yesterday against Dark Passage. Look at the scoreline, 25-4. Look at last game's scoreline, something absurd also. You do not give Swiffer Ari where he feels the most comfortable and could just run through the team.
Yeah, so much damage. Elwin's the last one to get caught. Naru played well on that Diana, but just wasn't quite able to keep himself together, keep his team to victory with all the pressure Ejim was putting on the mid lane.
Yeah, rumor has it Naru's still pushing in that bottom lane to this very day. We were yet to see him actually group up with the rest of his team. He was desperate, and this, again, plays into the mentality of Naru, plays into how Dark Passage actually play when he is behind. He picked Diana after he lost to Diana, and then he lost lane, so he started split pushing. No way to shot call for your team if you're on the other side of the lane and you are losing.
Yeah, tricky situation, but now the casters are ready. We're going to toss it back. Take it away, guys.
Thank you very much, Seda and Rusty, and welcome back to the casting desk, everyone. We've got Jake Spawn-Tabiri back in. We've got Ryan Fresco still here on the desk. And the Chiefs, they pushed through to the final. One more game left to play, and still important.
Yeah, it certainly is. And I just want to raise what they were mentioning with the REP, because the last time that the Chiefs played a Turkish team, they actually picked Ari. And we were on some weird Nunu Vlad combo. We don't speak about that anymore, but they went absolutely to town on us. This time around, Swiffer's picking up his assassins and performing so much better.
Yeah, he's been looking really strong, and I didn't mind his victor in day one. It's certainly a pick that he's played a lot of, that he feels comfortable on, but it's just not been the same impact. I know you said it, Frosker, and watching some of these players play like Spooks, like Swiffer, on these more aggressive champions just feels like night and day almost.
Yeah, entirely. And I think it goes back to the fact that the Chiefs, to me, read as a very proactive team. I think their identity for this tournament is that the Chiefs, when you look at them, they're very matured in terms of their macro strategy, their map movements, how they prep objectives, how they move around the map, identifying the correct objectives to take. It's just their execution that they tend to struggle with. So they're doing the right thing, but it's like a 50-50. Did they actually execute it? Did they hit the skill shot? Were they there on time? And the aggressive champions just allow them to be more proactive because they're winning just that easier in the 1v1 lane and then translating that pressure into other points of the map. So if he gets Ari, he wins the mid lane, they translate that into contesting the blue buff.
Yeah, I completely agree. And the other thing you have to look at is control mages are famous for their 2-3 item spikes. Assassins are normally 1 item spikes. And the way that these games are breaking down, we're not getting like the normal
agree.
Play nicely, move around the map, like dance with each other. All right, everyone has 3 items, bow, fight. Like this is like as soon as everyone has half an item, they're going at each other. And who would you rather have but a highly mobile assassin mage with great wave clear and pick potential, which is huge at the moment because you can see anytime that they've got like something Leona and Ari, Elise, they're just always coming up with that edge of a CC ability that just wipes someone off the map. And it's not just the Chiefs. You can say that about everyone else. Like, Diana holds true in the same regard. We've seen her be so successful because Nash's or Abyssal, whichever she goes first, she turns into a wrecking ball, either in a team fight or in a split pushing situation. So really expect these one-item spiking champions to continue to come out. Lucian, Jinx, I could just name a million of them right now that are doing work around Summoner's Rift.
Yeah, and I think Dark Passage, knowing that this is a very crucial game for them, of course, if they lose, they're out of the tournament. And the Chiefs, having secured that spot, do still want to try and take somebody out because I think Dark Passage, especially in a best of 5, they're so experienced that they have to be thinking, if we can knock them off now in a best of 1, that's perfect because having to play you in an extended set, probably not what they want.
I love that you brought up that fact, that the Chiefs have the ability to shape who they face across from the finals. Naturally, if they beat Dark Passage here, the game between Detonation Focus Me and Bangkok Titans following will determine who faces off across from them. But Dark Passage have so much history and experience coming out on top in these best of 5s since they've been, I mean, Turkey's sent most of the representatives from the International Wildcard Tournament.
Yeah, exactly right. And I just want to reiterate as sad as I guess the result is going to be for Dark Passage if they lose this game, this is a class team. I cannot speak highly enough of the players on there. And, you know, everyone has bad tournaments. They're looking to, like, push through and hopefully make the finals still. But the Chiefs, they're going to look down the lineup and still probably fear Dark Passage the most out of everyone because they didn't close out cleanly against them last time.
And just trying to echo what Spawn's saying here, I think it was more so not that Dark Passage had a bad tournament. I mean, obviously there's some hit and miss performance there, but I don't think anyone really expected the amount of leveling up that the other regions, Japan in particular, the Bangkok Titans this time around coming prepared because it wasn't on a technicality, the Chiefs taking back their lane swap, upgrading their macro strategy over the course of the OPL season, and coming back with some of the map plays that we've seen in the last game.
Yeah, we mentioned it day one, cross-pollination is so important to new teams. Being able to take what you learned back to your region, mix it up. You know, they even had a roster swap because they decided the 5 people that they had ran for so long just wasn't working out. And, you know, we saw Rosie go into the top lane, do great things, but Ejim on the Chiefs now is just performing out of this world in this LAN tournament. So completely agree. You know, credit to the Turkish team, but everyone else certainly has stepped up this tournament.
They really have, and this tournament's been absolutely awesome. World's on the line, of course, so a big tournament to try and take home, but we're not even at the finals yet. Still waiting to see who's going to be playing up against the Chiefs. And if Dark Passage win here, and they must win here, it's going to be a big scrap down the bottom of the heap, but we are going to move into Champ Select now. Dark Passage on the blue side for this game. Chiefs over on the red. Elise, Shen are the first 2 bans, and Rek'Sai is taken off Crystal.
I actually really like that ban against Crystal. We've been saying it all these 2 days. Crystal has like a 64% pick rate of Rek'Sai, which is just absolutely absurd. So taking that one away from him, putting him on a different champion, get a different look from him.
Not to mention we've said how important proactiveness is, but Crystal's a great counter ganker on the Rek'Sai because of the vision that it provides as people set up for those
semi-global
games.
presence.
Yeah. So being able to take that one off means that the Chiefs can be a little bit more proactive around the map.
Yeah, Rek'Sai's just like... Just a fun police, honestly. Every time you want to do an invade or get aggressive, Rek'Sai's there ruining your day. As Kallista's actually the blue side ban from Dark Passage.
These teams know something that I do not, because all of the staple bans are now on blue side. And again, when we talk about why is blue side winning more, it's because purple side is typically forced into staple ban because blue side gets the first pick, the priority pick, which then you slot into Kallista, slot into Shen, to Elise. But for some reason, it's Topsy-Turvy Day at the International Wildcard.
Well, the thing is that I can answer the Shen because Turkey as a region love bruisers over anything else and not the pure tank. The Kallista Elise for me is their champions you have to pick up because they're that strong in the current meta that if you don't going into a tournament, exactly this happens and you get pigeonholed into 2 bans that you don't want to make.
Mm-hmm.
And Diana, the ban there from Chiefs, actually taking it out from Naru, who had 1 play on it yesterday. They beat it yesterday, but like we mentioned, it was a tough game, and 20 seconds left for Dark Passage to decide, is this the first pick they want to go for? Elwin used to be a mid laner, I believe, and is going to take his Fizz.
Yeah, just to echo what Atlas has been saying pretty much all day, it's that you cannot let Elwin have Fizz. This is his signature champion.
Well, there's Thresh and
Bangkok
Gragas as a
Titan
response. Yeah, going straight for those priority picks. But Elwin's already swapped to the Ignite. You know he's going to be a threat.
Ejim getting his Thresh, however, he's been pretty much the massive playmaker, at least for me when I look across the Chiefs lineup, setting the pace from level 1.
Yeah, definitely agree with that, and I want to know what Swiper plays against the Fizz now. You know that he plays it himself. He's a huge Fizz player. You know, we saw in the Oceanic Finals some Tahm Kench run into it. That didn't go too well, so I'm not expecting that to come out of the top laner of the Oceanic squad as you take a look at Spooks on your screen.
feel
Crystal
like-
also looking at the Echo.
And there's Alistar actually. Not really a denial pick because Ejim already has the Thresh for himself. But Crystal's considering his Rek'Sai's taken away. He's played a lot of Rek'Sai this tournament. And I think he's played some Gragas as well. So we'll have to change things up here. But Dark Passage, they do. They take away the Ahri.
I actually really like this pickup. There's no reason to take the jungler unless you want to hide your pick, try to get some sort of counter matchup in either the top or the mid lane. But deciding that they don't want to let Swiffer get his hands on that Ahri again.
So let's see what the Chiefs go with. Gut feeling says it's going to be
Twisted
Lulu
Fate.
Orianna. They play a really good carry comp with Radiant, and they like to run Lulu top lane into Assassin pick, so we'll see whether they can make it work out. But yeah, they can just give nothing away. Remember, this is just to kick the Turkish team out of the squad, so maybe they just run a global comp, something like a Twisted Fate, and try and run them around the map.
I'm really glad that you brought up that point, that there's really nothing at risk here for the Chiefs other than possibly not facing across from Dark Passage in a best-of-5 later on. So there is no reason to really overextend their strategy and reveal something that they may be holding for the finals.
It's definitely a free roll, which is always nice in any tournament situation where things are just going your way. But they are going to take Maokai Tristana and give the mid lane pick last.
The thing about Maokai into Fizz is it's pretty much a free lane for Fizz.
Yeah, it certainly is, but he's also a much better lane swapper. And the one thing that we've complimented Chiefs on all tournament long so far is their ability to move around the map, and you would think that they're not going to let Elwyn do what he wants to do to swipe her up there in the top lane. They're probably going to get the deep wards and see if they can chase him around the map.
We'll see if Elwyn makes the move towards Smite as opposed to that Ignite there in response.
Yeah, that's actually a really good pickup there, especially with W. Smite Fizz jungles really quickly. So being able to team up with whatever Crystal wants to take, especially if it is something like an Eve that has a rougher couple of levels in the jungle, would be really important for Elwyn to be able to contribute there, but still sticking with the Ignite.
Well, 10 seconds or so left for Dark Passage. Bridal taunts me, but Fiddlesticks will move away now to the Avalon that they hovered earlier. 5 seconds left now for Dark Passage, running out of time to make these picks. Down to the wire for their possible last draft of the tournament. Zeitnot does do it. He goes to Vayne, and Lee Sin's there for Crystal.
We've been talking about this all day. Zeitnot's Vayne is incredible. The mechanical ceiling on this AD carry player is out of this world, and I'm super excited to see him just go ham.
Yeah, certainly am as well. And this really opens up the Twisted Fate pick now, however.
As the counter to Vayne, naturally the Destiny and how it interacts with her final hour.
Yeah, being able to light it up, make sure that Swiper can tie her down there with the Twisted Advance. Allow Spooks and Radiator to unload there, see if they can get her off the map, because once that goes down, you know, there's still a lot of pick potential, but not really the hyper scaling that you expect to come out of a team like Dark Passage, although finally they're running a really good 3-threat comp, so I'm looking forward to see how this one does eventuate.
Was this the matchup that Swiffer played? Oh, sorry, did he play Twisted Fate into Ahri last
Yeah,
time?
he
was
did it
into
against G4.
Right? Okay, so I think you guys mentioned it then. It does carry some associated risk, and maybe that's what they're thinking, because he's actually going to last pick the Victor here.
Yeah, so I actually spoke to Swiffer overnight, and he said that he is super confident on his victory. He was like, I acknowledge that I played blank, but I still am really, really confident that I am able to take this matchup and do good things with it. So glad to see that as a confidence booster, he is running it in the final game. As we said, this is kind of a free roll, so building any kind of momentum, especially if this is something he wants to play in a best-of-5, because they do believe on how the zone control works with their team. It is something that they need to be able to pull off.
And the beautiful thing about Victor is his massive AoE damage, but just the upfront burst. Again, if you're facing across from a LeBlanc, she has the damage where she can just delete someone off the map, but it's one person. Victor almost gets that exact same amount of damage, but he can hit it across multiple people, especially if they're in a choke point.
And what I want to point out is when we see this matchup, we have seen it a lot worldwide. We normally see the cleanse on Victor because the idea is you face tank the charm, Ahri dashes forward to you,
Boom.
and then you just like cleanse unload, and she generally dies because Victor does a lot of damage. But this time, going with the Ghost, the double mobility summon is trying to get around the map a little bit quicker.
Yep, doesn't want to be left hanging in the sidelines when his team's maybe going on some sort of skirmish, but it's great. I love the team concept they've got here. Very aggressive from Dark Passage, and I think to be expected, the Chiefs
pretty much sticking to what they've played a lot this season.
This is the one thing about the Ahri versus Victor matchup, though. If Naru ever gets an advantage in this lane and
Super
he
hot.
walks into Fog of War, if the Chiefs don't have excellent vision control, there's no way that Swiffer can leave the lane and check into Fog of War because the assassination threat there is just way too high.
Yeah, it certainly is, and that's why we talk about the pinnacle of aggressive control mages is Victor. The other ones, like the Orianna and Lulu, they can kind of chase because they have shields for themselves.
Exactly.
Victor doesn't have that. He has a lot of damage, a lot of wave clear, but face-checking brushes is not fun, especially when there's an Ari on the other team.
No, I will have to expect both the junglers to get quite proactive here. Gragas, a pretty standard pick there for Spooks. He'll just be trying to keep his lanes up, especially if there's a lane swap. A lot of that control is going to be important. But Crystal wants people dead. I can tell you that much with the Lee Sin pick.
Well, the other really big thing is by taking the Lee Sin, he's protecting Naru. So think about how the Chiefs beat Dark Passage the last time. It was to put the captain, put the shot caller down, continually gank his lane. By taking a very aggressive, very powerful early jungler, Crystal's offering a lot of protection to Naru in that 2v2 scenario.
Certainly is, and Captain Naru is going to have one hell of a game with his squad behind him here. Dark Passage are going to play what is possibly their last game, and the Chiefs will play their last game of the day. They'll await their spot in the finals tomorrow, no matter what happens. But getting a big win over a powerhouse team is important here. And for Turkey and Dark Passage, it's just everything on the line.
And it looks like it's going to be standard lanes here. Although now Swiper is moving down. Everyone's had very good vision of each other. They like to give the 3 Raptors over to Swiffer. They like to lane swap or get Ejim that level 2 to be able to pick on Naru. We saw it last time around. But this time it looks like a little bit more of a standard start out of both teams.
Well, Naru
In
kinda
fact, it's
hanging
Dark
out.
Passage lane swapping.
Goodbye. Raiders still on the bottom side, but yeah,
This is the biggest mind game ever. Chiefs have done it all series long. Finally look for a 2v2 lane, and Dark Passage no bout.
Well, I was curious as to think who actually wants the lane swap here or wants the 2v1 lane, but
I
it is
mean,
going to be Dark Passage to get it, I guess.
The one advantage is that the Chiefs will have superior tower pushing with the satchel from Tristana. That said, it will bypass usually a tough lane phase for Vayne to get her into that kind of mid-game power spike with the Blade of the Rune King completion. So it's not worst case scenario, but the Chiefs will have the advantage if they can execute on tower pushing.
Yeah, they definitely will, and they also start on the wrong side of the map. You can see that the Dark Passage lineup, they're starting on their weak side of the map where the duo is for the Chiefs. Already Rydell wards out the red buff. That means that a potential 3 buff start will happen if the Chiefs do not scoot over there incredibly quickly. And in fact, even if they do, they're probably going to die. So just give it up. Farm out as best as you can. Little camps are just as worth more gold, just as much experience at this stage of the game.
But this is also why we see Naru so far forward in his lane, trying to get the shove into Swiffer because he wants to force this Victor to be held down so his team can secure this 3 buff.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Ejim, you're a little bit late arriving to the red buff, so 3 buff will occur. See whether the Chiefs go for a gank instead.
I wonder if Ejim can want us to defend as well. It's going to be tough here, Spooks.
How much do they blow here for Naru? They're all there. Naru is like out of his lane on the other side of the map.
He knows.
Yeah, certainly does here.
Really good adaptation from Naru, though.
But right here, Swiffer held the wave, so that's a lot of CS actually denied if he's able to pull this off.
But unfortunately, Spooks is going to get the bad news on the buff front. He'll go start his Krugs, but start the Dark Passage Krugs, but he'll lose his red buff, and we might be moving into 2 different 4v0s.
I was going to say, the adaptation here is to pull the trigger on the 4v0 on the bottom side of the map. Take this tower, rotate into Dragon because you have the numbers advantage on the bottom side, and try to do a 1-2 punch on Tower, Dragon for your early rotation in response to the 3 buff.
Oh, Tristana, he's going to line things up there, has that explosive charge, does good damage to the turrets early on. So we're going to be in some sort of race here. Dark Passage getting through the top tower armor pretty well, but the Chiefs do have a slight edge. Spooks is already wandering towards the Dragon. He might be thinking about starting it soon. The Chiefs will get the first turret, but the race is on, and Dark Passage are not far behind.
And it depends. Do Dark Passage right now continue to push if they think the Dragon's been started up? If so, they will run into the 2v2 matchup. They're going to continue to shove the Chiefs, actually. They think they win this race.
We're going to get the tower now with Dark Passage. Chiefs, I think, denied some CS and then take it in the bottom side there as well. So 1 apiece now. Swiffer still lining up against Naru as Rydell's going to pay a visit, but the Dragon's not there.
Frankly, this is a mistake from the Chiefs. They should have just collapsed onto the Dragon Pit, especially because Spooks had just secured the Scuttle Crab, and they still had vision on Dark Passage on the top side of the map, securing the trade for tower. So kind of a misstep there, but they're going to go ahead and rotate their dual lane to the top side of the map.
Yeah, they want to continue to shove as hard as possible, and they wanted the wave to bounce deep What that means is that Swiper has an extra couple of minutes to roam around the map, maybe look for a twisted advance game before he has to go bottom. And the wave should be relatively the same size unless it is hard shoved by the Vayne. So that's a little bit different of an adaptation. You can bounce it short and just stack up one freak wave. As you can see right now, 2 are crashing in for the Chiefs. That means it'll be pretty much a super wave for Dark Passage, and unless they can get on the turret, it will be a very deep freeze for a long time.
And hard shove is not really in the Vayne playbook in the early levels, so probably not going to see that. So a smart move there for Chiefs. We'll see what they can do to Elwin. Hook just short there onto the Fizz. Good spacing
Who
there.
are you and what have you done with Agent?
Well, has to recalibrate after all those games, it looks like. But Swiffer starting to keep control in the mid lane, pushing Naru in, preventing some of that movement in the Chiefs. Going to move a lot of their strength back to the top side as Swiper has walked down to the bottom lane now.
Yeah, Spook's actually pulling so much pressure that Crystal is wandering up the lane.
There are a lot of members of Dark Passage here.
They're going to try and go in for it. Elwin, though,
Madness
going to
Bears.
jump in onto Egypt. The damage is good. Elwin, he'll get first blood as Radiant. Going to try and collect somebody else, but he's been exhausted as Crystal. Going to keep rushing in. Swiper's come in, but it might be late. Crystal's going to chase. He misses the Q, but he gets him with the easy. Tags him with the edge of the AoE. Now Crystal's here, but Naru's going to find Spooks. He'll get the kill. Ryder will flash. He's lining up the CC. The Pulverize will land. The Q will land as well. The headbutt completes, and Elwin will swoop in for another kill. That was disaster for the Chiefs.
Yeah, an absolutely horrid early game now, 4-0. Double the extra start they gave Dark Passage last time around, and it's a 2,000 gold advantage. Not to mention all the extra farm that Vayne was just able to pick up. Not great play from the Chiefs.
Just to echo my statements from previously, there was no reason to make a play on the top side of the map. The Chiefs should have closed in on the Dragon, but Ejim, trying to compensate, is now looking for Naru in the mid lane.
Ultimate and flash here though for Naru, so going to be a bit tricky. Ejim's
Has
going to
no mana.
make his presence known, looks for it, but guesses wrong there on the movement. Tried to make Naru juke, I think, but was not falling for it.
Naru still had flash. Didn't have the mana for the ultimate, it looks like. But in the end, this is a huge top side of the map advantage. 3-0-1 for the Fizz. All of a sudden, Maokai, who was like, I can kind of survive this lane, was like, nope, I'm not going near him.
Yeah.
On top of that, also the 23 CS to 8, the difference between Elwin and Swiper. And again, this is his signature champion.
Yeah, that Fizz, certainly a very big one there for him. Radiant going to keep pushing things in. He's got a pickaxe. He's getting a little bit stronger, but the Chief's going to have to try and recover because Elwin's had a massive start.
Yeah, he certainly has. All of a sudden, Sheen, makings of the phase. That's going to be an incredibly quick Trinity Force for a lane swap situation. Rydal and Zeitnot now join Radier and Ejim in the top lane. Chiefs need to be careful that they don't get ganked up here. Zeitnot level 6, feeling potential out to Wazoo.
Yep, absolutely. With the Build Water Cutlass completed already. Didn't get any kills or assists on that little scuffle, but's got plenty of early farm. And Vayne always a threat in any sort of 2v2, especially at this stage. But just to reiterate as well, we actually got it slightly wrong at the top of this game. It's not just the Dark Passage are out if they lose. If Dark Passage win, Detonation Focus Me are out. And a slot now goes between the Bangkok Titans and Dark Passage's Zeitnot just gets out of the way. So there's a lot more on the line than just Dark Passage's future.
And here we go, final hours popped.
Yep, looking forward onto Radius. Silver Bolt is good. Egypt has to get up, but a great flash from Zeitnot's going to secure the Condemn, and he'll clean up the kill.
And we talked about Zeitnot's Vayne. It's just a flawless performance from him. He already has the lead, not only with taking the kill, but the fact that he was isolated on opposite ends of the map of all of the action, so an experienced lead going forward.
Yeah, and talking about an experience league, look at the top laners right now. Swiper has been frozen out for so long. Trying to make a play again. This is hard.
Oh, Spook's good flash though. Radiant's going to come in as well.
Right.
Teleports out, and Elwin, he's not quite level 6, but he will rip you to shreds. Swiper going to be the first target. Doesn't like this much at all. Will get taken out. It is enough there from the dot. Egypt's Latin, not quite there.
Elwin is just a monster right now. If teleport is up, if it ever comes to a 4v4 or 5v5, Elwin is there. They cannot fight right now.
Yeah, he's 2 levels up. He's 4 kills up. He's about 30 CS up. Everything you don't want on a Fizz early game if you're the Chief is now occurring. And you can see why this is a respect ban time and time again. Chief's not respecting Elwin and is making him pay.
Swiffer grabs the lantern. Just in time there for the Ejim Express. Naru's still going in. Hook will miss. Chaostorm not there. And Naru's going to get himself the kill. Spooks doesn't have flash. He can't follow. And Naru gets a nice clean 1v2 kill, mate. not quite enough for 2. Does land the charm as DP get the dragon. Everything is going right for them.
And we talked about this. Dark Passage playing from the back foot. This is their last chance for survival in the tournament, and they come out swinging.
I mean, you look at their picks, not particularly surprised. I like the change up here. I'm surprised it's taken this last possible game for them to really get there, but you can see the Elwyn picks an anomaly. That probably shouldn't be there, but Lee Sin, Ari, Vayne, these big aggressive picks that are comfy for these players.
Well, the resume this team has on the international stage, showing up when the pressure counts. We talked about this. This is not a team the Chiefs want to face in the finals through a best-of-5 because they have the experience to come back from last-second decisions.
Right now, looking good. Chiefs going to keep 2v2ing, but Zeitnot's only getting stronger. CS is relatively even in the top lane, but 1 kill and an assist going to give Zeitnot a lead, and he's almost got that Blade of the Ruined King. We look around as well. Warriors completed for Crystal. Luden's Echo's on the way there for Naru. And Elwyn will not be far off that Trinity Force. He's above Spooks here in levels, and he's bullying him out of his own jungle.
He's literally just going hunting right now.
Yeah, he was just wandering through, seeing if he could pick up a stray Gragas. Fat Man would taste pretty good. It is lunchtime.
It is lunchtime.
Lunchtime.
It's always lunchtime with Fizz. And Elwyn, he's had a couple of snacks. He's got 4 kills already. He might be ready for a full meal. And Swiper, he's going to teleport. He'll try and make a play here on Naru. I think Crystal's trying to get out as Rydell's face-checked a couple of people from the Chiefs, but Swiper just can't do anything, has to lantern away.
And it's because all of the lanes of Dark Passage in the top and the mid are pressured forward. So even though the Chiefs had a numbers advantage there by the fact that Swiper had his teleport but Elwyn didn't, they're just too strong. They'd get there before the members were consolidated.
Yeah, that's what it's all about, being able to take the inside lane and rotate up through the jungle, especially because Lee Sin, just a better duelist. That's why he was so popular for so long, being able to walk into people's jungle, take them out. As now the dive.
Ooh, going in for it. Naru gets knocked out of the gravity field. Hook not quite there. The Chaos Storm not fast enough. A decent setup there, but Naru's going to dash away. He's going to try and
flash.
Oh, gets charmed though. That's going to slow him down just enough. Ejim there with the lantern, and here comes Elwyn around the front.
Lunchtime.
Fish will go out, doesn't quite land. Good play there as Rydell gets out. Swiper goes back in onto Naru, able to get the kill as Elwyn's been hooked up, but he's just so tricky. Playful Trickster's out there,
here. This
gets
is
the
bad
kill.
for the Chiefs.
And Crystal now going to come back in. Spooks just gets kicked in the face, and Radier has to rocket jump out.
So the Chiefs overcommit. You know, they started that nicely. They were able to pick up 1 kill, especially because it was onto their starved top laner. But they continue to chase in. They give up the additional kill on Spooks. And now they might even lose the mid lane turret.
We do have Victor there available, though, and Vayne, not really known for her siege potential.
Well, this stage of the game, he's got Bork into anything he wants.
Bit of help there from Rydell's passive, perhaps. They are going to try and do some damage here. But like you said, Victor with some mana, just enough to clear that up. But Sidenot's got his blade. Luden's up for Noah. Elwyn's got to be close to Trinity Force.
More. Yeah,
yep,
5-0-2
goal already.
I mean, the big thing is now you have 2 champions on the side of Dark Passage that are so good at dueling, and pretty much everyone on the Chiefs, not only gold starved, but experience starved.
Yeah, it's not even that. They just weren't designed to do what the Dark Passage lineup did. They wanted to get to earlier team fights, but Dark Passage with the skirmishes, once again, and we really have to differentiate this with the Chiefs. If it is a 5v5 where they get their line of scrimmage set up, they have all their vision, they perform in team fights very well. Every other team in this tournament just excel at the 3v3, the little scrappy fights that happen around the map, and Chiefs fell into Dark Passage's trap with that turret dive in the top lane. There was no reason to go for it. They pulled the trigger and it bit them so hard this time around.
Well, now Zeitnot maybe caught out of position. Radier and Swiper going to team up. Final hour might not be enough. He actually bops straight on top of him. Gets played out, but a Cadet might keep him safe. Never mind Radier.
Wow.
He's got himself the kill, but Elwyn's here. Everybody's backing away. The ult lands onto Swiper. The hook will be dodged, and Elwyn picks up his 6th kill. Now Rydell coming up. Good flash from Radier, but Ejim has to get out. Spooks is here. Don't know if he can use the ulti. Crystal and Nara are going to come up as well, and Nara's going to get that for a 2-1 win.
The crazy outplay from Elwyn again, 6-0-3 on this Fizz. The Trinity Force is complete, just some fancy footwork, using his Playful Trickster perfectly to dodge the death sentence in any other form of CC.
Yeah, and this is the great thing about AD Fizz, you know, it's all about his W and how many auto attacks you put into people.
Spooks caught now. It's Crystal and Rydell. Going to meet Radier as well.
So Crystal actually needs to give a little bit more respect to the jungler of the Chiefs. He's not that far ahead. He's 2-0-4, sure, but with the Warrior enchant means that he does a lot of damage, but not much else. So he will back out of the jungle as Spooks gets his red buff.
He's also got the experience lead, but meanwhile...
Ooh, Naru killed there by Swiper as Swift is defending that blue. Dark Passage starting to get a bit too aggressive. They do have a massive lead still. They can't afford to make these sort of mistakes.
They can afford to make a couple
Some
more,
of them,
but
sure.
if it continues this way, it will be bad news. This is kind of what happened yesterday. Dark Passage certainly have a much clearer win condition. Isolate Fizz, let him go nuts around the map. But Fizz, once again, grouping with the team.
Rido looking for a pick, doesn't find it. Radier pretty far forward, pushing out these mending waves. The Chiefs know they need to get farm because the momentum is all for Dark Passage right now.
Dragon going to be coming up in 12 seconds. There's
That's
no
a
way
no-go zone.
in hell the Chiefs can contest for that. They could possibly look for a pick. They do have the Death Sentence and the Twisted Advance available, as well as the Cask to help isolate opponents, but this is still very shaky ground. At this point, the Chiefs just need to stall out the game long enough for their big 5v5 AoE competition to take over.
I would actually love to take a look at the gold, because that must be at least 3K on the Fizz right now. It's so early in the game, like maybe 2.5. But he's 60 CS, 4 kills and 2 assists. I'm trying to think of what that actually is in the number.
I'm trying to get him. Good playful
Nice
trickster.
playful trickster.
Hook does land, fishes out as well, finds on the Spooks. They're going to chase in for it. The Ignite's down, they will get the shutdown. Swiffer gets the gold.
Very important that the gold went on to Victor, but meanwhile, Zeitnot able to pull down that tower in the bottom side, so they trade the shutdown gold for the standing structure.
This is the problem. Dragon goes down as well. Might be a 2-for-1 deal on objectives today for Dark Passage. Swiper does swoop in. Should be able to defend this, but they know even if Fizz plays recklessly, they can afford to try and make a play somewhere else, and as a result, they go up in towers now 2-1.
I'm actually watching a man break before me.
Well, Naru moving down. He's going to clear some things out.
I actually, this is a Dark Passage I think a lot of teams expected, a lot of people expected to show up in this tournament. They're playing like a fantastic unit, moving cohesively around the map. They're getting a little bit greedy now, which they shouldn't, because the game, it's 5,000 gold, but if Detonation Focus with me showed us anything today, it's not over till the Nexus explodes. And they
Dark
do need to
Passage
be careful.
won that game from the gold deficit, so you would think they'd be...
They would know that one?
Exactly. But here's the thing, though. Dark Passage, like you said, this is the form that everyone expected from them. They were the favorite teams coming into this. A lot of this is on the back that they have comfort champions. Elwyn getting his hands on his Fizz, and it really hasn't been banned away from him. He just hasn't chosen to go that direction. So just curious if maybe they were holding it towards the finals, if they thought that they could get through the group stage without expending themselves like that, but it's good to see it now.
Oh, it certainly is, and he's playing it super impressively. Ejim gets chunked out there underneath the turret. Elwyn by himself in the top lane, making to the Blade of the Ruined King. Radier seems to be on his cleanup duty. That doesn't seem very fair. Send Swiper back up there.
Swiper right now, I think
Swiper doesn't want that.
taking the safer of the two awful lanes for him right now. Would rather go against the Vayne than that massive Fizz who has the Bilgewater Cutlass as well. Swiper is getting tracked by Rydell and Crystal though, and Zeitnot, he has so much free space right now.
And this is what Spooks loves to do on Lee Sim. Roam between the turrets in the jungle.
Also the Ghost. Ooh, damage out. Wave clear there for Victor. No catch there for the Chiefs. And again, Dark
Another
Passage.
turret falls in the bottom lane. Dark Passive able to zone them away.
Zeitnot's just having his way with the lane right now. He's having fun. We see him do this when he's super far ahead just by himself. Has a bit of out of protection. Spooks has to be careful. Gets tagged, gets kicked back as well. Rydell barely going to miss the pulverize, but Naru's able to clean it up.
Crystal Styles on the Chiefs jungler. They're able to get a pick over the wall. Now Swift is in trouble.
Oh, Flash Charm. Now going to get descended upon Rydell. Going to move in for the killers. Elwyn diving into the towers. Radier has got him marked, but Crystal's going to move up. Radier needs to get a kill. He goes forward aggressive with the jump. He'll get it out. He'll get headbutted away. And Zeitnot, he's now going to get hooked. Radier going to move in for another kill, but Dark Passage a little too strong. The Luden's Echo takes out Ejim. And Radier, he wanted it, but it's a big trade win for
And
Dark
this is
Passage.
what gold gives you, the luxury of being able to dive turrets, escape on no health, the levels, all of the accumulated bonuses they've got. Now 9,000 gold before the 20-minute mark. And the Chiefs are reeling, but Dark Passage really starting to roll.
I certainly admire the play there from Radio on Tristana. He knows they have to take some risks, but we saw this honestly last game with the goal deficit that sort of got built there. It just gets to a point where even if you start to fight, it's just a little too much.
So this is what Spawn was talking about, is that this was all started off by a fantastic play from Crystal over onto the side, so it's already a 4v5 disadvantage, and then they just translate this into a tower dive because they've accumulated so much of a lead through the scanning gold in the structures, through their CS discrepancies, particularly on Elwin. Naru doing a fantastic job layering the CC, covering that AoE damage, especially with his looting that go prop.
Yeah, it certainly was, and just being able to continually move up the map, be proactive, move forward. You can see Black Cleaver going to be the next item out of Crystal here. He wants it all. Dark Passage, 8,000 gold up at this stage of the game, means that all of a sudden Chiefs are splitting farm between their jungler and their AD carry. This is not looking promising at all for a team that would have loved to stream into the finals. Now going to go in on what will be most likely a back of a loss.
Yeah, Hype Train might be getting a bit wobbly now, as Dark Passage looking very strong at the final hour here. But game not over, we've seen it before. And things can happen, crazy things can happen, and like you said, Dark Passage know that best. Dragging up in a minute 30 though, Baron now alive, and probably an objective that the teams, at least Dark Passage, can think about in the next few minutes if they want. But they're only getting stronger.
Miracle Turtle?
Miracle Turtle. Franklin.
the
Summon
Miracle
your
Turtle.
inner Franklin, Chiefs, because Dark Passage really want blood.
Well, they've got a lot of it too, and most of it's onto Elwind. I mean, they've started to give a little bit more love around here. Naru's got some good kills as well,
He
but it all
has.
started with this Fizz.
Twice the CS that Swiper does.
He's also got 3 times the kill and 4 times the assist.
That.
But Swiper's got more deaths.
Oh, touche.
Got him. Twice as many.
Checkmate.
Checkmate, Atheist.
Well, I don't know if Elwind minds too much there. Got a Blade of the Ruin King on the way, and like we've said, this was something that Swiper was doing to people to get to this tournament in the grand finals of the OPL.
Baron's gone.
Yeah, goodbye, Baron. You were not long for this world, unfortunately. Oh, Spook's actually here.
He does have level 10 smite versus Crystal's level 9, so
He's
Does
in
he
here
go?
as well.
You need to go.
He
Spook.
has to
has to
look for
go.
the circle. He's going to go in for it. Oh, no, Zeitnot gets it. Spook's now going to get charmed and condemned to the wall. And they'll get the kill, but he had to try.
No one expects a Silver Bolt proc. Just takes the Baron away. He did get to use the Smite, so it probably was Crystal that didn't use his. But now with a Baron buff, 11,000 gold. Probably lights out.
oh, the feels there when you lose Baron and the enemy jungler doesn't smite, you lose it to the silver bolts.
Yeah, the Silver Bolt does a lot of damage at this stage of the game.
That's capped against monsters. So definitely a set amount. But look,
They
Baron.
came so close.
Well, couldn't get it that time. It's Dark Passage that have the Baron buff, and again, all the initiative here in this game. Massively ahead in gold, starting to push out even more. They can put Baron wherever they like. And if you thought Elwind was scary before, just wait till you see him with a purple blade and a purple buff.
The thing that I want to point out is that Black Cleaver, I believe you pioneered this build, Spawn.
This is my build. I'm so happy right now. He's using it to kill my people.
He's literally in tears. He's like, I'm just so
So we've seen a bit of Warrior Lee Sin, even though it phased out a bit. If
Yeah.
you do want to be aggressive, it makes sense. A smart choice for Crystal. Why Black Cleaver after that?
because you're 11k gold ahead.
No, so it's actually not that. If you have an AD carry, think of how Lee Sin uses his ability. He gets his Q on you, he hits a second Q, so that's 2 physicals already. He kicks people back towards him. That's 3 stacks. It's actually a huge bonus damage for your AD carry. Not even joking right now. So I really like it on Lee Sin. I think it gives him some great stats. Why play Lee Sin over Gragas if you're not going to build a little bit aggressive? Because Gragas is a better tank version of Lee Sin there. Has more
Disengage.
CC, has disengage. It's AoE as opposed to single target. So Lee Sin's a playmaker and he needs a little bit of threat to go with him. Otherwise, you just ignore him until the 1 kick stage of the game.
Well, there's a lot of threat here on the Dark Passage side, that's for sure. Zeitnot casually split pushing on his own as the Baron means to help him out. He'll take out the 6th turret of the game now as the Chiefs. They've run out of tier 2 towers. They just have to hope that the base holds up.
Whip has collapsed onto
Oh,
Elwin.
Elwin's dead.
So he's Swiper.
Good collapse, but now it's 3v4, kind of 2v4 as Rydell leaps in. Zeitnot's firing away onto Spook's Egypt. Huge flight, massive hook, but a great QSS keeps him safe. And the Chiefs will hold on for now.
And okay,
Dark Passage pulled the trigger there because they see that Swiper committed bottom with Swiper. That was really hard.
Yep.
Swiffer.
Now you know our pain.
Oh
Yeah.
my goodness, these S names. Too many resources. The Chiefs committed bottom. They knew they had a numbers advantage on the top side of the map, but a fantastic play from Ejim. But here comes round 2.
Sight not still hungry. Has plenty of life steal. Just going to tumble away from that explosive charge. Nari firing off to the side as well.
Swiffer, Swiper. Swiffer, Swiper.
That's the one. It used to be worse. It used to be Radiant Rosie. Swiffer, Swiper, Spooks.
You know Swiffer is a mop in America, right?
Really?
Yeah.
That kind of makes sense. Pretty good at cleanup duty.
It's
the
like
old
one of
Chief
those
Swiffer.
lazy mops, too. You press a button and like, sprays
Well,
that stuff.
described in this game.
Just lazy mob. Not getting too much done. I mean, it's hard in general. Dark Passage played such a good early game here. And all they really have left to do is break the base. They've got plenty of room to do it here. A massive gold lead still.
They have like a 37-minute fifth dragon win condition. They've got a second Baron up in about 3.5 minutes time. Like, they are in no rush whatsoever. If there was a way to build a little bit of morale, of course, they would still love to control their own destiny. Bangkok Titans take the next match. I believe they do go through over Dark Passage. So we'll continue to see how this works.
Yep, that is right there, Spawn. So Dark Passage need to at least win here, because they're absolutely out if they don't win this game. So it starts here, and then you start crossing those fingers. The Chiefs, if they can do it, they can kick out one of the most dangerous opponents, you have to think.
Just what took Dark Passage so long to find their comfort champions and to find their stride in this tournament?
I agree. I'm amazed that this is the first Vayne game from Zeidnot. I mean, Elwin's Biz, seen a couple bans. I can understand why they would go away from that. But not giving your big 80 carry player Vayne at least once so far is very surprising to me.
Especially for how strong Vayne is in the current iteration of the meta.
Yeah, I mean, Brady's been flopping out Sivir all over the place. He's definitely been a bit more of a Kog'Maw player, but look, might not matter now as Dark Passage are at least pulling it out where it counts.
I was going to say, pulling it out when it counts. Back to the wall, they commit.
Ooh, Ejim. The Chiefs are trying everything they can, which is kind of hide in fog of war and see what happens. Zeitnot still split pushing. Swiffer does have the wave clear. They have some tools to drag this out, but
Their win condition are picks, effectively. They're stalling out for time. So yeah, the only time the Chiefs can fight is off the back of a pick in a numbers advantage.
and Radio right now going to chill out in the top lane. He's getting good farm, actually. He's getting stronger, but does need about 3.5 items to really get going. Zeitnot in trouble. Radio flashes Spooks. Comes in for the cleanup, and Radio gets the kill.
Yeah, needs to be careful of the creeps. They're still quite strong in this part of the game, but Radiant able to get the outplay. He bought a friend, that's cheating. Swiper also successfully defending his turret, so the game continues for a little bit longer.
Yeah, Dark Passage have not been able to break the base. They had the Baron, who's back again in 125.
Well, that's the thing that their team is so poor at doing. It's sieging. Again, yeah, if Vayne gets on top of a tower, she can just delete it from the map with her attack speed, but she's a medium range AD carry.
Wow, Nari picked off huge damage. And the alley-oop gives Swiffer a kill.
Hello, Wolf?
13,000 gold lead for Dark Passage now.
dead.
Let me remind you, I will be the voice of reason on this desk. But the Chiefs able to get a couple back.
Yeah, looking good now. Charging
There's
down
life
mid
in
lane.
the old girl left.
Trying
Yeah.
for the tower. There certainly is.
Get it started, boys.
Radio is going to push down the turret. 2 items there in the 80 carry roll. 2 for Swiffer. And Swiffer still very far behind, but Dark Passage.
And this is going to be, honestly, the second time that the Chiefs lose because they fought in a lane that they didn't have to fight in. Like, against Detonation Focus Me, they fought in the bottom lane, did not have to commit on it. This time against Dark Passage, they just were like, yeah, what the heck, let's go for it. In the end, turns around, bites them. They really need to start playing towards their strengths because they should be a serious contender to win this thing. Dark Passage, one more time, looking at the Baron.
Well, why look for a tower dive and a skirmish as the Chiefs when they're so macro-oriented? Just take the dragon, boys.
Hey, you're telling me.
Watch the VOD.
Ooh,
Take the
Elwin
dragon.
caught again now. A Swiper going to chase him out. He'll get fished. Swiffer needs to dodge, and he does. Waits for it to go. Flushes forward, goes aggro. Gets the kill. Oh! Playful trickster, Elwin. Urchin strikes away, and he is barely going to live.
What a legend, Elwin. Oh, man, this guy is nuts on Fizz. I'm not even mad. 7, 3, and 4. I'm glad I got to see this.
Well, it's been working out so far. It's all but the Nexus now for Dark Passage. Dragon up, Baron up, good to go. As far as objectives go, Kristen's already started.
Yeah, teleport on Elwin. No way Chiefs can approach that one. Also, very good vision control on the top side of the map. So Dark Passage, even though they're, I guess, getting a little bit caught out, it's very hard to play this much of an accelerated game from the lead. You're not used to it. You don't really get where you're supposed to be. You're like, well, we shouldn't even be sieging yet.
Well, they also really need the Baron as a crutch, and so they have to play on that timing window because, again, their composition struggles in the siege of towers, and so the Baron augments and shores that up.
Spook's not here, though. Cleared out some vision around the Baron. Chiefs still trying to keep the relevant vision up, but 4 Dragons now up for Dark Passage. Have all the win conditions in the world, but still pushing down these lanes, not getting it done there.
They can't approach this tower. I mean, Spawn said it himself against medium range AD carries. Victor just walks up and says hello
We saw
and
that
goodbye.
yesterday. Literally.
Yeah, exactly. So that's the concern there. They have to have the Baron to help them siege a tower, because if Zeitnot ever goes up to hit that, he already got 1v1 outplayed by Raydir. Imagine what Swiffer will do with him.
Yeah, and you know, I cannot stress this enough when you were the sole person behind. So much of the responsibility is now on Elwyn's shoulders. He's 120 CS off,
He's
as
all
well
of
as
their
4
gold
kills.
lead.
He's all of their gold lead, which means that Spooks is relatively close to Crystal, and Swiffer will just destroy Zeitnot. Zeitnot is not designed to go up against Swiffer.
That's the important thing to underline here. If Elwyn isn't in a fight, if Elwyn gets caught out, that's the entire Dark Passage gold lead. If he's ever mispositions or misplays, it's pretty much even footing.
We saw that in the game that Dark Passage beat Detonation Focus Me in. Same story, Udapon and Seros. Oh, Ejim caught. Naru looking for the kill, can't dodge everything. Naru's going to collect it as Dark Passage will claim the Baron.
Yeah, Baron number 2. They go back over the wall. Naru chasing away the jungler for the Chiefs.
Can't get there in time.
Once again,
Elwyn
Swiper
still
engages
bottom?
onto Elwyn.
Oh, Elwyn might get the 1v2. He does get the kill. Baron buff in the Frozen Heart looking good. The perfect hex score. Can't chase fast enough. Swiffer, he just gives up.
You know other teams are going to be watching at this. Elwyn should never be allowed to get this champion.
And you know, Dark Passage certainly showing up big, but if you're an Oceanian right now, you're just praying for the Bangkok Titans, because this team is terrifying. This is what we thought would come out of the Turkish lineup. They're going to break the base.
Yep, they've finally got a man advantage. Elwyn's going to dive in onto Swiffer. Hook not there. Ejim trying to play him out, but now Zeitnot's going to tag in for the damage. Ejim's going to get melted. Raydir hops well and truly out of the way. And Elwyn's going to chase Spooks. You can't stop him as they break the base in 2 places.
Well,
Dark
this is the thing. It's his auto attacks. You just can't get away from that.
They're working the Chiefs around the map.
Sticky for a fish. I don't understand.
They're just sticky.
No, they're slippery.
Is that to him as fortunately for Fizz. That's the thing that's so tricky. Again, we've seen Swiper do it. Elwyn's having a game on this Fizz, and we've seen it before. Locally, he's an absolute monster. His wards getting slain everywhere. I'm so sorry for children watching at home. And Dark Passage now going to look for the final inhibitor down the bottom.
You're sorry for the wards? Have you not seen the Chiefs? Elwyn has been
The Chiefs will be fine.
Yeah.
some choice words.
Look, the wards are defenseless. The Chiefs can fight back.
Can they?
Oh, is that not? Ulted back in by Spook. Swiper going to dive in onto the vein. They need to kill Elwyn. He's on top of Raydir. He's kind of caught up. But then the turret Swiffer does get him out there. Dark Passage, Naru does slay Swiper, and the rest of the team descends upon Namari. Gets the dribble. There's the Quadra. I believe. No, Vayne! You stole the pentakill, but Dark Passage, they'll still get the game.
Yeah, they're going to win, and I have some choice words for you. You said if we picked Elwyn, we had a shot. They just massacred the Chiefs in the final push. They will take down the Nexus, and Dark Passage still have life.
To be fair, that was before a couple of towers and global objectives went down. Just
And
Naru's huge. Look at him. He's 9-3
The
and 6.
whole-
I'm just looking at. I'm pointing frantically at Ari's scoreline
the
here.
whole team sued 20,000 gold up by the end of that game. What a performance from Dark Passage. Right when it counted to, again, it sort of took them a little while to wake up, it felt like. But they finally arrived here for what is their last game, and they just smashed the Chiefs.
We talked about the blueprint that the Chiefs used to unseat Dark Passage the first time around. It was targeting Naru. Look at the early game adaptation from Dark Passage. Naru playing to the far side of that lane.
Protecting
Exactly. They completely read the Chiefs like a book and just counterplayed beautifully.
100%, and I'm just really impressed that Dark Passage, backs against the wall, are able to step up. We knew they had it in them, but to be able to bring it out in the game that counted, be able to get some comfort picks finally, be able to dictate the pace of a game to that extent, 20,000 gold, closing out in 27 minutes around that mark. That's a monstering coming out of the Turkish team. And, this is what we're expecting to see out of them. Game on right now. Chiefs, they go down in what was a commanding defeat.
Yeah, and you saw them, try for the smart fights, try for the smart picks. You just can't fall that far behind. Like, even that last team fight in the bottom lane was about as perfect as you could ask from the Chiefs as far as execution goes. And there's just no chance because Naru and Elwin and the rest of Dark Passage are too far ahead.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is what happens when you run multi-threat comp. Sure, the Fizz went a little bit deep, but 2 threats on the back end still stay alive. They expend so much to take the fish off the map. In the end, Ari comes through, absolutely destroys the rest of the lineup. And, that was a great drafting phase out of Dark Passage. We said even if the Chiefs played it perfectly, it was going to be a hard game to win. They didn't play it perfectly. They played it pretty poorly in the early game. And in the end, Dark Passage smashed them.
And look, again, what we expected from this team. Unfortunately for them, they're out of games now to play. The fate of their future is now in the hands of the last game of the evening. Detonation's Focus Me, I believe, can no longer make it as a result of this win as well. So it all comes down to 2 teams. The Chiefs have 2 possible opponents, Bangkok Titans or Dark Passage.
If I were the Chiefs, I would not be facing the Dark Passage in a best-of-5. That was, just think of the morale going into a best-of-5 against Dark Passage after that loss.
Yep. Certainly after that game, it's going to be tough. Hype Train might be getting a little bit wobbly, but let's throw out to the war room to get a bit more on that game.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. And man, the Oceanic Hype Train took a hit from that particular game. 4 kills so early on in that match.
Look, after a game like that, my koalas are only somewhat raised, to be honest with you, Atlas. It wasn't ideal, but the Turkish side, they honestly looked completely reinvigorated.
Yeah, they most certainly did. This is what we were expecting out of Dark Passage. We heard this from our casting team over and over again. The fact that we had expectations for Dark Passage, and finally we've seen it, but it might be too late.
It may well be too late. Of course, they've still got a chance to make it.
Yeah, but we do have an update, and we'll see how the Hype Train's doing. I'm a little bit worried, Rusty.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this will say. We do have a status update to come in eventually. It'll tell us how our Hype Train is
They are
performing.
really keeping us on our tones. Oh my goodness, we're in trouble. We're not exactly derailed just yet, but if you can imagine it, this train is teetering.
Yeah, we're going around a bend. It's a snowy trail. It could at any moment
slippery
derail.
when wet, something like that. Is it a hype bus now? I don't know what's going on, but I'm very frightened for our Oceanic Hype Train. It is going to be a problem, but look, we'll see whether the Chiefs can get it back on form. Of course, they are in the final, which is happening tomorrow, but this best-of-5 series can be between either the Bangkok Titans or Dark Passage, depending on how this next match plays out. We are guaranteed not to have any tiebreakers, but if Bangkok Titans win, then they take the head-to-head against Dark Passage, and they're going to be through to the final, whereas Detonation Focus Me, they're out, but if they win this game, that is all about Dark Passage, and they're going to be through to represent their region in their hometown.
Yeah, a lot of importance behind this next game, but of course, there's a reason that this is happening at all.
Yeah.
It's because Dark Passage almost derailed our Hype Train. They took one of the most convincing victories I've seen.
Yeah, they most certainly did, and they did so largely to do with this draft. It's so aggressive, and the fact that Elwin got his Fizz, I'm so glad that we at least got to see it this tournament because, man, he is so impressive on that champion. Used to play at Teleport Smite, but looks just as good with the Ignite.
Yeah, so there's a very important thing to note about this Dark Passage team comp, but it's not just the skin synergy that they seem to have with the colors that they've got going on. It's the fact that Fizz is a skill matchup in the top lane. He wants to outplay everybody, wants to assassinate you. Lee Sin in the jungle, well, does want to do the exact same thing. Swansat in the cast is an aggressive playmaking version of a Gragas. Mid lane Ari, the exact same. Vayne, the exact same. They were playing champions that wanted to win in a 1 versus 1 scenario, outplay you and style on you. That is exactly what they did. And not only that, Atlas, it's their best champions.
Yeah, this is right. And Zeitnot on his Vayne, we mentioned that as well. Just ridiculous to watch from this Dark Passage lineup. And we do have some clips from the game. We'll go through them. I know it's going to be difficult for us and our Oceanic brethren, but we most certainly have to do it. And let's just watch Elwin's style on the Chiefs lineup.
This is the first big mistake because Elwin gets way too many kills from this. We'll roll this one out, and Chiefs, over-aggressive. They had no reason to be top lane right now. Ejim tries to put some damage down onto Elwin, keep him out of position, but Rydell was already here with Crystal. They'd already made their way here. Raider tries his best to outplay Crystal, but the Tempest is just going to be there to pick him up. And again, Dark Passage, they find kill after kill here.
3 total. I think it might be 2 total for the Fizz. He had no right getting this many kills. But the reason that he got these kills is a big mistake from the Chiefs lineup. Looking to dive top after they'd already pushed down bottom. They got that bottom turret. They didn't need to go back top. They had no reason to.
Yeah, a little bit of over-aggression there from the Chiefs in their positioning, and they were punished for that the entire game. Yeah. Everything just steamrolled after that. That Trinity Force was so fast for Elwind. No one could enter that lane against the Fizz.
Oh, no, definitely not. It's why we saw Radar and Tristana attempting to deal with that lane. And I say attempting, take that with a grain of salt, because he couldn't. Nobody could. In saying that, that is the exact moment that the game started to snowball out of control, because the team comp that we saw coming out of Dark Passage was snowball reliant. If the Lee Sin didn't get going, he does nothing until about 45 minutes. If the Fizz doesn't get going, he's slow, waiting for those item spikes before he can become relevant. Same with Ari. They all played a part in that, and they all started to snowball from that one moment.
Yeah, and I absolutely love the Ari denial as well. They picked it in their second round of picks on the blue side here, Rusty, and look, Ari seems to be a huge linchpin for Oceania versus Turkey, and it was the same in the IWCI with Besiktas, of course, energy there in the mid lane, really making that one work when this is Swiffer's signature champion in the mid lane, and he was unable to play it. And I know Spawn spoke about the fact that, still confident in the victor is Swiffer. He's more than happy to play it, but just did not look as good as that Ari. And admittedly, with a pretty fed Fizz on your lineup, you're going to be feeling okay.
Look, pretty hard to look good as the victor into the Ari matchup when your whole team is winning. But in saying that, you're right. When he's not on that Ari, when he's stuck to a control mage style of champion like the victor, it just doesn't feel like Swiffer's unlocked to be his true self, essentially. Yeah. He's stuck on cleanup duty. He doesn't get there in time. The assassins rotate faster than him. And it just works better for the teams when he's not an assassin.
Yeah, well, we do have another replay here. We are going to put it on your screen right now. And this is the Chiefs doing their very best to try and get their way back into the game. But already 6,000 gold at 18 minutes. It's a huge lead.
So I think one of the most important things to point out here is the items that have been completed. So Ari in particular has the Luden's Echo, has the flash available, and this is where it all begins. So we'll roll this one through. Nari uses the flash, connects immediately onto Swiffer. He gets decimated beyond belief. They continue the dive with Elwind, and this is why the Luden's Echo is important to note, because they make their way back in after Raider does style, takes the Dark Passage to safety. Watch the Luden's Echo here actually picking up Ejim from a charm. Yeah. The fact that they had the extra items, they had the money and the kills to get those items. Of course, the Trinity Force Cutlass was done for the Fizz. Everyone was so far ahead that it lets you dive people as much as you would like, honestly, and get away with it.
Yeah, and I like how you use the irony of taking the Dark Passage to safety there, Rusty.
Yeah.
That was beautifully incorporated in that little speech. And man, this Dark Passage lineup looking so strong in this game, and it's a real shame the fact that they haven't really managed to find this form until this particular point. But the Chiefs, if they do have to face off against this Dark Passage squad tomorrow, they are going to feel really shaken up, because as far as momentum goes, this is the Chiefs' final game for tonight. They did finish 4-2, which is a fantastic scoreline, but heading into tomorrow, it's a worry.
And that's why it's very scary. The hype train's not exactly online at the moment, because after a game like that, after losing that convincingly, most importantly, to then go potentially into a best of 5 against that exact team, they're going to be feeling really good. Chiefs, not so much. It does raise that big cause for concern as to how they will go tomorrow. In saying that, it doesn't guarantee that they're going to be the ones playing just yet.
Yeah, well, that's the point, is the fact that the Bangkok Titans now have to face off against Detonation Focus Me for our final game of the night. But we still have one more replay to go through, ladies and gentlemen. This is far more towards the end of the game. And that is a gigantic gold lead. I mean, the calculation in my head is starting to burn out because it's getting a bit more difficult. But that's 17,000 gold.
Yeah. Whew. So this is, again, you look at this game and you feel bad for Raider a little bit inside, because he tried so hard. He really wanted to win this game, and he just could not do it. The rest of the team was not far enough ahead to deal with it. We'll roll this one out. Dark Passage, ridiculous amounts of ahead. They engage onto Zeitnot. They try and get him down, but meanwhile in the back line, trying his absolute hardest to make something happen for his team. Does so well. But there are so many threats on this Dark Passage side. They're running a 4-threat comp, essentially. The damage-based build from Crystal as well in that Lee Sin. They were just so far ahead that try as Ray Day might, they didn't look like slowing down at all. In Dark Passage, they just destroyed their way through that.
Yeah, really confident closing out of that game. There are a couple of picks, a couple of sort of shenanigans there around the stage for the Chiefs, but it was just Dark Passage and knowing that they're so far ahead, they don't need to worry about that at all. And huge shout out to Rydell as well on that Alistair, really making things happen underneath that turret. That was a 3-man pulverize into so much damage with the Orb of Deception. And shout out as well to Naru's build. Picked up that snowballed Luden's Echo, and that item does so much damage if you pick it up early.
Yeah, it even found him kills, of course, giving Ari that extra wave clear when you are ahead to clear back waves with just the Q. You don't need to use a second one. That does wonders for your wave clear and ability to roam around the map and have a presence somewhere other than just mid. It's a very, very smart adaptation against the Victor also, who upgrades his wave clear first and can then disappear himself. So being able to be on top of his game, on top of where Swiffer is, played very smart, Naru. And this was an individual effort, though, from every single member, just getting ahead and capitalizing on one mistake. So one thing you will note, though, is when Dark Passage get ahead, they don't just snowball their way through a victory, they dive and they just kill everything in their way.
Well, they're looking terrifying, but we are going to move on to our final match of the evening, ladies and gentlemen. Detonation Focus Me are going to be taking on the Bangkok Titans. And look, if there's anything to note here, it's the fact that Dark Passage are going to give us pretty ridiculous final tomorrow if they get through. But that's all on the back of this Japanese squad who have lost all hope of finding their way through. And we want to highlight the jungle in this one. 007X versus Asterore. And man, he's played a lot of Gragas, has the old Asterore. He loves that champion. And the Rek'Sai as well. We've seen a heck of a lot of this lady in the jungle. She's been playing out quite nicely. Not quite with the win rate, though, of this particular champ.
No, definitely not. And he basically only plays Gragas as well, so keep that in mind. It's a very important pick in this game. Will they be able to get it away onto 007X, or will Asterore actually take charge, get the champion that he's looking for? But based off performance, and this is why we're highlighting Asterore, is Udapon has an 89-something ridiculous % kill participation. He's involved with everything, but the reason that he is involved with all of these kills is because Asterore in that jungle has been playing exceptionally smart to allow these things to happen. And the way that he's been putting it into effect, as an example, standing still against the Rek'Sai, knowing where she's going to be and counter-ganking to perfection. But to contrast that, 007, very invade heavy, will be in your face and will know where you are.
Yeah, and we saw this matchup as well. I mean, the game from the Bangkok Titans, pretty ridiculous stuff, especially the one that we saw earlier there with the Zed, with a lot of early game pressure. A lot of mix-ups happening on the Japanese squad, and I'm interested to see how it's going to match up this time around as far as mixing things around. Like the gangplank in the mid lane. Seros doing really weird stuff with Zillion. I mean, I want to go back to a game that I experienced with you today. Zillion, pretty good champion there in the mid lane if you manage to make it towards a late game that's a powerful thing. So look, we'll see how it happens, but we are going to go into a replay here and just demonstrate some of this jungle facilitation of Asterore versus 007X. Let's take it away, Rusty.
Yeah, need I even say anymore? He's against the Rek'Sai. We'll roll this one through and just watch the way that Asterore plays this. Just drinks. He knows exactly where 007X is going to be ahead of time and just goes into his face. It's brilliant to see someone stand still because it knows their awareness of where to be on the map, where the enemy is going to be, most importantly, on the map and when. To be there on time, to be proactive in your decision making and to counter it perfectly. It's the sign of an expert jungler.
Yeah, and the beautiful thing about this is the fact that it illustrates why Udapon was so massive that game. To get level 3 double buffs on a Rise is ludicrous. He did fantastically well, flashing forward, grabbing the Rune Prison, understanding his damage output in order to get everything through, but it's all about Asterore setting it all up, and we have another replay to take you through to really illustrate this and how it works out, because Udapon, he's getting ganked. Is that really what's happening, Rusty?
So you may not be able to see this perfectly, but in this little cluster of icons, there is also a Gragas waiting silently, just stalking his prey, which is 007 in this game. So we'll roll this one through. Notice 007's trying to be the one to put the gank on, flashes in to knock them up, but there's already a Gragas waiting. Udapon was already 1-0 at the time. He's been doing very well, had his mana items, and there's just no way to predict this as 007. He's looking to be proactive. He's looking to make plays, invade gank heavy, almost to a fault. And Asterore has picked up on that fact, has exploited that fact, and has got his top laner fed. I mean, Udapon has a 9.7 KDA before today. that is because Astaroth has given him those kills on a silver platter.
Yeah, and this is how Detonation Focus Me have managed to make plays in this game and managed to pick up victories. It's huge leads that they've developed for one champion that they can snowball very, very effectively. Against the Chiefs, it was the Kalista in the bottom lane, Rakinia doing massive things on that champion, then Udapon against the Bangkok Titans, picking up this rise, 3-0 as well, able to carry that victory through. Of course, we saw them against Dark Passage today. They looked strong. Weren't able to close out the game because they didn't understand killing the Nexus is how you win, but I believe they would have worked that one out moving into this next game, and we'll see whether they can capitalize on this new information that they have.
Well, yeah, they watched some games in between. Surely they're aware now that the Nexus is how you win the game. They'll take that one. And thanks for the Korean advice there, Max. In saying that, they do have some refinements to actually consider coming into this next game, some ways to close it out for themselves. But I love that they're almost messing with the fate of this entire tournament based off one game alone. If they win, they don't even make the finals because they lose in the head-to-head. But if they lose, then someone else goes through. It's really crazy to consider. It's all in the balance from the Japanese side.
Yeah, it's all in their hands here. And, of course, they're going to be thirsty for a victory because this squad does not get a lot of international opportunities, and they're going to go completely ham. But we have to throw it into our casters to take us into our final game of the night.
Thank you very much. And we do, in fact, have one more game here. There are no tiebreakers, so I'm sorry for you and Atlas. You're not going to get your dream tiebreaks there, Froskurin. But I'm joined by Dominic Satoroma and Ryan Froskurin Moore. It's been a great tournament so far. The finals are tomorrow. They'll be awesome as well. And we just have to determine who is going to be playing the Chiefs. Is it Bangkok Titans or is it Dark Passage?
Yeah, and it's such a tragic story for Detonation Focus Me. As you've been saying this whole tournament, the dark horses coming into this, now they can't make finals, but they have to decide who makes it themselves.
And the thing that I want to point out that Rusty did a really good job illustrating out in the war room is just the national pride and the fact that Detonation Focus Me, yes, they're not able to qualify for the finals, but they have so much to prove going into this on an international stage. So I expect to see them go down fighting and try their hardest. They did a fantastic job. 6 teams in the LJL, the smallest of any professional region. They only played 10 games in their regular split. Of course, they had the playoff game, so you're playing between 10 to 15 games a year, but I mean, you compare that to the Chiefs' record. They played 18 games alone in the regular split, almost twice as many.
Yeah, and I mean, it's great to see these emergent regions. Wildcard's always a lot of fun to see. Again, like the wildcard regions, the smaller regions getting to play on an international stage against each other. And honestly, no matter what happens, Detonation Focus Me probably walk away for me as the most impressive squad, especially given the relative, length and experience of the region.
Yeah, I mean, we've definitely seen some improvement from the squad just over the course of this tournament alone. They've taken some pretty tough losses, but they've also showed us, yes, they can move around the map. Yes, they can make macro plays.
They don't have a server, and they are playing on the mechanical ceiling of pretty much every other team here. So a huge congratulations out to the Japanese squad, Detonation Focus Me. Those guys, you guys deserve to be proud. You did a fantastic job, and going into this game, I expect no less.
And I guess on the other side, looking at the Bangkok Titans, a team that always fights, no matter the position they're in. If there's anyone that was truly going to go down fighting, it was certainly the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, I mean, they've been playing exceptional as well. They definitely want to make it into the finals. I'm only surprised that it took them 5 games to bring out Lloyd's Lucian. I talked a little bit about it during the war room, but 17-1-7, 2 games in a row. Why are you sitting on this man? Your playoff lives are on the line.
Yeah, same thing with G4Z. So exactly the
same thing with Dark Passage Fizz from Elwyn. I just feel like these teams were kind of sitting on these not hidden picks, but these comfort champions, knowing they could go back to it in the case of the finals, but it is do or die time now.
Certainly is here. Bangkok Titans on the blue. Detonation Focus Me over on the red in our last game of the International Wildcard Qualifier group stage. Rise, Braum, and Twisted Fate are the 3 bands up from Bangkok Titans, and Kalista, Annie, and Azir are the selections from Detonation Focus Me.
Finally, we see Kalista being banned from the purple side. Welcome back.
Yep, all normalcy as Warlock snaps off the Shen.
That champion still 100% contested, picked, or banned, and this time around, Warlock finds his hands on that.
And again, a strong champion can make plays with it. We've seen a lot of good flash taunts. Just good stuff all around there for the Titans.
Beautiful thing about Shen is, again, it just opens up so much global macro play for teams and helps shore up that inefficiency.
We'll have to see how that works out. I'm looking forward to see how the Titans come into this because they have to know that Detonation Focus Me cannot take this win. Do they go back to the Zed Lucian, the skirmish kill everything, or do they actually try to play a macro strategy? Usually their weakness.
Both these teams are going to be predispositioned for skirmishing team fighting. I don't think either of them really have a strong suit for macro. Not that they can't play a macro-oriented, and again, macro is your map movements, your objective preparation, things like that. We made the joke over the course of the tournament. The Bangkok Titans, they're using the Dragon and the Baron Pit as a way to lure you closer so they can kill you.
It's the bait.
Yeah, the objective is just an afterthought. If they get that, that's fantastic.
Yeah.
But they're not there for the Dragon. They're there for you.
Hopefully it does in the collateral in the team fight as there's Rek'Sai and Alistar that picks up for Detonation Focus Me. Bangkok Titans, 45 seconds left now to pick up their next few. Moss is going to get his Thresh if he wants it. Big other picks, that Lucian, the likes of Zed, they can probably pick them a little later, but a lot open here for Bangkok Titans. And if there's one thing that might be letting them down, it's actually just preparation. I feel like they're a team that should just play what they're comfortable on.
I completely agree, and one of the comfort picks is that Thresh for Moss. It wasn't banned away, it wasn't denial picked away, so I expect to see him pick that up and lead the team.
Yeah, there's no need to lock it in right now. Seeing the Alistar on the far side, G4 giving us a hover of the old Vladimir, which he used to beat the Saigon Jokers in the final. We'll see if he decides to go for it. But right now, it looks like it might be the Diana
I think
Gragas.
it's been banned a couple times, but
Yeah.
it is in fact Diana Gragas. G4 going back to the Diana.
And on the other side, Saros is looking back towards his famous Gangplank mid.
The one game famous mid. I guess he's played it before. In
He's been
LJL.
spamming that in solo queue. I'm going to call it famous. He got a pentakill on an international stage.
He did.
gets to be famous.
Unfortunately, still lost that game, but Rokenia also pulling out the vein at the last possible moment. Again, Korean Master Tier 80 carry players looked great on the likes of Callista, just fine on Kog'Maw as well. But I like these late vein picks.
We'll have to see how he can keep up with G4 and now a Shen locked in as well. It's going to be tricky, but if anyone can do it, it'll be Rokenia. Siros, he's giving the Vlad the old hover right now. We'll see what he decides to go for.
Gangplank. I don't understand. 10 seconds left for Saros.
I want the
They
pentakill.
could play Zillion as well, but instead it is actually Vladimir here. That could be Udapon's champion, but I have to assume that's mid lane.
I'm not too comfortable or familiar as the Bangkok Titans. You know what they are familiar
They're
with?
done.
Lucian Thresh.
Yep, that's
Yeah.
what they're going to take. They didn't need to take Thresh early because of the Alistar lock-in. Don't already mentioned it there. They just want to kill people.
Yeah, I really love the Lucian Thresh for Bangkok Titans. It's the three-man combo of Gragas, Lucian, and Thresh. They dive you all over the map. They'll chase all over. Now you've got the added threat of Teleport Diana Shen. Detonation Focus Me are going to have to give some serious respect to the Titans.
And if this Gangplank is actually committed on, that will be a top Vladimir for Udapon.
And Udapon has played a different champion every game in this
Unique
tournament, hasn't he?
champions, yeah.
That's really cool.
Rise, Maokai, Olaf, and Shen, I believe.
Solid.
Rumble in there as well?
No, it was Rumble, not Shen.
Okay, there we go. Well, 10 seconds left now. If it is going to be Saros back on the Gangplank, could also be Udapon's champion. There's a possibility they can mix it up.
Yes.
They've locked in the Gangplank, though, and I wonder where these lanes are going, but all of the solo lanes look terrifying.
This is going to be a tricky setup.
There's
Oh, so sneaky.
there's not a
Look at this.
Oh no.
They're trying to trick you.
Where's he going to go? Where's he going to go?
Maybe wait till the game starts.
No, see, now they're going to get into game, and then Siros is going to go to the top lane. And then Udapon's going to go mid.
With the
And
teleport?
everyone's
Yeah.
going to take teleport, and then they're just going to be fighting all over the map. Okay, let's talk about the Bangkok Titans composition. We've already kind of spoken about the strength of Diana and her resurgence into the meta and why she's able to take teleport and things like that. You have an incredibly strong 2v2 lane in Lucian and Thresh, which would be absolutely devastating for an Alistar Vayne to face across. That said, Detonation Focus Me, they've pulled off a lane swap, but it ended up being a 2v2 on the top side of the map. So, you know, they've shown that they'll look for that direction, but typically they play in that 2v2, and it's absolutely devastating into Thresh Lucian.
I mean, yeah, Rakini is going to have to really pull out all the mechanics in that situation to get it done, because we've seen Lloyd and Moss in particular on this Thresh. They'll just go crazy.
Yeah, and we've seen Rokenia suffer time and time again against hyper-aggressive AD carries. It's going to be tricky to see if he can pull it off this time around, but you can see them on your screen right now. It's all up to Detonation Focus Me.
Gangplank.
The nice thing is that they
Ready?
have a self-sufficient AD carry and so much dive tools to the back line. You have Shen with the taunt, you have Diana who's going to dive back there, then you have a reset button on Gragas and a death sentence or non-committal CC from Thresh. So the fact that Lloyd is going back to his Lucian, they don't need to expend resources and cooldowns to protect him because he has his Relentless Pursuit. They can just go full ham onto this backline and try to delete Vayne.
And that's been the style for, honestly, both these teams at different points in the tournament. We have started with a pause, unfortunately, by the way, so shouldn't be too much longer till we get ourselves into the game. I think the top lane is what I'm excited for. I like this pick for Udapon. We've seen a lot of big tanks. We've seen people play the likes of Fizz, but Udapon taking not a huge carry champion like Fizz, but something that can definitely bully Malco once he gets going.
Oh, you look to me as the
I am,
colorcaster.
yes.
Hello, analysts.
Yes.
Hi, analyst. Vladimir.
Yeah.
The thing about Vladimir is I actually prefer him in the mid lane than I do in the top lane. Not that he has bad matchups or anything like that. It's just that the mid lane is technically the shortest lane in the game, which means that his, I'm going to call it the troll pool. His W means
The
so much
sanguine
more.
blood.
Yeah, the sanguine pool.
There we go.
Sanguine pool.
Come on, play-by-play.
I got
the
it.
sanguine. Wow. Oh, now I got his W, his little thing where he goes underground. In the mid lane, it means so much more because you have so much less room to go to your tower back to safety. Whereas in the top lane, you're like, oh god. That said, again, there's not many terrible matchups. You don't get much out of a teleport from a Vladimir versus like an ignite, or more often than not, like a ghost ignite is kind of the thing to run on Vlad. The composition from Detonation Focus Me, a little bit wonky, not necessarily my taste in how everything synergizes together. Typically in tandem with Vlad, we actually see Sivir picked up, just because Sivir does so much AoE damage as an AD carry, whereas Vayne is very single target. And how does that work with Vlad, you ask? Thank you for asking. It's because he drops his his Hemo Plague on top of everyone and then empowers more AoE damage. So the fact that they have Vlad and then Vayne, I'm like, that's a little bit weird. But you know what? 3 carries on the Japanese squad. They're going down fighting in all 3 lanes.
Yeah, they definitely are. But the lane matchup that I really want to focus on is going to be the jungle. Asteroray and 007X. To me, this pretty much the past few games have been the story of who do the junglers gank early? Who do they put their priorities on to get the lanes fed? Well, we know G4 is a titan on an assassin if he can just get a few kills going. But 007, he's also got Lloyd's Lucian to worry about.
And they also ninja the Gragas away, which I like as a general response. By the way, Frosturian, found your AoE from Vladimir.
What is it?
I found your AoE, the combo with Vladimir.
Gragas?
Yeah, nope.
What?
What Gragas?
I'm
Gangplank.
Oh,
Gangplank.
King.
Can you imagine? We saw what he was doing with the Trinity Force Infinity
So
Edge
this is
in
it.
the last game.
If we drop the
Oh,
Hemo Plague
man.
and then Gangplank comes through with his barrel, the team will just explode.
Seriously, if you kegger someone,
No, this is dangerous. Udapon, what are you doing?
maybe go out there
Troll
as he
pull.
gets played. He does troll pull away. You might have to flash as well. Body Slam's going to find him. Taunt in there as well. And G4 gets first blood.
Can we just talk about the confidence of the Bangkok Titans? Their life is on the line right now.
And they're going in.
And they make a play. Okay, in a best of 5, in a game where everything matters, you almost never gamble on an early level 1, because if that goes sideways, you pretty much lost the game there from a snowball. So props to them.
Very confident play from the Titans as Seros takes a few hits from G4, precursor of what's to come in that mid lane. But that first blood, that's not just on anyone on the Titans, that's on G4. And exactly how much gold does first blood get?
400.
Doran's ring picked up.
Yeah, and usually we'd see this Diana being teleport back into the mid lane to do exactly this. Now going to have the perfect start to this lane. Seros, we saw him do well in the lane before. I don't know if you've seen G4's Diana yet, but it is real scary.
He just tried to fist bump me.
She didn't do it.
Well, we'll move on now. Detonation Focus Me. Going to be in a 2v2 lane. We see them do this a lot. They tend to prefer their standard lanes. Rakinia and Kazi going to handle that, but Moss and Lloyd going to be handling these Krugs. They'll get full experience for both. They'll take the full camps, and G4's already in.
So is Seros.
Oh my god, the slap fest. I don't know if you can win against a Diana who has 2 Doran's rings, but he's going to try.
The scary thing, though, is that anytime Gangplank is on a window for his passive to proc, which he lights up, you pretty much get a free insta-trade. But meanwhile, in the jungle.
Yeah, Udapon having some trouble. Had to back off. It was tanking for Asteroray! That was so close.
G4 nearly stealing away the red buff. Zeros not quite keeping track of the enemy mid laner, almost punished his jungle.
Oh, you can see the kegs lining up again.
So this is Yeah, this is how the GP lane works, is that you set up your barrels and you have a lot of zone control, and then you just kind of set up your barrels and you wait for your passive to proc back on GP, and then you look for the trade with the extra damage.
And it does a lot of damage. I don't know if you guys caught Ceres's gangplank in that mid lane bed. Whoo, man. He was dishing out some deep. Poor Sightknot was not having a fun time on course.
Unicorn's not having a fun time right now.
Yeah, he just teleported up into the top lane. He's going to catch up with Warlock. They were both going for a bit of double jungling, but now finally going to find themselves. Kazu gets caught by the hook as Moss and Lloyd taking advantage of the weakness that we pointed out. Rokenia suffers in hyper-aggressive lanes.
If there was ever a hyper-aggressive 2v2 lane for Oscar, I know you're a big fan of the bottom lane duos. I feel like we haven't seen this one in a while, but Lucian Thresh is such a lane.
It's a classic. I believe it's called the Wife Steal lane.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lovely.
Bringing it back. No, it's so oppressive. Alistair really can't do much for his laner. I mean, obviously you get the combo at level 2 where you can look for the headbutt pulverize, but especially if you're pushed in that aggressively, you can't afford to fight because you're fighting them and the creeps.
Great patience of 007X, though. Gets knocked up for his troubles instead. Might be in trouble here, kind of hanging out. Asterori in there as well, with the Threshers coming out. Kazu will not be hit by that one as Lloyd's going to juke in as well. Bangkok Titans just want to fight.
And this is the thing about 007. You know he's going to invade. That's why Asteroid was there waiting, knowing that he was going to be around the corner. The difference is that the Bangkok Titans bot lane is so much farther ahead because they're pushed forward. They would be able to get there quicker.
And it's not just their bottom lane, too. G4 has been putting so much pressure on the Zeros. You'd imagine Gangplank would be able to clear, but this early on, it's Diana who's got the advantage, invading twice in 4 minutes.
And that's the thing about the Titans, is that when they're ahead in the lanes, it unlocks their jungler.
Moss, though, misstep in the bottom lane. Tries to go a little too deep and gets himself picked off by an Alistar.
The flash is still there. So he didn't even flash to find that combo.
Moss has no summoner spell, so I think he tried to make a play to help his jungler
I think
out.
he tried to murder
Something
someone.
went wrong. Well, that's almost a given.
He succeeded.
He's just himself.
Yeah. Oh, Condemn finds Lloyd. But Rokenia is getting destroyed. Not exactly a favorable trade here, but 007's got to be careful. Kazu using the Raging Bull as best he can. He's trying to trade it over. Lloyd heals for the chase, the slow. Lloyd, 101.
I actually feel like that was actually a mechanical mistake from Rokenia, that he could have turned around and fought that, especially as they chased the oncoming creep wave. So a little bit of miscommunication from Detonation Focus Me's bot lane there.
And I mean, it is the only mixed language bottom lane, I think, in the LGL. I could be wrong there.
I don't know if he's the only Korean player, but he's the only Korean player on the Detonation Focus Me roster.
Sorry, that was the point. As Bangkok Titans are continuing to push down in the bottom lane. Lloyd, again, got that Lucian Chroma rock in. Just shooting people in the face right now, continuing to apply pressure.
Yeah, so again, this is what I wanted to follow. Where are the junglers going? So far, they've been following each other. Asterori actually goes in. This is turning into action as they're turning it around. Moss gets knocked in. Asterori flashes away. And it's chaos.
Well, have your answer, Sadar. Where are they going? It's bottom lane. And only bottom lane.
I mean, no real reason to gank the mid lane. It's pretty much going to be a farm fest for Saros. Likewise, G4 is already ahead, but he has the first blood, so try to snowball the other surrounding lanes. But again, the more important factor is that with his lanes ahead, it unlocks 007 to continue to gank Asteroid in his own jungle.
And right now, it's just all pressure for the Bangkok Titans up. About 800 gold or so. Don't need to focus me keeping it close, but they're just hammering them right now. Rokenia is falling behind in CS. G4 has a slight lead after that first blood, and Udipon's the only one doing nice work here. He's hit level 6. He's got his double amp tomes, pushing into Warlock, who's got a quick null magic mantle.
Looking for that Hex Tech revolver. It's been a while, Vlad. Welcome back.
Certainly for the top lane, yes. Seen a couple of mid lane Vladimirs here and there. In fact, G4 is usually the one that plays it, but didn't pick it up, went for the trusty Diana instead.
I like how Syros is just playing this gangplank right now, just sitting back. Unfortunately, it is going to bite him as Moss comes for a roam. Flash dodges the death sentence.
I like that flash as well. It's sort of like, at that point, you have to basically pick any random direction, because if Threshcast is right with the hook, you're going to die anyway. Yeah. So it's going to keep it in. We've seen this before. The early game group up and the Gangplank wave quick. Gangplank won this battle last time with the minions, and Asteroi is going to cover for him where he goes back, but G4 is not done.
I mean, he's done a solid job keeping up relatively close in CS. We do see that G4 has opened up about a 14 CS lead, which equates to about a kill worth of gold, but meanwhile, the top lane.
How is this happening? Warlock doing good damage on the Udipon, forced to pull out there from the next blade. And Warlock's going to keep control of this lane.
Well, the thing is he got him into a taunt into the incoming creep wave. So it wasn't just him fighting the Shin, it was the Shin and his horde of creeps.
So you've got to wonder right now how
What?
Detonation Focus Me are feeling in this set. I mean, clearly they're very demoralized in this. They can't make it into the finals, but right now they're just letting the Titans run all over them.
It means so much to the teams to pick up a single international win. The fact that in this tournament they doubled their previous stay at the international wildcard. Again, just the pride and how far the Japanese region has come. It's not over yet.
No, certainly not. I have to agree with you as well. Like, you don't enter a tournament to not play the games that you're in, right?
Exactly. Like the last international wildcard, they won a single game. This time around, they were leading the pack on day one. So just night and day performance, and they're going to continue to rise.
Action as G4 dodges away. Ceros gets destroyed by G4, answered back to Asterore.
And Asterore is always there hunting around, looking for a lane to help. He's trying to get there for Saros, but G4 starting to go off again on the Diana. He's got almost the Nationals done. And Moss and Lloyd, they have kept this wave so pressed up against the turret.
I mean, that said, G4 has a gold lead and advantage going into that 1v1, and they were able to almost trade even. So gold lead? What gold lead? I'm gangplank.
I mean, you've seen Saros before. That is about the summary of his attitude on Gangplank. If the last game is an indicator.
That's his attitude on everything. He's like,
True.
Zillion loses every matchup.
Nope.
What up?
Are you sure?
So you can see the gold right now. It was actually 800 in favor of G4, and even Lloyd in the bottom is rocking a huge CS lead with another 500 gold himself. We're just getting to the 10-minute mark, and the Titans, their Titan lanes, Lloyd and G4, are winning. This is scary for Focus Me.
It is.
Then the Titans attacked.
Yeah. I mean, that's happening right now. They have to.
I think I saw this anime.
You need to calm down.
Oh, man.
How did it take us so long to get to this joke?
See, now I don't want them to make the finals because then you'll get to make it again. And
Now
that's
it's stuck
me.
in my
No,
head.
but it's perfect because it's against Japan. Like, there's so many layers.
But fun fact, that was actually set in Europe.
Get out of here.
So back to the mid lane is Warlock. Charges in with his stance United. G4 is going to get an assist on that one. They are starting to really pound this mid lane.
They're pounding all of the lanes right now as
That's the
every
Bangkok Titans.
single standing objective is being whittled down. And once these towers go, that's... Oh.
Kazu.
Lloyd gets knocked back. Rokinia looks for some action. Doesn't take the dark passage as he tries to find a way in. But that teleport locks him in. He needs to get some kills before the rest of the Titans show up. He's trying to turn it around, but he does. He gets one with the Hemo Plague from Udapon. Lloyd dashes away to safety.
Utapon.
Oh, there's more action. They dash onto Kazu now. He gets dropped. A 1-for-1 trade for those supports. Asterore, you too want a piece of the action. You're going to find 007 Cast, tries to disengage, but Rokinia is not done. Oh, Asterore nets it. Rokinia condemned. Warlock is getting low. He turns it around, nets a kill onto Rokinia, but friend, you got nowhere to go.
G4's here as well. Warlock might be able to hold on. G4, he's going to get the first little tap there. Now going to go in onto the 1v2. Looks for Asterore. Huge damage there from Diana. Gets the reset on the ulti. Moonfall there onto Unipon. Pops the W. Looking for the outplay. Needs one more, but Unipon, he knows he can get it. G4 has to be safe. And Unipon will just live.
Well, here comes Saros,
Oh
though.
no, G4 is backing the right direction through Tribush. He gets out alive, but wow, that was action-packed.
After it's all said and done, though...
It's not done yet. Unipon pulling away. Lloyd's going to chase in. He doesn't have flash. Great Q. But it's not enough damage.
After it's all said and done, though, this is actually a huge step back into the game for the Detonation Focus Me squad right there. Almost even on the gold lead, short up a bit of it, but we can go ahead and watch this replay. So I was expecting the W coming out of Kazu. I wish I could see his mana. He might not have enough for it, but either way, here comes the final hour pop, and this just turns into a skirmish. Again, Utapon, Kazu, and Rokinia have the highest kill participation of anyone on the Detonation Focus Me squad. It means that you can always expect these teleport skirmish plays.
And Udapon's teleports have been on point so far, but this fight did not end here.
Continues for Asteroid, finds the knockup, a brilliant cast, resets the fight, but meanwhile...
Yeah, G4.
Looking for the solo kill, doesn't quite find it as Saros is able to flash to safety.
But Nash's Tooth is already done. G4 is hungry for blood. Good Little setup there actually from the Kegs, gets the damage down. Rokini has swapped away as the Bangkok Titans are going to get themselves the Dragon.
So finally translating their bottom lane lead into an objective lead. And again, this is what I was talking about. Because these towers are being whittled down so close to each other, the gold lead was close, but suddenly it explodes.
Things looking very good for the Titans so far as they're up in objectives. Rokinia will finally be able to take a tier 1 of his own, but it's 2-1 in favor of the Titans. Not to mention the gold leads they've got across just about all of their lanes, except for that jungle and top lane, but that was to be expected.
Total gold going to even out now as Rokini does take the top tower, but Warlock has his Cinders, got his Spectre's Cowl. He's going to hang out and farm up. It's G4, honestly, that I think we should look to next. He's got the Nashes, he's got his Seekers, looking for the Zonyas. I have to think that as the game breaks out more, and it's already 2 towers for Bangkok Titans, that he's going to move off to that side lane and just start the split push.
Especially because he has the teleport advantage right there. If Warlock and G4 just play on opposite sides of the map, you pick up Lloyd and Moss, move them to the middle lane. Again, the most important objective for the Bangkok Titans is that second tier middle tower, because it gives you the most passive vision and map control if it goes down. And they should be playing around that objective until the Dragon comes back up.
That is why we see G4 in the mid lane. Looks like he might catch Asterore there with some help from Moss. They're just trading around a bit as the junglers and supports will tag each other. Lloyd finds Rokinia in the bottom. They're trying to go for the 1-for-1 outplay. Here comes Jen. Teleport is going to find Lloyd as well. Cullen gets dodged. Warlock is running, but G4 joins the fight. 4 members bottom lane.
He thought that was a 1v1. That was a 1v3.
Oh, Kazu's caught out as well, though. There's a lot of damage going on to him. He has nowhere to go. Doesn't have a flash. G4, another kill.
Yeah, had an ulti but didn't want to use it. Bangkok Titans pick up 2 quick kills, but what objective can they get? Seros might be the next one, and he'll be running away, but 007X is not done. Moss is going to look for that hook.
See, any other team would be like, just push the creep wave,
Nope.
take the mid-tier tower. What? Gangplank?
Seros gets played now as well. Damage is out, but G4 is going to swoop in for his 5th kill.
That is a scary Diana. And you know, it's as you mentioned earlier, the Titans, they're not all about objectives. Objectives are ancillary. They want the objectives to lure people in for kills. And that's what we saw right there. Kill after kill after kill, just moving around the map.
I'm just saying, any other team, you force the enemy mid lane around, you have better positioning on the mid lane, you grab that creep wave, you force it into second tier tower, probably won't be able to take it down at this point in the game, but you'd at least get heavy amounts of damage. Nope. I could just murder Seros, and I could murder him again, and then I could take his tower.
Exactly. Get all the things. As Bangkok Titans, we've said it pretty much since before the tournament started. They play one style, but they do play it well. They will fight you at every possible turn. And GeForce Diana is so massive right now. The Zonya's Hourglass is almost done. We've got an IE up for Lloyd. Warlock's getting tankier. And it's starting to go downhill for Detonation. Focus Me, a 2,500 gold lead up, but Trinity Force for Gangplank, Blade there for Rokinia. There are items starting to come out.
I'm glad that you started to point out the item breaking points for Detonation Focus Me. They are finding power points across the map, but Seros finding Gragas.
He's taking some damage. The hook, narrowly misses as Lloyd takes the Dark Passage over. What? Detonation Focus Me. It's 3 versus 3, 2v2 on the other side. Utapon finds Moss all by his lonesome, flashes to dodge the barrel, but Lloyd is doing so much. Here comes Warlock. Luckily, that's not G4. So Detonation Focus Me are allowed to stay alive for now, but G4 is trying to go 1v2. He's flashing the wall into the Dragon Pit. He's caught out. There goes the Gangplank Ultimate. It's action all across the map. G4 is still alive. Warlock dives. G4 finally goes down, shut down by Rokinia, the person who needs the kill, but the Titans want these kills.
And this is crazy. Bangkok Titans are still not done with their extended 4v3 tower dive. They're proxying the mini wave. Lloyd crits Seros in the face. And now they're going to move in for the kill. Hemoplex out for Utapon. There's the first kill onto Seros. Asterore is going to charge in. Warlock's going to taunt, but he's going to meet the Rek'Sai Kazu here as well, as Warlock's forced to flash out.
But here come the reinforcements.
This
Vayne.
is way too deep for the Titans. They're trying to get these kills. It's a huge amount of damage on Utapon. He's dropped. Lloyd's in. Stand United. Look at the damage Lloyd is outputting. Rokinia is finally there, but it's too little too late. His front line is destroyed, and now he's got to run for his life.
This is nuts.
Yeah, what do we say about the Bangkok Titans? Do not let the game descend into chaos, because that is where they thrive. And chaos is an understatement for what we just experienced in the last, what, 2 minutes worth of fighting?
Oh, wow. There were like multiple rotations of ultimates. That's how long that team fight went.
My favorite thing was that Rokinia almost died in the 1v2. G4 has gotten so massive that he's starting to do what he was doing in the other game against Dark Passage, I believe. Naru's Orianna couldn't hold up. It might be Rokinia's Vayne that suffers this time.
Thing was is that Detonation Focus Me actually could have made the superior play right there because they had posture advantage on the mid lane. Instead of sending Rokinia and Kazu up into the top lane, they could have looked to push down the mid-tier tower and traded all of that chaos and aggression because, again, after everything's all said and done, we didn't really get much. We got, I think, a single tower.
Yeah, not exactly the worst trade for the Titans. Well, certainly when
Oh, no,
they
that
get
was
the toss.
hashtag worth for them.
But for Detonation Focus Me, they had an opportunity. Whoa, G4.
Seda, this isn't about gold or objectives or nexuses. This is about sending a message, and the message has been received.
Certainly has. I don't know if Detonation Focus Me really like the message that they're being sent right now, but they've certainly received it a couple of times. Lloyd building up towards that static shiv as he pops the ulti, 007X. Looks for it, doesn't find it. Did have his flash, would have used it if he was in range. And G4's trying to steal away the Gromp and continue being a pest. As Bangkok Titans, we're just going straight to the top again. Hook will land as the Rory gets clipped. Way back there as well. G4's going to charge his way in. The gameplay guilty's out. Steros actually gets the first kill, but Lloyd's firing away from the backside. 007X is getting a little low. Warlock trying to face tank the damage as G4 needs to go back through. But Detonation Focus Me 3-1 up already. Warlock going to be another catch there as the taunt comes out as well. This could be an ace. Warlock trying to split. G4 dies. Gameplay gets the triple. And the ace is completed by Rokinia.
And the scouts fire back right there, taking down 3 of the Titans and heading towards the Dragon.
And now it's going to be dragging up for Detonation Focus Me. They'll pick up their first one and they get the ace. Bangkok Titans bit off a little too much there.
And that was the day the Titans attacked.
No!
And Mankind fought back. Detonation Focus Me, turning around the ace, taking the dragon. Rokinia looking now for the bottom tier 1. Dead FM aren't out of this just yet.
Okay, so this team fight starts out with a beautiful hook on Asteroid, but look at Rokinia. He's pretty much untouched in this backline, has to reposition himself, but for the most part, he maintains all of his health and is just putting in Silver Bolt after Silver Bolt into the Titan's back.
What did I tell you? The Gangplank Vladimir synergy
He's got his
on full display.
He's got his little jetpack thing hooked up and he's just going. There's so many layers, Pastry.
And as Detonation Focus Me pick up the last fight, they'll bring the gold back very close actually. Bangkok Titans, the aggressive styles cost them a couple of times here in the tournament. Definitely cost them there in that last fight, but G4 as the Zhonya's getting stronger, blasting one now as well, possibly moving in towards an Abyssal. Could be a Void Staff, but he is getting stronger. That's sort of the point there. Static Shiv up for Lloyd. Warlock getting tankier. It's only getting better, but Detonation Focus Me brought this game all the way back.
Yeah, they really did. It's so close in gold, and Detonation Focus Me. They might not have a chance at finals, but they're still trying to go out with a bang.
Well, this is the thing. Stylistically, both these teams love to fight and skirmish, so this is actually where GFM are strong.
Exhibit A, Kazu X gets hooked up already. Gonna dive in. Now it's 5v4 if they want to fight. Shen down the bottom side as Bangkok Titans get another pick.
I shouldn't say strong, I should say comfortable. They're
Yes,
very
very.
comfortable here.
Well, as a result, Bangkok Titans, they have the kill. They're looking for more, but there's none presenting themselves just yet.
Oh, no.
They will move over to the Baron, though, as a result. Still got 10 seconds left on Kazu. They're going to sweep out some vision.
I actually really like the itemization from Rokinia of going Static Shiv versus Phantom Dancer, as we're not going to see a face check. Good job, Asteroid. Just because not a lot of wave clear is available to his team, so by taking that Static Shiv, trying to compensate for that.
Gangplank Ultimate used to clear out the wave bottom as good old Warlock split pushes as best he can. He's got teleport and his ultimate, so the Titans are playing to that Baron, setting up a solid split push, and Detonation Focus Me trying to deal with it as best they can. Asteroid going to try to catch up to Shen.
And I like what they're doing now, trying to bait around the Baron again, like Froskurin said. Don't take it, don't go too crazy, but use it as a lure, use it as bait.
Either you come and we kill you, or you don't come and we take this. Choose.
But hopefully you come and we kill you, because that's the way we prefer to play, certainly from what we've seen already. Game is going to slow down a little bit. Baron is not quite there yet for the team, still pretty early on, 22 minutes in. Dragon is down for a few more minutes, and the teams are scaling. And Bangkok Titans know they lost the last big engage. They have to kind of not put the brakes on, but at least take the foot off the gas
Just
just so
tap
slightly.
it.
Yeah.
I feel like they give a whole new meaning to we can do this the easy way or the hard way. And
it's-
either way, we'll enjoy
I don't
it.
think it's even that. I think it's just the Bangkok Titans way, which has been awesome to watch all tournament long. It is fight often and fight hard. Detonation Focus Me have honestly been in a similar path there. Had a heartbreaking loss today against Dark Passage. I like to see them fighting back here as a result. A lot of their wins have felt quite snowbally, which is impressive. But it's nice to see them bring it back here. They can, again, showing up 5v5, they can still hang.
It's their skirmish potential in particular. Again, Udapon, Rokinia, and Kazu, that triple threat from them and how often they get involved in the map. And just the progress the squad has made. The fact that Rokinia has been on the roster for pretty much the entire season, but he started as a jungler. Then he played support. Now finally moving into the AD carry position in the season qualifier for the LJL. So if this is what this roster's potential is, because they've looked fantastic over the course of this tournament, they can hold their heads high going back to their domestic region.
Yeah, and we've seen what happens when they play team fights properly, netting that ace, stacking the Hemo Plague on top of the Gangplank ultimate. Wow, G-Force. You do still have to respect the Gangplank.
The bank plank, look at that.
Yeah.
Trinity Force, he's looking for the Infinity Edge. This guy's going to hit.
Oh, Kazu might be caught out again.
Get him.
Well, Dragon up soon, but they're fighting instead. Lloyd
Get in
hits the ulti. Kazu, pops him over the top, but Astarora's going to knock him up as well. G4's going to dive in, pops the Zonyas, but it's a few too many carries. Has to flash out. Smart play there as Astarora will go down.
Beautiful ultimate from Lloyd, but not done yet.
Flash hook finds Ceros. They dive onto him. Double kill for Lloyd. There's the Hemo Plague. Lloyd goes down, but G4 is still there. He's almost got his ultimate, but he's dead now too. It's up to Warlock and 007 to try turning this around. Unipod and Rokinia look to clean up yet another fight for Dead FM.
And from a gold deficit, Detonation Focus Me come out in top in the 5v5. And again, I said it before, I'll say it again. The Titans love to fight, but this is also where the Japanese are comfortable.
Udapon did so much work in that team fight. Oh my. I was originally joking about the Gangplank Vladimir damage, but it's now a reality.
Yeah,
Luden's
you can
Echo.
see it.
Luden's Echo, Will of the Ancients, Trinity Force, Infinity Edge. Bangkok Titans are running out of time.
So this is kind of the follow-up. They've already taken down one member, but a beautiful hook from Moss starts this out. But just look at the amount of damage that the Hemo Plague and just the AoE stack is doing to the Bangkok Titans.
Udapon so strong in this fight. And though Rokinia was zoned away in the beginning, finally getting in when his exhaust wears out to net those last few kills. There are some pretty scary breakpoints being picked up by Dead FM as they've now got the Ludens finish on Udapon. Infinity Edge on Zeros. Static Shiv Brutalizer on Rokinia. Please continue skirmishing. This is awesome.
I was waiting for like the next level excitement in your voice, just like he's got what is that item called?
Which one?
The little green
Face
shield.
of the mountain.
Face. I was waiting for the face of the mountain on Thrush.
The slow exclamation.
Yeah.
Look at that paintboard.
It's pretty great.
No, not quite. But the fact that they're hitting these breakpoints and that the Titans are starting to backpedal a bit. You know, Warlock, he's going full tank right now. Abyssal for G4 instead of a Rabadons or a Ludens. They're starting to slow down.
Detonation Focus Me are doing the opposite.
We've pretty much evened up a gold lead, which was, close to 3K in favor of the Bangkok Titans. It's now down to 400 gold as Detonation Focus Me set up for this dragon.
Again, baiting him into it, trying to force them in towards it. G4 is going to get knocked out. The hook will land. Dragon will die. Rakini is going to pick it up. Serot's getting low. G4 gets on top of the carries. He's doing damage, but 007X is already dead. G4 with Lloyd does slay Rakini. Warlock with a good taunt. Double kill there for Lloyd. He needs to keep weaving. He will die, but there's another kill coming out. G4 is actually alive. He lives somehow, and Lloyd gets himself a triple.
A gorgeous ultimate from Lloyd right there. It followed up by an even more cast from 007. The fact that they cast Rokinia right into Lloyd's path, he just annihilated that fight.
Yeah, Dead FM thought they could take it, but Lloyd so strong right now. Despite the fact that G4 didn't get a chance to really do as much damage as you'd hope. Still doing so much, and they're now on the Baron. Ceros, he's actually in the area. We'll see if he's going to go for a steal. He sets up a barrel, caught by the hook. Lloyd says, hello, friend, goodbye.
What was once a close game for a second there, the Bangkok Titans have knocked on the door, kicked it in, and are now looking towards the Baron.
Well, City Wall's starting to crumble. It's Bangkok Titans.
They're so colossal.
We got him.
They're so colossal.
Let's see.
Nope.
Oh, yeah, there it is.
Yep.
Hey, okay.
Look at Lloyd's ultimate here. This is probably the most beautiful calling I've ever seen. He puts it across Alistar, but then moves around after he sees the cast and just annihilates Vayne. From here, moving through and cleaning up all the rest of the kills.
I just can't believe G4 lived. That shield barely saved him. And Lloyd's Lucian, we talked about a big aggressive pick for a very aggressive AD carry in a very aggressive region. And 2 games in a row now starting to perform. 9-2-7 already.
The Titans have got Baron right now. They've got the momentum after that team fight. And yeah, ZFM are still strong, but now they've got to deal with the siege out of this team. And even worse, the dive.
They have to fall back to the inner walls.
They do.
They have to
The
give it
wall
up.
rose.
Might have to go further as Bangkok Titans going to start to push them down. I have a funny feeling we're going to start renaming the structures on this map in just a second.
Yeah, Wall Maria looks to get a kick right now.
Well, Marcel Warlock down in the bottom lane. Lloyd is in the Dragon Pit. I think he's taking Scuttle Crab, having a bit of a vacation. Dead FM again, ready to fight if they need to, but Bangkok Titans just looking for the next opening. Actually 5,000 gold up now.
But they've already proven that they can fight from a gold deficit, and they have the tools to do so in the late game scaling potential of Gangplank, Vladimir, and Vayne.
It's just got to be execution. We're in this position against Dark Passage, and they had a lead that time around. Bangkok Titans honestly have to say the same. They need to close out cleanly with the lead that they've gotten.
Yeah, we've been talking about execution a lot this tournament. That's something that Dead FM have kind of faltered with. They had a game where they were ahead and lost at 50 minutes because they weren't able to execute. They weren't able to pull the trigger. This time, it's up to the Titans to execute properly, but we'll have to see if they can make better plays than Dead FM.
Here we go, though. Not a, actually, you know what? Gragas and Lucian are actually a surprisingly decent siege potential just because Lucian's going to be able to burn through towers with his double tap passive. Likewise, Gragas gives a lot of safety when approaching towers because he can always push the cast to either pull a member into his team or reset an entire fight.
Right now, it seems like it might be time to split up again and go for some split pushing. 4 towers to 2 now. Bangkok Titans still looking to knock down the 2 tier 2s that are remaining. Lloyd's going to get on top, but he has to be careful. Seras eats a hook, but he'll orange his way out. Udapon popped his pull, though. That's the go button for Bangkok Titans.
And this is what I was talking about. The fact that 007 is so far forward, threatening with his cast, while Lloyd is just able to tear through these towers. When people see Lucian, they don't expect tower sieging. But back when Ziggs and Lucian were a big combo, that's all those picks meant.
Yeah, now 2 tier 2s have gone down. The last one looks to fall. Looks like Wall Maria has been permeated by the Titans. And they're going to continue looking for a fight. Kazu goes in. Astaroria gets pulled. They're destroying the front line. Kazu, he's on the wrong side. Well, G4 dives in. He's got a Shen shield. He is so strong. Oh, no, the Gangplank ultimate. Rokinia gets a revenge kill, but they're on the inhibitor.
Rokinia doing his best with his 3D maneuver here, but unfortunately his fancy footwork is not enough, and the inhibitor crashes.
Yeah, Goldbleed's starting to be a problem there. Almost 10k up as Lloyd's about to get himself picked up. Warlock looks for the huge taunt, only finds one. The Hemo playing out as Udapon has found his way back into the fray. Rokinia kicks off Shen there as is able to get a kill.
Oh!
G4 just eats that Gangplank. Lloyd's chasing, he wants it. Rokinia is going to get the shutdown, and Moss and G4 will tail it.
Just deleted.
Man.
The beautiful thing is that he flashed forward, so you could see in his eyes the confidence and then the instantaneous regret as G4 was like, bro, you don't want this.
Yeah, and he's about to get a death cap now as well. A minute up till the next dragon. Rokinia will take the red buff for himself, but G4 will get the grump. Go back, spend a pile full of money, and be insanely strong. In fact, both the major carries of Bangkok Titans are about to hit 4 items, and G4 still wearing those brown shoes. Has not upgraded them yet, because honestly, they don't do enough damage.
Doesn't really need to invest in them. When you can kill people in 3 hits, it doesn't matter if the stat goes down to 2.98 in the amount of damage. It's absolutely absurd how powerful G4 and Lloyd are right now. But we've seen what happens when they get caught out. It just takes Udapon finding the Hemo Plague, Rokinia kiting around properly. DFM are still in this game.
That's an awkward pink ward to miss, though. Yeah, Rokinia's not going to walk through it.
We've had a lot of awkward pink words.
That all happens, to be honest. I mean, they do last until you kill them, so if you don't kill them, it can be a bit awkward.
The thing that I want to point out is all of the oracles completed on the side of the Bangkok Titans.
That's amazing.
Yeah, that's pretty much, hey, Rokinia, bye.
And, I mean, towards it are being put up by Detonation Focus Me. Same story. You know they want to fight, need to blind the area if they're going to really set up for good fights.
Speaking of setting up, Dragon has just spawned. Dead FM are grouped up, and they've got teleport on Udapon for the far side. They could try to burst this down, but Lloyd is awaiting there. G4's got a teleport of his own. Hook is going to miss. Dragon is secured. Culling finds Rokinia. Looks like they're going to disengage. There's the teleport.
Udapon.
Yeah, could be problems now. Steros just gets owned by 007X. G4's doing too much damage. Udapon teleports late, does pull the hook, but it's not enough. And G4, he just walks out with a triple kill.
Instantaneous regret there. So we saw the teleport looking for the...
Oh my god.
No. Okay. Maybe I was thinking maybe he had home guard, but it was the zoning teleport.
He's from the Dragon, and that to me is a great moment because it shows you the mentality. Warlock burnt his teleport to chase the final kill because there are no sweeter words to the Bangkok Titans than ace. And this tower's dead, like absolutely dead. G4 does a spastic amount of damage.
I imagine that in their gaming house, when they go to sleep at night, they play a lullaby, and it just says ace over and over. The sweetest sounds that this team can possibly hear. Knock down 2 inhibitors. The Titans are so strong. And Dead FM, once again, they're falling behind.
You can't sate this thirst. This is... I've never seen a thirstier team than the Bangkok Titans.
Well, starting to get a pretty strong goal lead. In fact, 11k up. Let's just call it what it is. A massive lead now for the Bangkok Titans.
It's a massacre of a lead.
Yeah.
Now,
I mean, they just want to devour some humans.
well, doing that so far. Done it 30 times. We'll see how many more they can get in this game.
We have 49 kills in a 34-minute game.
Yeah.
This is all I've ever wanted.
This is great. All right, so Baron has respawned. Detonation focused me down 2 inhibitors. They're actually grouped up in the area. Oh no, G4!
Hello?
He doesn't
What?
care.
Are you okay?
He does not care.
Okay.
He'll be fine.
I thought Udapon was going to go ham, but...
He did do a lot of damage.
Udapon go ham. G4 was about to go ham.
I thought he could have.
It's dangerous to face check G4, that's fair. I mean, if we're going to put it on a scale here, Bangkok Titans may just out-ham Detonation Focus Me.
From Udapon to G4, how terrified are you?
I mean, Bangkok Titans are fully stocked deli right now. Zastarore going to move in, try and look for the knockup. Doesn't find it. But Warlock's back down the bottom side, creating a bit of pressure.
Okay, so playing around the Baron, what they're doing is because Shen has the Stand United available, not the teleport, but they know that Udapon, it was a deli joke, I get it.
Saros, goodbye. I'm so sorry that you have to be here because it's so hard to make points when people are literally dying every couple minutes and then every couple seconds.
I'm not even mad. Like, this game is difficult as a color caster because there's zero space for analysis. It's all just a Venn diagram of murder. But I'm so happy.
It's a really fun game, that's for sure. And Baron goes over to the Bangkok Titans. Warlock back down the bottom. He's going to keep applying that pressure. Top side is broken. Mid lane is open. They'll go back, spend their money, and then charge back down the lanes.
I just wish we had the theme song and we could just play it right now.
It's stuck in my head ever since you guys have brought it up.
I didn't bring this up.
I can't
This is on you.
think it.
Well, Warlock.
Oh my gosh.
Look, you have to think about your choices sometimes.
Okay.
Okay, so 2 inhibitors down. They've got the Baron buff, 1 lane to shove.
Where's he going? Oh, he's got
He's got
teleport.
well, he's got Shen.
He's a raptor.
He's
cloak.
moving to the opposite side of the map of his team, or he's standing in base with home guard, and
Maybe.
he's going to stand united, submarine comp, initiate on someone. No, he doesn't have home guard. Where are you going?
No, he's going to use Stand United on G4 so that he'll be an armored type.
He's just going to a different lane.
Seriously, he has a raptor cloak. The only thing I remember from that item is that you run faster when you're near turrets. Does that seem familiar to anyone as far as what we've seen already in this game?
They don't care about the tower. They just want to fight on the tower, so he runs faster.
50 kills so far as he could be lining up for the last dive. G4 gonna go absolutely ham. He pops the Stand United. Sonya's there as well. Gonna ride Warlock in. G4 just dives straight into the backline, but Ceres has shut him down. Detonation focus me. Fighting back well now. It's 5v4. Moss a little low there. Low gonna get knocked up.
Get in
They
there.
need to peel away. Rokinia dives in, but he gets taunted up to the Gragas cast. And it's so much damage where Udapon swooping in, gonna try and take the rest of them out. Moss, he'll land the hook, but Warlock, I don't know if he can tank up enough of this damage. Udapon massively strong right now.
And from
Oh my gosh!
from over a 10k gold deficit, the Titans' arrogance bites them in the ass.
Oh my goodness, I cannot believe that ended up trading back. They are going to take down this last inhibitor turret as Udapon is trying to defend his Nexus. 5 seconds till Kazu, 7 till Asterore. Can he keep it standing as 007 and Warlock, they're taking the last inhibitor. The wall is falling.
This is about the silliest structure taking combo we can see. Warlock's going to get headbutted off and
still
they
up.
actually can't get it.
Oh, the
They hold.
minions.
They realize that you can take the structures without killing everyone, right? Like the ace doesn't unlock the
Oh, they
tower
did
to
get
be
it.
hit.
They did. The minions took it down.
So
Oh, man.
MVP.
Cyros, I thought he had that. I really did.
G4 diving into 5 people on top of a tower? You thought he had that?
No, Cyros. When he was going 1v1, I thought he could out-damage the Shen. I was wrong.
well,
That's the crit cloak for you.
what we were not wrong about was G4.
Okay, still, very important. 10k gold
Yep.
deficit. Detonation focused me when it managed to win the team fight. Was it enough to save up their objectives? No. So technically still a worth trade for the Bangkok. Are they starting again?
Yeah, of course.
Trying.
I give up. I'm turning into a play-by-podcaster.
All right.
It's wicked fun.
So Bangkok Titans now going to charge back down that mid lane. Looking for the inhibs. They have had 2 respawn. Bangkok Titans know they want to fight again.
Trying to chain the barrel. Cyros doesn't quite find him. Dragon has just spawned, but the Titans back in the base look to break down the inhibitors. It's do or die time for Detonation Focus Me. They look to go in. Rokinia kites it around G4, uses the Zonyas. Rokinia's in melee range, but no, G4 turns. He destroys Cyros. He finds Rokinia. He's knocked away to the side. That's the 2 carries down. Asterore goes low. The stun stalls it out, but the ace on Detonation Focus Me.
And the end of humanity as the Titans crash down on the Nexus. A beautiful performance from 007, Lloyd, and G4 across the board. The Titans have struck back.
Huge game there for the Bangkok Titans, and they'll get what they want. The win and the shot in the finals against the Chief. Dark Passage must have been looking at the end of that game and have some heads fall into their hands. But the Bangkok Titans, they needed to win. Dark Passage just had to look on and see what happened, and they've done it. They've gotten themselves into the final.
A phenomenal performance, again, across multiple members of the Bangkok Titans. Lloyd going huge on his Lucian. G4 showing us why you cannot let him have an assassin. But again, 007, those casks, every single time he found the Vayne in the backline, repositioned him into the middle of his team.
Yeah, and that's not to say that Dead FM performed poorly. They played great. Amazing play out of Cyros. Udapon had some great hemo plays. Heck, even Rokinia, after he got over that rough landing phase, he was playing Vayne with the best of them.
They play on the North American server for their professional LGL games with like 150 ping, and they come to Turkey and they show we can roll with the big boys. We can play on the same mechanical ceiling.
And they look great. Everyone in this tournament has looked great so far. But unfortunately, 2 teams have to bow out. Detonation, Focus Me, and Dark Passage will not be seeing the finals. Crazy to think that Turkey has not made the finals of the wildcard, but that's the reality right now.
Yeah, a really tragic situation for Dark Passage. And as you mentioned, the Titans are going to be taking on the Chiefs. And the Chiefs, you know, they came off a pretty rough loss themselves. So hopefully they'll get some good things to look forward
But
to.
here's the thing. The Chiefs have 2-0'd the Bangkok Titans. Yes, we're going into a best of 5, but already the Chiefs hold the superior record as far as this tournament is concerned. And you have to think that's a major sigh of relief.
Well, could be there, but congratulations to the Bangkok Titans. They wanted their shot in the finals, and they are going to get it. Well,
So we're going
with
to toss
that-
it to the other guys.
Thank you very much, Pastry Time. We are eventually here, and that match was ludicrous. What, 62 kills in 40 minutes? What?
Look, it was insane from beginning to end. It was bloodthirsty to say the least. It was absolutely insane. Kills left, right, and center. And not only that, I don't need to watch Attack on Titan anymore because they've told me the entire plot line from one game.
Yeah, basically a synopsis right there. Fantastic. I'm glad that we're including education in our stream as well, ladies and gentlemen. Fantastic work. I understand we got to get back to that base wall, but my goodness, some incredible games today. Blue side not necessarily as victorious this time around, but what this means, Bangkok Titans into the grand final against Oceania's the Chiefs. And if that game says anything, it is going to be bloodthirsty.
Now, that is the best way to describe this final, the best of 5 that will be taking place tomorrow at 9. It's going to be absolutely insane because kills left, right, and center, 100% going to come out in that game. We saw it there. That's the best example of what's to come.
That's exactly right. And let's have a look at how that hype train is going. Of course, just to give a recap, ladies and gentlemen, it was in trouble before. And we'll see how it's sitting now. On the rails, not entirely sure. I think that we just worked the wiggles out, stopped the speed wobbles. Everything is now okay. For some reason, we are now on a hype skateboard, but that's absolutely fine. Things going okay now for Oceania.
I think the best way to look at this is you look at the historical track record of Turkey against Oceania in finals events, and you have to say it's better for us that we're not against Turkey and that we're against the Bangkok Titans.
Yeah, 2-0 against them as well, which is why we're feeling a little bit better as an Oceanic squad. But Bangkok Titans showed that they can definitely take it to anyone. And look, that sort of fighting, we'll see whether the Chiefs are going to be able to keep up. But ladies and gentlemen, that does bring us to the end of the night. On behalf of myself, Rusty, Froskarin, Pastry Time, Sada, Spawn, and whoever else was casting today, plus our whole production crew, thank you so much for watching, and we'll see you at 9 p.m. tomorrow night, Australian Eastern Standard Time.